Chapter 647. That's great. Lin Ray was happy to hear the little dragon's words. Initially, he had agreed to the formation spirit in a hurry. Words spoken in that kind of situation were often caused by excitement. At this moment, since the little dragon had taken the initiative to say it, he could not be bothered to throw away his dignity and beg for help. This was the best outcome he could hope for. I knew that you only wanted to be happy when you agreed. In the end, I still have to clean up your mess. At this moment, the little dragon in the system sensed Lin Ray's emotional expression and immediately saw through his inner thoughts. Forget it. Since you've already agreed, I'll naturally help you. However, as I said earlier, I have to stay in the system for this period of time, so I don't have time to help. All right, I know. You don't have time to help me, and you're afraid that I'll cause trouble on impulse, right? Without waiting for the little dragon to finish speaking, Lin Ray knew what he wanted to say next. Without waiting for him to say anything, Lin Ray said on his own accord, I know. Go ahead. I'll be careful during this period of time. Moreover, we've just met a god-level formation spirit. Tell me, do you think I'll let my guard down in this situation? I'm not a fool. I won't rush forward, so don't worry. Lin Ray's heart warmed at the little dragon's worry, but at this moment, the little dragon was speechless. Sai, it's good that you know. However, this time it's true. Moreover, you always say this, but in the end, you amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, so you must remember, don't be impulsive. Sai, seeing the little dragon so long-winded, Lin Ray frowned for a moment and immediately stopped him. All right, if you have the time, why don't you hurry up and find a way? In the system, the little dragon, who was standing beside the spring, suddenly choked when he heard Lin Ray's words. After a long silence, he finally spoke again. All right, I know. Got it. Aren't you just nagging me? At this point, the little dragon spoke again with a worried expression. I'll say it one last time. Remember to be careful. I don't want to collect your corpse. Just as Lin Ray was about to say something, the little dragon cut off the conversation. Hooey, got it. Yours truly's lifespan is eternal. Furthermore, before I find a suitable physical body for you, I will definitely not leave this place. Lin Ray did not know what he was saying to the little dragon. However, after sensing the little dragon's silence, he quickly withdrew from his consciousness. The instant his divine sense returned to his body, he saw a small, fiery red figure. At this moment, it had a curious look in its eyes as it sized up Linley's body. Its eyes were filled with curiosity. That's not right. Didn't he have eyes when he went in? Why now? Hooey, little guy, have you seen enough of me? Let me tell you, I'm a married man. Don't you dare have any ideas about me. The sudden words gave Lin Ray a shock. The moment he heard Lin Ray's words, he took 2 steps back. However, after calming down, he felt that the voice was very familiar. Then his face was filled with annoyance. I say, are you crazy? Are you trying to scare me to death? Huh? Hearing the words of the erased spirit, for a moment, his face was filled with doubt. You didn't do anything wrong, right? Why are you so scared? TSK. At this moment, the erased spirit, who was already familiar with Lin Ray's voice, regained his calmness. Even his previous arrogance was restored at this moment. In this regard, Lin Ray's face showed a trace of helplessness. Then he smiled and said, all right, stop talking. Hurry up and tell me where this place is. Also, I'm very curious to see what kind of trouble we will encounter in the following journey. Hearing this, the erased spirit's eyes lit up and he smiled. Then he said, Tut, you're very good. In the past, most of the trial testers who entered here couldn't enter. But here, they were killed directly. Even before they entered, they were killed. Speaking of this, the formation spirit's face became serious. There are 8 major formations at the entrance. Now that you have come in, I can imagine that you are a person with a high cultivation in formations. In the past, when they couldn't open it, or when they tried to force their way in, they would be strangled outside. As for going down from here, to be honest, I'm not very sure either. What? At this moment, listening to the erased spirit's words, Lin Ray couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect the erased spirit to say this. Looking at Lin Ray's expression, The array spirit smiled and said, "It's true. When I was caught and brought here, I only saw the array at the entrance and the array I was in just now. I'm not very clear about the rest." Speaking of this, Lin Ray's face showed disappointment. However, after hearing the array spirit's next words, his expression changed dramatically. His eyes were filled with shock, as if he had encountered something inconceivable and unimaginable. "However, what I know is that the martial sage here is very likely to be fine. Moreover, for many years, the spirit essences that I obtained from killing people were most likely devoured by the martial sage himself. How is this possible? According to what you said, this place was left behind by mistake in the untainted land. The martial sage can't still be alive. Moreover, since this is a secret realm, it means that the martial sage can really be alive, and as you said, he's hiding here." At first, Lin Ray didn't believe the array spirit's words. However, when he thought about how the secret realm was like another plane, it was almost the same as the outside world. If what Jinjing said was true, the martial sage used the spirit essences that he obtained when he entered the secret realm to fill his own soul. If that was the case, then this place was not simple. If that was the case, then the person who walked to the end would be the strongest. Such a body was a person who could be possessed. After the array spirit's reminder, Lin Ray thought of countless ideas. The final conclusion was that this secret realm was very likely a scam. Of course, he couldn't say that. What if he was thinking too much? If it wasn't the end, no one could jump to conclusions. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had regained his clarity, looked at the road ahead with his divine sense. At this moment, Lin Ray's heart was in a mess. This choice was undoubtedly a gamble of life and death. After all, the martial sage realm was not something that a small godly state expert like him could stop. Although the martial sage had gone through the vicissitudes of life, he was still a martial sage. Therefore, Lin Ray's heart was in a mess. Turning his head, he used his divine sense to check on Chu Ci and Yun Kai, who were still cultivating. Although he had just met them, they had become his subordinates after all. He couldn't just leave them alone. Not only them, even Hong Lian, who he had brought in, appeared on Lin Ray's list of worries. I wonder how she is. Young master. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Instantly, Lin Ray's body jerked to the side when he heard this voice. Then, he turned around and extended his divine sense. At this moment, Hong Lian, who he had been worried about, and Long Tian, who he had brought in unintentionally, were together. Lin Ray felt much more at ease when he saw the two of them together. After all, Hong Lian was a godly state expert. Although he was slightly weaker, he was at least a godly emperor expert. It was better than nothing. Looking at Hong Lian, Lin Ray relaxed. Then, he said expressionlessly to the two people in the distance, "Are the two of you also going to enter the secret realm?" "Yes, I came here this time to enter the secret realm. Furthermore, ever since I came here, I felt that this place was very mysterious." At this moment, hearing Lin Ray's words, Long Tian hurriedly spoke before Hong Lian could say anything. The emperor has always liked mysterious places since he was young. Therefore, the emperor has entered a meditative state here. Don't even think about stopping me. Hearing this, a curious smile appeared on Lin Ray's face. He was becoming more and more curious about the mysterious Long Tian's background. However, although his words were a little arrogant, it was undeniable that they suited his temperament. I won't stop you. Furthermore, not only that, I want to share with you the information I just received. What? Are you sure? At this moment, hearing Lin Ray's words, Long Tian cried out in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. His attitude was completely different from when he had been at the entrance. Previously, he had looked like he wanted to kill someone. Now, he looked like he wanted Long Tian to hurry up. Long Tian was confused. Even so, even though Lin Ray had changed so much in his heart, he had already entered a meditative state in this secret realm. I'm sure. Looking at Long Tian, Lin Ray's expression was calm. His face was like an ancient well without ripples as he replied, "Of course, Although I'll let you in, my only request is that you have to guarantee their safety. As for the things here, this sovereign is willing to split them 50-50. What do you think? This is this sovereign's bottom line. If you don't agree, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave today. If you don't believe me, you could try. At these words, the surroundings were filled with smoke. Killing intent suddenly appeared and filled the surrounding space. At this moment, Chu Si and Hong Lian, who were in a meditative state, felt this killing intent. Their expressions changed, and they immediately opened their eyes, retreating from their cultivation. Damn, that was too dangerous. If I hadn't retreated in time, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even know how I died. Opening her eyes, her face was filled with terror. Cold sweat flowed down her face uncontrollably. Her clothes were also soaked and stuck to her back. Yun, Kai, are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere? At this moment, although Chu Si, who had just woken up, was terrified, she immediately thought of her fiancé. She immediately turned around and went to Yun Kai's side to check her body. I'm fine. At this moment, seeing that her fiancé was so concerned about her, a feeling that she had never experienced before immediately rose in her heart. Although it felt strange, she couldn't help but secretly rejoice in her heart. At this moment, she really hoped that this scene would remain. She didn't want to return to her previous state. Haha, why are you so serious? I didn't say that I wouldn't agree. Look at you, really. Just as the two were concerned about each other, a voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, the two of them came back to their senses and looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, they saw Long Tian looking at Lin Rei with an amused smile. His face was filled with smiles. Haha, Lin Rei's consciousness was constantly monitoring Long Tian's attitude. The instant he sensed that Long Tian didn't have a trace of killing intent, Lin Rei withdrew his own killing intent, following which a faint smile appeared on his calm face. All right, since you've agreed, then it's decided. I'll do as I say. I'll tell you the information that I've just received. Once these words were spoken, everyone present quieted down. Their faces no longer had any doubts, seriousness, or smiles. At this moment, everyone was extremely serious as they turned their gazes to Lin Rei. According to the information I've just received, the owner of this secret realm, the Martial Saint, may still be alive. Furthermore, this secret realm may very well be a scam. Furthermore, I feel that the final checkpoint may very well be the place where the Martial Saint intends to possess and be reborn. What? How is that possible? Once Lin Rei's words left his mouth, everyone present was stunned. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was because what Lin Rei had just said was too huge and too shocking. When they heard these words, they couldn't believe it. After all, this matter was too strange. They couldn't accept it at this moment. At this moment, when he saw everyone's expressions and attitudes, a smile appeared on his face. He had already guessed their current expressions before he spoke of his suspicions. Of course, this is only my speculation. It might not be so. Of course, if you want to know, you have to continue walking and not stop here after hearing about this matter. I'll go with you, young master. At this moment, the moment Lin Rei finished speaking, an unquestionable voice rang out. Immediately, Lin Rei raised his head and extended his consciousness. This person was none other than Hong Lian. She was the first person who had ventured into the forest sky with him. She was the person who had taken a blow for him. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't say anything and only nodded. In response, Hong Lian saw Lin Rei smile. A smile immediately appeared on her face. Her smile was like a pure white lotus in a pond in summer. Young master, the two of us will also go with you. We've already killed all the people from the Tool Sect who came here, and my fellow disciples already know that I left the Danzong Sect. Thus, wherever you go, the two of us will follow until we die. At this moment, Chu Si's expression was filled with determination as she spoke to Lin Rei. As she spoke, Chu Si couldn't help but look at Yun Kai, hoping that she would agree. Wherever you go, I'll go. Hearing her fiancé's words, Chu Si became even more determined. Chapter 648. Ha! Looking at them, Lin Rei laughed very happily. At this moment, Long Tian looked at everyone's attitude, and the curiosity in his eyes became more and more intense. Haha, all right, since you're all going, the Emperor will go back even more. Since I've already promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. Looking at Lin Rei, Long Tian waved his hand indifferently and walked forward. Seeing that everyone had unanimously decided to continue, Long Tian patted the dust off his body and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's go. Once we enter, we must be careful. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't act on your own. If we take a wrong step here, what awaits us will be a devastating blow." Of course, although Linley was exaggerating, he had no choice but to be cautious about a secret realm like this and the information he had obtained. "Yes, young master, we understand." Hearing Lin Rei's words, Chu Ci, Hong Lian, and Chu Ci hurriedly bowed and replied respectfully, "Haha, not bad. I didn't think that you would really go down. Looks like I'm starting to get a bit excited about following you." Right at this moment, just as everyone agreed and the space agreed, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone in the originally pitch-black red lotus. It spoke to Linley in the human language. Linley. As soon as it appeared, apart from Lin Rei, everyone present was stunned and filled with doubt and amazement. It's a formation spirit, an incredible existence. Everything I said before about this place was from the formation spirit. Hearing the formation spirit's voice, Lin Rei didn't have time to explain the formation spirit's existence to everyone. He didn't even need to use his divine sense to know everyone's expressions. Although everyone had Lin Rei's explanation, it was impossible for them to calm down so quickly. Haha, all right, don't say any more. Since we're out, let's light them up. Besides, there's already such a powerful existence like you in the first step. I'm afraid that there will be a powerful formation later, so you have to be alert at all times. Once you know of the existence of the formation, inform me immediately. You rascal! The formation spirit heard Lin Rei's reply and was immediately displeased. I just met you, and you're already making me busy. I can't help it. You're a formation spirit, and you're born with an extraordinary ability to sense formations. So, Lin Rei shrugged helplessly and shut his mouth. The spirit's words. Lin Rei's words made the formation spirit was speechless. Although it sounded like a compliment, its words, it was full of a trap. And now, since Linley had spoken, he couldn't very well refuse. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Fine, I know you're inhumane. I'll help you this time. Otherwise, if you die, I'll have to find someone else. That wouldn't be worth it." Ha, good, that's the way. Lin Rei's face was full of smiles when he heard the formation spirit's reply. Then he laughed out loud. However, although he asked the formation spirit to detect the existence of the formation, he could actually do it himself. After all, he was a venerable level formation master. However, doing so would only allow the formation spirit, who was naturally good at this, to perform. All right, let's go. The formation spirit's decision. Lin Rei was relieved and said to everyone. Then, he took a step forward and walked into the depths of the secret realm. At this moment, the moment Lin Rei said that he wanted to move forward, Long Tian automatically came to Red Lotus and Chu Ci's side. His expression turned solemn, and his gaze and spirit sense instantly fell on the three of them. Haha! Lin Rei, who was walking at the front, could naturally feel Long Tian's spirit sense and gaze on Red Lotus and the other two. All of this was what Lin Rei needed. Lin Rei was relieved. At this moment, at the western gate of Tianwei City, although there were people who knew their limits and withdrew, they were all small fries. They were sects that wanted to take advantage of the situation. Those who stayed were all from the major sections. Various major sects in the divine world, regardless of whether they were from the righteous path or demonic path, they were all involved. The phrase fish and dragons mixed together was very appropriate for those who stayed at the western gate. After all, it was rare for the demonic path and righteous path to walk together without fighting. It was a rare sight. How is it? How are we going to enter? Who has a way, or who is a formation master? Come out and help us break it. For this, my falling star pavilion is willing to pay 50 million divine crystals. At this moment, in a corner below the western gate, Liao Yuning and Liao Jun were standing behind the person who had just spoken. They had respectful expressions on their faces and did not dare to say anything. Sect Master, isn't 50 million divine crystals a bit too expensive? You must know that our Falling Star Pavilion's annual income is only 50 million divine crystals. Enough, don't say any more. This matter is settled. Although there are already people who have entered, I keep having a feeling that this mysterious realm is not simple. Thus, 50 million divine crystals is worth it. The person who was addressed as Sect Master was none other than Liao Jun and Liao Yuning's father, the Falling Star Pavilion's Liao Bufan, the Sect Master of the largest demonic path. At this moment, Liao Bufan's words resounded through the entire western gate. A majestic and domineering voice resounded through the sky at this moment. At this moment, his words resounded in everyone's ears. What? 50 million divine crystals? This person, could it be Liao Bufan? He is Liao Bufan, the Sect Master of the Falling Star Pavilion, the leader of the demonic path. I never expected that he would also come. Tisk, as expected of a top-notch sect. 50 million divine crystals, right from the start. This old man would not dare to say such a thing if it was me. At this moment, the discussions of the surrounding crowd resounded in everyone's ears. Of course, Liao Bufan also heard them. It's only 50 million divine crystals. It's not a big deal. As long as we enter this mysterious realm, we will definitely earn back all that we have lost. Liao Bufan had a disdainful expression when he heard the discussions of the crowd, as he muttered in his heart. Liao Bufan, I never expected that you would actually be so generous. After not seeing you for so many years, your character is still as vulgar as before. At this moment, when everyone was shocked by Liao Bufan's generosity, a desolate voice was heard. Everyone was filled with curiosity towards the person who had spoken. To be able to know Liao Bufan's life, this person's status should be similar to Liao Bufan's. Oh, isn't this the Sect Master of the Enigma Palace, Zhou Tongzi? After not seeing you for so many years, I never expected that you're still alive. I thought that you died. The moment Liao Bufan's words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's face was filled with complicated emotions. Damn, even the Palace Master of the Enigma Palace is here. Looks like this trip to the mysterious realm is not going to be easy. Isn't that so? These two are the overlords of the entire divine world. I never expected that even they would be here this time. Sigh, looks like we are not fated to enter the mysterious realm. The crowd was stirred up once again. Two overlords had already appeared. At this moment, everyone's heart had already begun to feel numb. They did not know how many more people would come after them. Old man Zhou, look at how big of a commotion your appearance has caused. Every time you appear, you're always so high profile. I really don't know why you love to show off so much. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked once again. Perhaps only Liao Bufan would dare to say such words. I'm high profile? Zhou Tongzi, who was floating in the air, looked down at Liao Bufan with disdain and said, Look at you. You're spending a year's worth of the sect's income. I can't compare to you. You're a big spender. Even the emperor can't compare to you. The two of you are really something. In front of the younger generation, how could you be so arrogant? Don't you know how to be reserved? Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your sect? The sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, the person who appeared was not a middle-aged man, but a peerlessly beautiful woman. As the saying goes, one could get pregnant with just one look. It was very appropriate for the current situation. The woman who appeared was floating in the air. Step by step, she walked towards Liao Bufan and Zhou Tongzi. The woman's skin was as white as snow, and her body carried a domineering aura. Fairy Yun, the sect leader of the middle sect of the upper three sects. I didn't expect her to come this time. Then, The sect leaders of the other sects must have come as well. Everyone was constantly making guesses in their minds. The moment they saw Fairy Yun appear, they looked around with shock. They wanted to see what was going on this time. Even the sect leaders of the other sects had come. No one had expected such a scene to occur. No one had expected that these magnates would personally make a move for the secret realm. TCH, little girl, your master can only speak like this in front of us. What right do you have? Even if you're the sect leader of the middle sect, you're just a back in front of us. At this moment, Zhou Tongzi looked at Fairy Yun, who had come closer, and said to her with a displeased expression, "Little girl, you're able to reach such a realm at such a young age. I have to say, you're much stronger than those two brats of mine." At this moment, Liao Bufan, who was standing on the ground, raised his head and looked at Fairy Yun. He looked at the scene behind him with a displeased expression and said, At this moment, Liao Yuning and Liao Jun, who were standing behind Liao Bufan, had an innocent expression. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, it wasn't appropriate for them to speak in such a situation. After all, the person who spoke was a sect leader. They understood the etiquette. Hee, you're too kind. Your young master and young lady are also the Heaven's Pride and Heaven's Pride of the divine world. Which one of them isn't a giant among men? It's just that this little girl was born earlier than them. Chapter 649. Liao Bufan did not know what to say when he saw how humble Fairy Yun was. Hence, he smiled. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. The most important thing for us to do now is to find a way to enter the mystery realm. Moreover, who was the one who entered the mystery realm? Why didn't we receive any news about such a person appearing in the divine world? At that moment, Zhou Tongzi, who was standing in the air, looked at the conversation between Liao Bufan and Fairy Yun. At that moment, he spoke with a displeased expression. Zhou Tongzi, what you're saying is wrong. If even you don't know, then we don't even know. Furthermore, a person like him shouldn't be a nameless person. As long as we investigate more, we should know. Liao Bufan said. Without waiting for the others to speak, he continued. Moreover, Zhou Tongzi, isn't Enigma Palace well-versed in astronomy and geography? Moreover, Enigma Palace's information network is so well-connected. If you go and investigate, you might be able to find out. That's right. Your Enigma Palace is well-known in the divine world. Moreover, that person will definitely plunder the treasures inside after entering the mystery realm. If you can investigate, you might be able to get a share of the treasures inside the mystery realm from him. Hearing that, Zhou Tongzi's expression froze. Then, a strange light flashed across his eyes. He had a plan in his heart. At that moment, while Liao Bufan was discussing with the other two, Liao Jun and Liao Yuning, who were standing behind him, had a grave expression on their faces. Sister, why don't we talk to father and ask him to give up? You also know Brother Lin Rei's strength. If our falling star pavilion goes against him, the consequences will be, Sigh. I also want to. However, look at the situation now. If you tell them that the person who entered the mystery realm knows us, how do you think they will treat us? At that moment, Liao Yuning heard her brother's soft voice. She immediately explained to him helplessly. But Brother Lin Rei's strength has already reached that level when he was at Death Valley. Moreover, he has a mysterious power behind him. If our falling star pavilion really takes action, then the two of them knew a little about Lin Rei's strength, especially when they were at Death Valley. Up until now, the people who had entered the Death Canyon in the past had all died. Even now, he still hadn't spoken about what had happened in the past. This one time was enough to prove how powerful Lin Rei's deterrence was. Sigh, forget it. Let me think about it. This matter is no small matter. Moreover, it concerns the survival of our falling star pavilion. Let's talk about it later. Looking at her brother's worried face, Liao Yuning showed a reassuring smile for a moment, and then her heart sank. How could she not understand what Liao Jun had said earlier? However, this matter was of great importance. If she were to say it now and Lin Rei came to know about it, the falling star pavilion would definitely face a calamity. However, if she did not say it, The falling star pavilion would also be implicated and bring about a calamity. Faced with this dilemma, she did not know how to choose. Just as the two of them had a solemn expression on their faces, Liao Bufan turned around and looked at their expressions. For a moment, he was puzzled. What's wrong with the two of you? Is there something I don't know? Or is there something important you're hiding from me? The sudden sentence caused Liao Yuning and Liao Bufan to be stunned on the spot. Their faces became stiff because of the voice just now. With an unnatural expression on their faces, Liao Yuning did not know how to answer for a moment. And no, father, look at you. At this moment, Liao Jun, who was in a worse situation than Liao Yuning, hurriedly stuttered when he saw his father's unhappy face. Oh, no, you little brat, don't forget that you're my son. How can I not know what you're like? Hearing his son's words, Liao Bufan did not wait for him to say anything and immediately said to him, "Hurry up and say it. What are you hiding from me? If you don't say it, you know the consequences." Hiss. At this moment, Liao Yuning, who had not spoken at all, looked at her father's treacherous expression. For a moment, her entire body trembled, and she suddenly inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Her mind spun quickly, and she began to make a choice. She deeply understood the consequences that her father said. And just when Liao Jun was about to speak, Liao Yuning hurriedly interrupted him and said, "Father, it's actually not a big deal. Hurry up and say it." As the person who understood the two of them the most, when Liao Bufan saw his daughter and son stuttering, he immediately realized that this matter was very serious. Otherwise, when they spoke, they would not have to be secretive and use divine sense to communicate. It's actually not a big deal. It's just that, it's that person who entered the secret realm. I know my brother. Oh, so that's the case. Then why didn't you say that you knew the person who entered the secret realm? What? You know the person who entered the secret realm? The moment Liao Yuning revealed the secret in her heart, Liao Bufan did not react. But when he said it to himself, his face suddenly trembled and he was shocked. Yes, we know him. Seeing her father's huge reaction, Liao Yuning said weakly for a moment. At this moment, Liao Yuning began to feel uneasy. She did not know if what she did was right. Although she said it through divine sense, even so, she was still very nervous and uneasy. How did you two know each other? Hurry up and tell me. Ya ba. You two actually hid such a big matter from me until now. You've really grown wings. Looking at her father's face, Liao Yuning knew that this time, she was in vain and that punishment was inevitable. Father, it's like this. Back then, during the Tendo competition, my brother and I, just like this, Liao Yuning began to talk about the process of how she met Lin Rei. Outside, Fairy Yun and Zhou Tongzi looked at Liao Bufan in silence. For a moment, they thought that he was thinking of a solution. However, the two of them did not know that Liao Bufan was listening to a story that he found inconceivable. Just like that, for my brother's sake, I chased him all the way to Death Canyon. In there, I suffered a lot, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could endure. There were lightning bolts to temper my body, illusions to survive, and even entering the path to seek the Tao Heart. All of these things were for Lin Rei. In the end, my brother and I entered the 5th level of Death Canyon. But in there, Lin Rei possessed strength that ordinary people didn't have. Even the top sects at that time returned in failure. Not bad. At this moment, after listening to his daughter's story, Liao Bufan revealed a look of astonishment. I didn't expect you to suffer so much outside. I was wondering why you disappeared for such a long time back then. I didn't expect you to enter Death Canyon. But it's fine if you didn't tell me about what happened in the 5th level of Death Canyon. But why didn't Elder Xiong, who followed you, tell me about it? Gazing at her father's doubtful expression, Liao Yuning continued. Father, it wasn't that Elder Xiong didn't want to tell you, but he didn't dare to. Back then on the 5th level, everyone from the Chinquan sect who entered died. With such strength and means, who would dare to tell you about it? Besides, you've also seen for yourself which sect spread the news after so many years. Hearing up to here, Liao Bufan was completely shocked. He was curious and shocked about Lin Li's unknown identity in the divine world. It was hard for him to imagine who was able to cultivate such a cultivation level and such ability in the divine world. He knew about all the sects, but he had never heard of such an existence. Moreover, he couldn't figure out how someone with such a cultivation at such a young age could possess such strength. He really couldn't figure it out. Looking at her father's expression, Liao Yuning knew what he was thinking about. She immediately said, "Father, I've already said that I haven't seen him since that day, but I didn't expect to see him here. Moreover, his cultivation seems to have improved a lot." "Sai, that's right." Looking at his daughter, Liao Bufan replied with a solemn expression, "With such ability, just like what you said just now, if he is such a powerful team, I'm afraid that the entire divine world will fall into chaos." At this moment, Liao Bufan didn't doubt Lin Rei's strength at all. With the speed and means that Lin Rei entered the secret realm, he absolutely believed that Lin Rei had the power to destroy Sect. However, even so, he was still very glad. After all, his daughter and son were acquainted with such an expert. Liao Bufan? Liao Bufan? Just when Liao Bufan was deep in thought, a sudden voice woke him up. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw Zhou Tongzi looking at him with a puzzled expression. Zhou Tongzi was constantly calling out his name. "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Looking at Liao Bufan, Zhou Tongzi asked helplessly, "What else can it be? It's about entering the secret realm. You've been thinking for so long. Have you thought of a way?" "What way?" Hearing Zhou Tongzi's words, Liao Bufan was stunned. His eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Fairy Yun looked at Liao Bufan's expression and a smile appeared on her face. Her voice was like a yellow aureole, crisp and pleasant. It was fascinating. "Old man, you've been silent for so long. You were just stunned when you were drinking. You didn't think of a way to enter the secret realm?" A furious roar resounded. Immediately, Liao Bufan's face was filled with displeasure. "Oomph, you bastard. If I had a way, why would I offer a reward of 50 million divine crystals? Is your head soaked in water?" Chapter 650. Once Liao Bufan said those words, everyone present was stunned. It was very difficult for them to believe that such filthy words came from the mouth of an overlord. All right. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's think about how to open the mysterious realm. Although the sect masters of the other sects have yet to appear, I'm afraid that they're already impatient. However, if we can invite that formation master over, then the problem before us will be easily solved. "Oh, you're talking about that old fart, Wu Yinzi." At this moment, right after Fairy Yun finished speaking, Liao Bufan directly spoke. However, the words that came out of his mouth were generally extremely shocking. Every single word that came out of his mouth would cause the surrounding crowd to be shocked. That's right. It's that old fart, Wu Yinzi. Although Liao Bufan's words were very, very problematic, Fairy Yun still nodded and admitted to it. Merely, the way in which the two of them addressed Wu Yinzi was very different. One was very respectful, whereas the other was very, very casual. It was filled with indifference. "The two of you have been in the Emperor realm longer than Emperor. Thus, you two know a lot about Senior Wu Yinzi. However, what the two of you don't know is that not long ago, he became an exalted level formation master. The two of you should know what that means, right?" "What? Wu Yinzi became an exalted level formation master? How could that be? Why didn't our Enigma Palace receive any news about that?" Once Fairy Yun said those words, everyone present was shocked. To the crowd present, this could be said to be the greatest amount of shock they had ever experienced. However, at this moment, when Liao Bufan and Zhou Tongzi heard Fairy Yun's words, they were also extremely shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Amen. Senior Wu Yinzi has indeed become an exalted level array master. I only found out about this news not too long ago. I'm afraid that the number of people who know about this in the divine realm can be counted with one's fingers. Therefore, it's very normal that the two of you don't know. Once those words were said, Liao Bufan was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "That's true. That old fart is a very casual person. His personality is likely the most eccentric person in the entire divine realm. Heh, I agree with you on this point. Wu Yinzi is very... Just when Zhou Tongzi and Liao Bufan had the same opinion, a voice suddenly rang out, directly interrupting their conversation. That's right, I'm just an old thing with an eccentric personality. Sai, tell me, you two brats, how did this old man become good friends with you two back then? Now it seems like I've really met the wrong person. When those words were spoken, Liao Bufan, Yun Xinzi, and Zhou Tongzi were all stunned. Especially Zhou Tongzi. The instant he heard that voice, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He muttered to himself, that it can't be so coincidental that the person involved heard us talking behind their back, right? I have to say, Zhou Tongzi, your luck has always been very bad. However, even I don't dare to believe it. That old bastard Wu Yinzi has really come. Furthermore, he is right behind you. Liao Bufan couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence in this world. F***CK. Zhou Tongzi was shocked when he heard Liao Bufan's words. He hurriedly turned around and saw a white-haired old man looking at the two of them with mild anger. He looked as if he wanted to educate and criticize them. As for Liao Bufan and Zhou Tongzi, they were completely different from before. At this moment, the two of them no longer had the arrogance from before. At this moment, the two of them were like children who had made a mistake. They lowered their heads in silence. Yin Xinzi was also speechless when she saw the strange scene. When she thought of the conversation between Liao Bufan and Yun Xinzi, she couldn't help but laugh. Senior Wu Yinzi, Junior Yun Yin, the current Sect Master of the Central Gate, greets you. Haha, so it's the Sect Master of the Central Gate. No wonder you have the cultivation of an Emperor God at such a young age. Moreover, you can stand together with these two bad boys. A moment ago, he was looking at Liao Bufan and Yun Xinzi with mild anger. However, after hearing Yun Xinzi's words, his expression changed, and he instantly praised her with a smile. Hypocrite. Yes, not only that, you're also filthy. You haven't changed at all from before. You're still that wretched old man. Liao Bufan and Yun Yin had been watching the conversation between Wu Yinzi and Yun Yin. Immediately, the two of them started to exchange glances and ridicule Wu Yinzi. At this moment, the two of them had the same consensus. Both of them had to be cautious and were filled with disdain. It's nothing. I only managed to reach my current level because of the nurturing of my elders. It's nothing. Yun Yin replied very modestly to Wu Yinzi's words. All right, I was too busy talking just now. I haven't congratulated you on becoming an honorable array master. Suddenly, Yun Yin thought of something and immediately bowed to Wu Yinzi to congratulate him. That's right, old man. You came at the right time. Didn't you become an honorable array master? There's a formation here waiting for you to break. Do you think? That's right. Hurry up and break the formation so that we can enter the secret realm. Moreover, Liao Bufan even said that he would give 50 million divine crystals to whoever could break the formation. The sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he acted like a child who had done something wrong. Now, he stood there confidently with an extremely sad attitude. No one could react to this sudden change. Huh. Not bad, Liao Bufan. I didn't expect to not see you for 1,000 years. You become so generous. At this moment, Wu Yinzi, who was talking to Yun Yin, suddenly heard the conversation between Liao Bufan and Yun Yin. For a moment, Wu Yinzi looked at Liao Bufan with interest and said. However, Liao Bufan was not happy at all. There was a saying that went, one has to suffer in silence. At this moment, Liao Bufan's mood was similar to that saying. He was asking for trouble. Looking at Wu Yinzi, who was in the air, Liao Bufan could only smile. However, his smile was uglier than crying. Zhou Tongzi, who was beside him, also had a smile on his face and a look of joy on his face. Looking at this scene, Yun Yin frowned. She could not bear to watch any longer and said, Senior, sect leaders, the three of you have to think carefully. Someone has already entered the secret realm. For every moment we delay outside, there will be less things inside. Do you think this is a good idea? Of course, I don't have any objections. If the three of you continue like this, then I'll just treat this trip as a show. What? Someone has already entered? At this moment, the three people who heard Yun Yan's words fell silent. However, at this moment, Wu Yinzi regained his senses and looked at Yun Yan in shock. Yes, that's right. Someone has already entered. Moreover, it has been a long time. However, we haven't been able to enter. That's why we wanted to ask you to break the formation so quickly. Yun Yan did not expect Wu Yinzi's reaction. However, Liao Bufan and Yun Yan seemed to have expected it. While he was still in shock, the two of them smiled triumphantly. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wu Yinzi, who had obtained confirmation, had a lifeless look in his eyes. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Impossible. It's impossible for anyone to enter this formation. Unless one has the initial token, it's impossible to enter this formation. Then how did that person enter?" Yin Yan looked at Wu Yinzi's current situation. For a moment, she looked at Liao Bufan and Yun Yan doubtfully. However, when she saw the smiles on their faces, her previous worries were put down. After all, for the conversation between the three of them, she knew that the three of them were good friends. If Wu Yinzi was in danger, the two of them would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Wu Yinzi, who was standing in the air, stopped moving. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He kept muttering the word impossible. At this moment, he looked as if he was possessed. It was a horrifying sight. Tisk, haha, this old thing is still the same as before. I'm afraid even he would have to spend some time to break such a powerful formation. If he knows that someone has already entered, I'm afraid he will lose sleep in the future. Looking at Wu Yinzi's current situation, Zhou Tongzi said with a smile, "That's right. This old guy is still the same as before. He treats formations as his life. However, is it really okay for us to do this? After all, he is our good friend. Isn't it appropriate to cheat him like this?" Hearing Zhou Tongzi's words, Liao Bufan also smiled. However, as he spoke, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by guilt. The kind of guilt toward a friend. Look at you. A little impatience spoils great plans. If we want to enter the secret territory as soon as possible, we have to stimulate Wu Yinzi's fighting spirit. Just like before, do you think he has the passion and motivation to use all his strength to break the formation and search for the entrance to the secret territory? Hearing Zhou Tongzi's words, Liao Bufan fell silent for a moment. Although his words were a little unpleasant, he had to admit that his words were very pertinent. "Sai, forget it. I'll apologize to him after this matter is over." He raised his head and glanced at Wu Yinzi before speaking with a guilty expression. However, after speaking, his tone suddenly changed, and he said to Zhou Tongzi, "However, you have to pay half of the 50 million divine crystals. After all, if you didn't mention this matter, I wouldn't have to fork out such a large amount of wealth. After all, 50 million divine crystals is my Falling Star Pavilion's annual income. So, you have to share it equally this time." Seeing Liao Bufan's reaction, Zhou Tongzi was stunned helplessly for a moment, and then he said, Wait for a while. You know that my madam is in charge of all my wealth. If she doesn't speak, do you think? TSK, don't give me that." Liao Bufan, who stood opposite Zhou Tongzi, looked at him and didn't wait for him to finish speaking before speaking stopped him. Chapter 651. You think I don't know you? Every single time, you use your wife as a cover to cheat money from me. I say, are you capable or not? No matter what, you're the head of a sect. Can you not be so shameless? If this were to spread, I would feel ashamed for you. Once those words were spoken, Zhou Tongzi was instantly choked by those words and was unable to say anything. At that instant, his expression became very colorful and very funny. They're arguing again. TSK, this is different from what I heard. At that moment, Yun Yan looked at Liao Bufan and Zhou Tongzi, who were arguing with each other from the moment they met. She immediately sighed in her heart and felt very helpless. This won't do. I must break this formation. I must go in and see the person who can enter. Just as the three of them were having their own thoughts, a voice that was not very loud sounded at that instant. In response, everyone's gazes turned towards Wu Yinzi. At that moment, Wu Yinzi no longer had the confusion and sluggishness from before. The current him was full of spirit and was filled with fighting spirit. His eyes were filled with fervor towards formations. The person who will enter this formation today must be at least an exalted level formation master. It seems that this divine realm is not as simple as I thought it was. Could it be that the divine realm has been eliminated after not appearing for so many years? What? Exalted level formation master? How is this possible? How can that person be an exalted level formation master? He's so young. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yeah, how is this possible? That person is very young. Conservatively speaking, he hasn't even reached the end of his age. Impossible. At that moment, when they heard the information that Wu Yinzi was talking to himself, the three sect heads were completely stupefied. In their minds, they automatically chose to not believe it. Father, it's very possible. Brother Lin Rei might really be an exalted level formation master. Back then, I saw him setting up a formation. His technique was extremely profound. Even my sister was unable to catch any traces of his hand seals. What? Just as Liao Buffan's heart automatically blocked out the fact that he did not believe that Lin Rei was a venerable level array master, Liao Jun, who was standing behind him, hesitated for a moment. Then, his eyes became firm as he transmitted his voice to Liao Buffan. However, after hearing his son's words, Liao Buffan couldn't react for a moment. Then, he exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He didn't dare to imagine how a person who was about the same age as his children could possess so many unbelievable abilities. What was this? A beloved child of heaven and earth? Or the son of destiny? Or perhaps he himself was the embodiment of the great Tao? Regarding this, Liao Buffan didn't know. He only knew that this news gave him a huge blow. F***, what the hell are you doing? However, Liao Buffan's actions had attracted the attention of Yun Yin, Zhou Tongzi, and Wu Yinzi. Zhou Tongzi looked at Liao Buffan, who had cried out in surprise. For a moment, he roared angrily at him with a displeased expression. His voice was so loud that it woke him up from his shock that Lin Rei was a venerable great array master. All right, stop talking. Give me some time, and I'll definitely break the formation for you guys and let you guys in. At this moment, Wu Yinzi's voice suddenly sounded. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on him. Of course, I have a condition for doing this. Say it. As long as you say it and don't go overboard, I'll agree to it. Yes, as long as you say it, we'll agree. Yes, Senior Wu Yinzi, as long as you say it. For a moment, Liao Buffan and the other two did not even hesitate to answer Wu Yinzi's question and readily agreed. That's great. Seeing that Liao Buffan was so straightforward, Wu Yinzi's face revealed a trace of a smile. He then said, "The secret realm has been opened, but you must help me find the person who entered it. I have some questions that I would like to verify with him." That's it. After hearing Wu Yinzi's condition, Zhou Tongzi was dumbfounded. Even if Wu Yinzi didn't mention this condition, he would still do it. After all, the first person to enter the secret realm was likely to obtain many treasures or inheritances in adversity. Therefore, refining this problem was useless to them. That's right, this is the condition. Of course, you guys can choose not to agree, but this formation, no, we agree. We agreed to help you find that person. We'll definitely find him and bring him to you for you to decide. Just like that, both sides reached an agreement. Wu Yinzi revealed a smile on his face. All right, since that's the case, I'll begin. With that, without waiting for anyone to respond, Wu Yinzi instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the door to begin his job. However, in the past few days, Lin Li, who they said had already entered the secret territory, had already experienced no less than 15 battles of varying sizes. Not only that, but each battle was many times more powerful than the previous one. At this moment, in a pitch-black space, Lin Rei brandished the primal chaos dragon spear in one hand and bombarded the enemy's body with spear after spear. Bang! Bang! Sounds resounded in the quiet space. At this moment, Long Tian was not far away. He was releasing his spirit chi to envelop Hong Lian and the other two so that they wouldn't be harmed. Haha, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect Lin Rei's strength to be so powerful. It seems that it's impossible to defeat him. Long Tian, who had been watching from the sidelines, looked at Lin Rei, who had been fighting since he entered. In the past few days, Lin Rei had already refreshed his worldview and refreshed his entire world. Young master, Hong Lian, who was under Long Tian's protection, didn't dare to blink from the beginning to the end because she was afraid. She was afraid that Lin Rei would be born if she blinked. However, from the moment he entered the battle until now, although Lin Li had a lot of opponents at his disposal, in the end, he had basically killed all of them. There had been no exceptions. Humph, you're just puppets imprisoned by a dead person. You've completely broken away from the outside world. So go to hell. Your era is completely over. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was holding the primal chaos dragon spear in his hand, looked at the two things in front of him that were neither human nor ghost. Although they were ugly and could even be said to be unbearable to look at, it was undeniable that they were very powerful. The two people who were fighting with them had a deep understanding of this. Ha! Little doll, don't be so confident. Although our era has passed, we are still innate divine demons who survive from the untainted era. Although we're trapped here, we're definitely not people that you can trample on. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment the two of them finished speaking, their bodies disappeared into the pitch-black space. Lin Rei frowned at this. Fleeing shadow? Lin Rei, who had been using his spiritual consciousness to investigate, released his 5 senses the moment he felt the two figures disappear from his spiritual consciousness. Instantly, his 5 senses increased by countless times. The moment his 5 senses were released, 2 blurry figures appeared in his spiritual consciousness. Although the 2 figures were blurry and sometimes disappeared, it was still much better than before. The moment he caught the footsteps of the 2 figures, Lin Rei moved. His body disappeared in an instant. He took the initiative and appeared behind one of them in an instant. He didn't hear anything. The primal chaos dragon spear in his hand was as fast as lightning. With a poochie sound, the blurry figure completely appeared. What? How is this possible? At this moment, under Lin Li's spear, one of the 6 odd beasts had been completely pierced through by Lin Li's spear. It wasn't that Lin Li was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill his opponent. So in the instant that he pierced through his opponent's body, he used the silent thunder and the illusory soulfire. At this moment, the other blurry figure became a joke. His eyes were filled with sadness and disbelief. Unknowingly, tears flowed down his cheeks. Nothing is impossible. It's just that my spiritual consciousness is much stronger than others. Therefore, your techniques are useless against me. Lin Rei looked at the person expressionlessly. He pulled out the primal chaos dragon spear from the corpse and walked slowly towards the person in front of him. How is this possible? You're asking how you can pierce through my body. Although you're an emperor god, we're prehistoric Khanate demon gods. This is impossible. How is this possible? A puzzled voice sounded. Hearing the puzzled voice, Lin Rei smiled and said, So what if you're a Khanate demon god? The spear in my hand originates from the primal chaos. Even 3,000 demon gods can't stop the primal chaos dragon spear. So die. With that, Lin Rei's figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already behind the person. The spear pierced out instantly. Lightning and crimson flames strengthened the primal chaos dragon spear. Poochie, the primal chaos dragon spear pierced through the person's body effortlessly. The moment the spear pierced through his body, the illusory spirit blood fire began to spread from the wound and burn the surroundings. Primal chaos. Ah, primal chaos. It seems that I'll die in the primal chaos. The person who was pierced by Lin Ray felt the primal chaos chi from the primal chaos dragon spear. For a moment, a trace of relief appeared on his ashen face. Thank you. Linley was momentarily stunned by this sudden thank you. Thank you. This is the only way we can be truly free. Second brother and I have had enough of this dark place for so many years. It's all thanks to you that we can return to the river of time. Although I don't know why you have this spear. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Remember this, remember this. Chapter 652. Seeing the man's body gradually being devoured by the illusory spirit bloodfire, Long Tianyu knew that the man's words made sense and that he was doing it for his own good. However, when he received the chaotic dragon spear, he already knew how heavy the burden was. However, seeing the man's kind reminder, Lin Ray did not torture him further. Immediately, he extended his left hand and aimed his palm at the man. Suddenly, a blood-red flame rushed out and spread to the man's body. Boom! The fist-sized, illusory spirit blood fire instantly exploded when it touched the man's body. It turned into a blood-red pillar of light that shot up to the sky. Don't worry. Although you wanted to kill me, your final reminder was meaningless. Linley admired an opponent like this very much, and when he said the word free, Linley suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment before disappearing. Can you let me go? In the silent, pitch-black space, the surroundings were completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. For some reason, even the sound of the heaven-shaking pillar of fire had disappeared at this moment. However, at this moment, a voice sounded, instantly waking Lin Ray from his silence. Now, let's go. There's no danger anymore. However, you still have to be careful. In this place, even I can't be sure that there won't be any danger. Yes, I know. I'll be careful. At this moment, Long Tian looked at Lin Ray's cautious expression. In addition to the strange atmosphere and pitch-black space, Long Tian had no choice but to be careful. Chu Si, the three of you follow Long Tian closely. Remember, no matter what, don't leave Long Tian's side. This is a warning and also a protection. Moreover, I don't want to repeat this a second time. Long Tianyu did not turn back. Although he was a little worried after coming here and receiving the information from the formation spirit, it was not a problem for him. However, he could not be sure about the cultivators below the Red Lotus realm. Therefore, he had to remind them before he planned to continue walking. Yes, we understand. Chu Si and the other man were helpless towards their young master. You're obviously concerned, but your words are so cold. TSK Sai. Of course, he could not say what he was thinking out loud. It was enough to just think about it. Young master. All right, let's go. We've wasted enough time here. It's possible that those old bastards outside have already started to make their move. At this moment, Red Lotus, who was protected by Long Tian's cultivation, opened her mouth slightly, her face filled with disappointment. Lin Ray knew what Hong Lian meant, but he didn't want to say anything. Therefore, before she could say anything, Lin Ray interrupted her and walked forward. Hey, I say, can you wait? I have 3 people with me. A grumbling voice resounded throughout the entire dark space. The person who had spoken was Long Tian. Just a moment ago, he had suddenly seen Lin Ray walk far away. More or less, a gust of cold wind had drifted over his back. Long Tian couldn't help but grumble. As he grumbled, he chased after Lin Ray. However, his cultivation was much weaker than Hong Lian and the other 2. Therefore, he had no choice but to slow down and let the 3 of them follow him closely. He couldn't let them get more than 1 meter away from him. It wasn't because of Hong Lian's beauty, but because this was a mission given to him by Lin Ray. No, it wasn't a mission, but a deal. Stop shouting. Be careful not to draw the enemy over. If that's the case, I'll tell you that I'll leave you behind and escape with them. At that moment, Linley, who was walking at the front, heard Long Tian's ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls behind him. At first, it was fine, but Long Tian seemed to have no end to it. Because of this, Linley couldn't help but use his cultivation to threaten Long Tion. What? You aren't you the same? The two of them weren't very far from each other. Therefore, Long Tion naturally heard Lin Rei's threat. However, the moment he heard it, Long Tion smiled bitterly and helplessly in his heart. His expression turned even uglier. Who cares? Either you shut up and slowly follow behind me, or I'll find you a few people like the ones from before for you to practice with. I believe that you'll definitely kill them in an instant. So make your choice. Lin Rei didn't look back, but his divine sense had been following the four of them. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. The reason why he said that was because Lin Rei wanted him to shut up. Moreover, he didn't believe that the two guys from before would still exist here. He had seen enough creatures from the primordial age. He didn't believe that there would still be some here. Of course, he didn't believe it. There were no absolutes in the world. Therefore, he shouldn't be too confident. As expected, once Lin Rei said that, Long Tion shut up. However, his eyes were filled with grievance. Moreover, he was satisfied that his divine sense saw the tears in Long Tion's eyes. Lin Rei was speechless. Sigh, what kind of people did I meet? Although he was helpless, he had no choice. If he wasn't here, he would have to put in more effort. Although he had the system and could store them, there might be a pair of eyes watching them in this place. Therefore, it was best to be careful. This was the survival principle now. Dee-da-dong, dee-dong, dee-da-dong. At this moment, there seemed to be an alarm clock ticking in the system. The sound was very loud and very pleasant to the ears. This sound was completely different from the sound of the alarm clock on planet Aquablue. If Lin Rei was here, he would definitely be able to sense that a strange rune would appear at the moment of each sound. However, this rune disappeared the moment it appeared. Therefore, if one didn't have strong mental strength and divine sense like him, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Hee, looks like the 1,000-year mission is about to end. I wonder if that silly boy knows. The sudden voice, although a little stiff and emotionless, made the little dragon, who was sitting on the clear spring water, stare. The flowing light in his eyes was very familiar. Just like that, after being stunned for a while, a smile gradually appeared on the little dragon's face. Hee, system, you changed. Is that so? However, I think this change is quite good. Moreover, don't you think so too? The system's voice sounded at this moment. Immediately, the little dragon, who was sitting on the spring water, smiled widely and said, That's true. In the past, your tone was cold enough to freeze people to death. Even I was the same. However, although your tone is still a little stiff, it's not as cold as before. It's as if you've lost your emotions. Dee-dong, dee-dong, dee-dong. However, just as the two of them were talking, the strange sound became faster and faster. Hee, looks like it's time to bring him in. The 1,000-year mission has been completed. It's time for him to receive his reward. Hearing the system's words, the little dragon was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that Lin Rei was already standing in front of him. Damn, why are you so fast? Looking at Lin Rei in front of him, the little dragon's face was full of a helpless smile. The system's actions were clearly beyond his expectations. However, he was very happy with the solution. Why am I here? At this moment, Lin Rei, who had already arrived in the system, looked at the changes in the scene in front of him and was suddenly puzzled. He remembered that he was still walking towards the depths of the secret realm. As he was walking, a sudden suction force appeared. His divine sense wavered. When he checked again, he realized that he had already entered the system. Hee, silly boy, do you still remember the 1,000-year mission in the immortal realm? Looking at Lin Rei's confusion, the little dragon shook his head helplessly and said to him, Immortal realm? Hearing the little dragon's words, he was stunned for a moment and then fell into deep thought. Damn, you little boy. Looking at Lin Rei's appearance, the little dragon was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Lin Rei, who had always been a little money grubber, would be able to forget about the mission. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The 1,000-year mission has been completed. The mission reward is 50 kilograms of purple soft divine iron, 1 sage level pill recipe, and 1 immortal level wine recipe. Host, do you want to accept the mission reward? After a minute, Lin Ray still didn't reply. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. Ding dong, do you want to accept the mission reward? There was still no sound. At this moment, the little dragon, who was sitting on the surface of the water, was worried about Lin Ray. Looking at Lin Ray, who was deep in thought, he couldn't care less. Immediately, he jumped up and kicked Lin Ray's buttocks. Following the sound, Lin Ray's painful scream resounded in the system space. Damn, what are you doing, little dragon? The sober Lin Ray used his hand to gently touch his burning buttocks. The pain spread throughout his body until finally, Lin Ray's body began to convulse. Looking at Lin Ray's painful appearance, the little dragon's face was filled with embarrassment. Damn, I didn't control my strength well and directly used the power of the sage level. Of course, he naturally couldn't say what was in his heart. If Lin Ray knew what the little dragon was thinking, he would have swung his machete and chased after the little dragon. If he knew, that was the sage level and not the immortal level. Of course, even the immortal level couldn't do it. I'm just reminding you to accept the mission reward quickly. Otherwise, it'll be over. Lin Ray, who was originally angrily looking at the little dragon, was confused for a moment after hearing his words. However, he quickly reacted. I accept. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for 50 kilograms of purple soft divine iron, 1 sage level pill recipe, and 1 immortal level wine recipe. Please accept. Damn, did you find your conscience, or what? You actually gave me so many good things at once. I'm not used to it for a moment. The moment the system finished speaking, Lin Ray cried out in surprise. His face was filled with excitement and happiness. However, there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. That's not right. I remember that the reward wasn't these. Suddenly thinking of something, and thinking about the usual style of the system and the little dragon, Lin Ray's back was suddenly covered in cold sweat. His clothes were wet and stuck to his back. Hearing Lin Ray's words, the little dragon was stunned for a moment and began to feel helpless. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Boy, don't be surprised. You deserve this. The reward that was promised to you in the immortal realm may still be useful to you, but it's not very useful to you. Therefore, without your permission, I made the decision on my own. Of course, if you don't want it, I can exchange it for you now. No need. Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray hurriedly stopped it. He couldn't wait for such an outcome, as long as there were no other traps. Seeing Lin Ray so nervous, the system laughed. The little dragon couldn't believe its ears. All right, I've already displayed your current information in your mind. Go and take a look. And, hearing the system's words, Lin Ray subconsciously entered his mental world. A screen of light appeared, and all of his information appeared on it, just like before. Name, Lin Ray. Age, 2343. System level, 3 cultivation. Peak middle stage God Emperor experience, 593, 5648 Torch Dragon, 6000000 Torch Dragon. Spiritual roots, thunder, fire, wood, metal chaos spiritual roots talent. Peak early stage God Emperor cultivation techniques. Primal chaos scripture 3rd level, incomplete. Devouring heavenly technique, growable, Hongming pill refinement. Entry level cultivation technique. Cloud art, Emperor level cultivation technique. Samurai, Emperor level cultivation technique. Tyrant body technique. Emperor level cultivation technique. Thunder tyrant body, zone level secret technique. Lightning scripture, deity level cultivation technique. Martial techniques. Butterfly steps, entry level. Stellar finger, proficient. Silent thunder spear art. High profound level martial technique. Now trained to entry level. Able to produce 3 lightning bolts. Myriad sword art. Heaven level. Level 3 incineration. Emperor level. Dragon subduing step. Emperor level. Azura spear art king level. Azura sword array, king level. Divine transformation. Emperor level. Spiritual treasures. Primal chaos dragon spear. Top grade god weapon. Martial Emperor God Spear. Low-grade God Weapon growable. myriad art sword, ungraded. Myriad beast treasure furnace, great temple. High-grade immortal weapon. Worldly splendor, ungraded, equipment. Top-grade flowing light set mount. Middle stage god, emperor lucky draw wheel. 0 character lottery system. 0 times reputation points. None exchange points. None spirit stones. 0 supreme level alchemist. 3,000 candle dragons. 6,000 candle dragons. Supreme level array master. 3,568 Geelong. 6,000 Geelong. Venerable level weapon refiner. 3456 candle dragon. 6,000 candle dragon. Talisman master. Not activated top grade elixirs. Natural treasures. 50 kilograms of purple gold nephrite. 50 kilograms of purple gold sand. 50 kilograms of purple gold godly iron. Mission. Main mission. Enter the holy world within 1,000 years. Side mission. Refine the Tower of Babel. Unlimited. Pills. 11 mind control pills. 6,234 mind control pills. Sigh. 1,000 years? Chapter 653. At this moment, thinking back to 1,000 years ago, when he was still forced to accept missions in the immortal world, Lin Ray couldn't help but think. And looking at the characters in the mission panel, suddenly his heart was melancholy. This time, just like 1,000 years ago, although there was helplessness and unwillingness, he didn't regret accepting these missions. However, it was because of the missions that he took that gave him the strength he had today. So, rather than helplessness, it was better to say that there was hope in his heart. However, this hope, perhaps even Lin Ray himself, didn't feel it. Fisk, all right, stop lamenting yourself. You should be happy because today, you have stepped into the cultivation world for almost 2,000 years. So, be happy, isn't this great? Just when Lin Ray was thinking about himself, the system's voice suddenly sounded. The voice was so loud that it instantly woke him up. Yes, the system is right. This way, you will become an old monster. Moreover, back then, you never thought that one day you would be able to break through the shackles of time. Although you haven't truly transcended life and death, at least now you could be said to have the same lifespan as the heavens. Looking at the system and the little dragon talking back and forth, suddenly, Lin Ray was speechless. All right, kid, let's get down to business. At this moment, the little dragon's playful face suddenly became serious. Suddenly, Lin Ray couldn't help but be in awe. Although I haven't found the method to create the array spirit, I believe it should be soon. However, I found some traces about the Martial Saint. Do you want to hear it? What? Martial Saint? Hearing the little dragon's words, suddenly, Lin Ray was shocked. Then, with a curious look, he asked, "Hurry up and tell me, what's going on?" Lin Ray knew that to be able to make the little dragon look at it this way, either the opponent's strength was very strong, so strong that it was a bit heaven-defying, or there was a shocking conspiracy. So, regarding this, Lin Ray couldn't help but be serious. He didn't want to die in this dark place. Child, you've also sensed it, or perhaps you've learned about it from the array spirit, so I won't waste any more words. Looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon began to tell him some of the information he had found. It's like this. Just a while ago, I found out that the reason why this Martial Saint is a saint is not because he is very strong, but because he has lived for a very long time, so long that it is terrifying. Upon hearing this, Lin Ray could not help but frown. His face was filled with seriousness. If the little dragon could do this, then the Martial Saint must still be alive. If that was the case, then it confirmed his previous guess. This is my oversight. However, I just want to say that you're still not his match. Unless you possess the strength of a saint and the ability of a law, you'll be able to fight him head-on. Otherwise, you'll be killed in an instant in front of him. There's nothing left for you. Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray became more and more intelligent. Although he had guessed that he would encounter danger this time, he never thought that the owner of this place would be so powerful. Moreover, he still needed to master a law. Regarding this, Lin Ray made a decision in his heart. I know what you're thinking. Looking at the little dragon, he knew that since the little dragon said so directly, It must be afraid that he would overestimate himself and fail here, then be unable to recover. Regarding this, Lin Ray's heart was filled with warmth. It's good that you know. This time, I really did not expect this martial saint to be so powerful. Oh, by the way, let me tell you, this is one of the martial saint's skills. It uses a strand of one's soul to seize and be reborn. Therefore, unless you completely refine his soul, there will always be a martial saint in this world. Once again, Lin Ray was shocked. Unknowingly, he began to become interested in the martial saint mentioned by the little dragon. Regarding this, he was even more eager and determined to break through as soon as possible and enter the saint realm. Lin Ray, the little dragon is right. The appearance of this person is also beyond my expectations. Don't worry, during this time, I will investigate more about him for you. After you break through to the saint realm, perhaps it will be of some help to you. At this moment, even the system began to persuade Lin Ray. This was because during the time it spent with Lin Ray, it deeply understood Lin Ray's temperament. The more difficult something was, the more he would face it head-on. Therefore, in order to prevent Lin Ray from entering the secret realm, it had to speak up. Looking at their actions today, Lin Ray shook his head helplessly and said, "Be careful. What you are worried about will not happen. Moreover, there are many things outside, and I have many things to do. Therefore, I will not be so reckless. Be careful." With that, Lin Ray nodded at the little dragon and said to the sky, "All right, system, I'll leave first." With that, Lin Ray turned to leave. However, at this moment, Lin Ray suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned around and said, "By the way, little dragon, think of it as me looking for a cultivation method to enter the Talisman Dao. In the past, I always wanted to enter the Talisman Dao, but I never had the chance. If I didn't see the message just now, I wouldn't have remembered. Be careful. Leave this to me. I will definitely not let you suffer." Looking at Lin Ray's high fighting spirit, the little dragon heaved a sigh of relief and patted its chest as it promised. Hearing the little dragon's words for a moment, Lin Ray smiled, and then with a thought, his body disappeared from the system and returned to his original body. At this moment, in the outside world, the surroundings were pitch black. At this moment, Lin Ray returned to his original body and activated his divine sense. However, at this moment, Long Tian was threatening him and pointing at him curiously. Sensing this for a moment, Lin Ray felt rather awkward. He then said, "Have you seen enough? F***CK." A sudden exclamation came from Long Tian's mouth. Then, with a face full of displeasure, he said, "Hey, Lin Ray, can you do it? Why did you stop for such a long time?" You say this, seeing Long Tian's reaction for a moment. Lin Ray was helpless. Although he wanted to explain, seeing Long Tian's reaction, Lin Ray gave up the idea. "Chu Si, Yin Kai, the two of you come back with me. We can't go any deeper." Before Long Tian finished speaking, Lin Ray said to the two of them. Chu Si and Yin Kai thought they heard wrong, and then looked up at Lin Ray's face. When they saw Lin Ray's serious face, they knew that this matter was serious. In the past few days, they knew that Lin Ray liked some things, and they knew how to read people's expressions. Therefore, the two of them did not say anything and left Long Tian's protection. They came to Lin Ray and nodded to him. Then, they stood behind him and did not say anything. However, after hearing Lin Ray's words, Long Tian was a little unwilling. "Hey, what do you mean? You were the one who decided to come here, and now you're saying that you don't want to go back? Are you kidding me?" Long Tian don't. At this moment, Hong Lian's expression became serious when she heard Long Tian's words. She was shocked and then looked up at Lin Ray. What she saw was Lin Ray's indifferent expression. Hong Lian relaxed slightly when she saw his face. Even though I'm displeased with your words, I won't argue with you on account of the fact that you've protected the two of them for such a long time. However, you can't go any deeper into the mystic realm. If you still want to continue, I won't stop you." Lin Ray did not waste any time and said to Long Tian. He turned his head and gestured to Chu Si and Yin Kai behind him. Then, They quickly went back the way they came. In a few flashes, the three of them disappeared from Long Tian and Hong Lian's sight. Long Tian, who remained behind, was extremely confused and bewildered. He didn't understand why Linley had suddenly stopped leaving. "Let's go, we can't stay here any longer." However, just as he was puzzled, Hong Lian's voice rang in his ears. Her voice was very pleasant, and Long Tian was instantly awakened. Why? Why are you also?" Hong Lian smiled bitterly and shook her head when she saw Long Tian's reaction. "The danger here is beyond my young master's ability. He doesn't want Bai Bai to lose his life here, so he can't stay here any longer. The only thing he can do now is to leave." "You?" Hearing Red Lotus words, Long Tian glanced at Red Lotus hesitantly. He hadn't expected that Red Lotus would be able to read Linley's mind so well. "Sigh. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Some things back then made me lose the right to be by my young master's side." Hong Lian's eyes revealed a trace of sadness as she said, "Let's go." Before Long Tian could react, Hong Lian used her cultivation and turned into a streak of fiery red light to escape from the secret realm. Sigh. Long Tian looked at Hong Lian's expression and then turned around to look at the pitch-black space behind him. Finally, his eyes focused, and he disappeared, chasing after Hong Lian. Just like that, the trip to the secret realm ended. At this moment, the disciples from the various sects and aristocratic families who had come to the secret realm to obtain treasures did not expect that Lin Rei, who had entered the secret realm, would be rushing out as fast as he could while they were excitedly waiting for Wu Yinzi to break the array. "No, don't go. My energy, I can feel it. This energy is very strong. Don't have it." At this moment, in a canyon in the deepest part of the secret realm, a man with disheveled hair and a very strong and ruthless aura was roaring madly in the direction of the canyon. This man's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He was not resentful, but there was nothing he could do. The energy he was talking about was Lin Rei, who had entered the secret realm. The powerful energy he was talking about was also Lin Rei. Originally, he thought that he would be able to eat his fill, but he did not expect that the fat meat in his mouth would fly away just like that. He was unwilling, but what could he do? At this moment, his limbs, waist, and neck were all tied up with iron chains that emitted a faint cold light. Chapter 654. Why? Why did you give me this kind of power, but won't let me leave the secret realm for the rest of my life? I have to appear in front of the world with someone else's face. Heavens, you really know how to play, huh? Feeling the chill from the chains, the man felt a chill in his heart. He was unwilling to be impudent, but he didn't hold back at all. Just like that, he cursed at the sky. After a few hours, his angry face finally disappeared and was replaced by a calm expression. People said that the heart was as still as water, but the middle-aged man's face was as still as water. Since you're leaving at this time, you must know something. Looks like the days ahead won't be easy. His calm voice was filled with helplessness. After saying that, the middle-aged man closed his eyes again, and the pitch-black space returned to calm. Soon, we're almost out. I can feel the power of the formation. Lin Rei, who had brought Chu Ci and Yun Che along the way, had said that they were leaving this place. He increased his speed the entire time, creating sparks and lightning as he sprinted forward. Whoosh! Lin Rei, like a bolt of lightning, he flashed by. "Young master, where are we going after we leave this place?" At that moment, Chu Ci, who was wrapped in Linley's spiritual energy, finally spoke. He had been conflicted for a long time on the way here, wondering if he should speak or not. In the end, he couldn't control his heart. TSK, that's a question worth thinking about. Let me think about it." Lin Rei couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he heard Chu Ci's question. However, he didn't slow down at all. In fact, he was even faster than before. "Chu Ci, after we leave this place, follow me back to the Danzong Sect. Everything was fine when we left. This time, when we go back, we'll personally explain the matter between the two of us. While we're at it, what do you think?" Right at this moment, the silent Yun Kai finally spoke. However, her words stunned Chu Si. Let's go back. Not only do you have to go back, but this time, this sovereign wants to go with you. Let's go to the 9th continent that the divine realm fears. While Chu Si was still in a daze, Lin Rei's voice suddenly rang out. This attracted the gazes of both of them. You heard it right. Looking at their puzzled expressions, Lin Rei said helplessly, I said that I want to go back with you guys this time and train in the 9th continent. However, before that, we have to seal this place. Otherwise, when the things inside spread, I'm afraid that things will be bad. What? Hearing Lin Rei's words, Chu Si didn't quite understand. It wasn't just them, Yin Kai was the same. My previous guess was right. The martial saint is indeed there. Not only that, the martial saint's strength far surpasses mine. What's even more frightening is that his origin is also very ancient. Alas, the untainted land is still a long time ago. Therefore, this matter is no longer something we can handle. With regard to their questions, Linley naturally answered them all. After all, he had nothing to do right now, and he had nothing to do anyway. As such, when you go out this time, first seal this secret realm, then go find this sovereign's sect. When this sovereign sees that everything is normal in the sect, I'll take you to your sections. This sovereign will personally talk to your master. Hearing this, Chu Si and Yin Kai were stunned. However, they were very surprised by what he had just said. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. We're here. Looking at the two of them, Linley smiled. After saying a few words to them, he rushed out of the door and arrived at the entrance. As the saying went, it was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. For Lin Rei, entering and leaving was not difficult. It was just a bit troublesome to enter. Let's go. It's time for us to leave. Looking at the remaining door, for a moment, Linley didn't linger any longer. He immediately began to walk towards the formation. Master that. Honglin, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, just as Chu Si was about to speak, two figures suddenly rushed out of the door and appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, Chu Si's face relaxed, and she smiled. Lin Rei had already sensed the two of them, so he did not panic. All right, since you're here, let's leave. Without turning around, he faced the formation and frowned. He began to deduce the way out in his mind. Because of his previous experience, it was very easy for him to deduce the way out this time. Quick, now's the time. Suddenly, Linley let out a shout, and an azure dragon appeared. And then, the azure dragon seemed to come to life. With a swing of its tail, it swept everyone up and quickly rushed out. At that moment, Lin Rei used all of his strength. This was because he had only calculated that the passage would last for 5 breaths of time. After 5 breaths of time, the passage would disappear and the formation would reappear. At that moment, in the outside world, everyone's eyes were fixed on the door. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. In front of the door, Wu Yinzi was desperately trying to deduce the entrance of the formation. Perhaps it was because he wanted to become an honorable array master, so his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Roar, however, at that moment, just as Wu Yinzi was having a headache, the roar of an azure dragon was heard. Everyone present heard the roar of the azure dragon. Whoosh! Just as the crowd was confused by the sound of the azure dragon, the body of the azure dragon suddenly appeared. On the head of the azure dragon, there was a familiar person standing there. Damn, isn't that the person who entered the secret realm? Why is he out? All right, what right? That's right. He's the person who entered the secret realm. At that moment, the first to regain their senses were not the big shots of the realm of the gods, but the small fries. When they saw Lin Rei rushing out of the formation, their faces were filled with fanaticism. Phew, I'm finally out. I was almost sucked into the god-engulfing formation. Lin Rei, who was on the head of the azure dragon, turned around and used his divine sense to check the closing passage. At that moment, he was extremely frightened. If he had been a second late, he would have become the god-engulfing formation's food. All right, Long Tian, protect them. I'll go and seal this secret realm. Looking at Long Tian, who was being wrapped up by the dragon's tail, Lin Fan did not wait for his reply. Then, He gestured to Chu Si and the other two and disappeared in front of everyone. When he reappeared, Lin Rei was already in front of the door. You're the person who entered the secret realm? The sudden greeting made Lin Rei suspicious. At that moment, he used his divine sense and saw a white-haired old man looking at him excitedly. Instantly, Lin Rei was even more confused. However, Lin Rei did not intend to hide his question. He nodded and said, "That's right. I entered the secret realm. What's the matter?" Looking at Lin Rei, Wu Yinzi was about to speak, but was mercilessly interrupted by Lin Rei. "All right, stop talking. I still have things to do. Let's talk after I'm done." After saying that, Lin Rei did not have the chance to look at him. Instead, he went in front of the door and activated his mental strength. Then, he casually started to draw talismans in front of the door. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Rei was like a fool. However, in Wu Yinzi's eyes, he was shocked by the principles of formations. Every great Tao made him feel inferior. There are millions of extraordinary people in this world. After all, I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. This person is so young, but he's already an honorable realm array master. Moreover, his proficiency is even higher than mine. TSK, it seems like I have to work harder. Wu Yinzi, who had been staring at Lin Rei operating the formation, sighed in his heart. Then, he regained his spirit and began to comprehend the principles of formations in the formation that Lin Rei was operating. However, at this moment, the people below who were stunned by Lin Rei regained their senses. When they saw Lin Rei's actions, they were furious. Of course, in this anger, there was more greed. They wanted to know what Lin Rei had obtained from the secret realm. "Liao Bufan, I'll make the first move. Anyway, you're so generous. You don't lack money." At this moment, Zhou Tongzi, who was with Liao Bufan, could no longer hide the greed in his eyes. Then, he said to Liao Bufan and released his cultivation. His body instantly rushed out like a ghost. "Kid, quickly hand over the things you obtained from the secret realm. If you do so, the Emperor can consider giving you a way out." At this moment, Zhou Tongzi had already arrived behind Lin Rei. His tone was heavy and full of threat as he spoke to Lin Rei. However, Lin Rei did not care about such an idiot who suddenly appeared. What he wanted to do now was to seal the secret realm. Seeing that the person in front of him did not intend to pay attention to him, how could a god, who was a giant of the god realm, endure such grievances? Then his intent began to rise. Kid, you've completely angered this honorable. Even if you hand over everything now, it's impossible for you to leave. Idiot! Linley didn't have any good feelings towards this person who had suddenly appeared behind him and was talking to himself. In fact, Linley had an impulse to charge forward and slap him to death. Damn, this kid has too much personality, right? TSK, this is called personality? What's the point of calling him bold? He's scolding the sect master of Enigma Palace. Tisk, who cares about them? Anyway, they didn't scold us. To us, it's just a show. At this moment, when everyone heard the words of the mysterious young man, Zhou Tongzi, for a moment, their faces were filled with smiles as they began to discuss. This kid is going to suffer. At this moment, on the other side, Liao Bufan looked at Lin Rei's current appearance, and his face was filled with helplessness and pity as he sighed. Then, at this moment, Liao Jun, who was standing at the side, looked at Lin Rei's current situation, and for a moment, his face was filled with worry as he spoke to his sighing father. It's too late. At this moment, when Zhou Tongzi, who was behind Lin Rei, heard Lin Rei call him an idiot, his killing intent rose, and his body moved at this moment. He was already very close to Lin Rei. Seeing that Zhou Tongzi's fist was about to land on Lin Rei's body, those who were familiar with Lin Rei did not dare to continue watching. In the end, they directly closed their eyes and prayed in their hearts. Scram. Chapter 655. Just as Zhou Tongzi's fist was about to land on Lin Rei's body, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared behind Lin Rei like a ghost. As soon as the word scram, was uttered, the spiritual energy within 1,000 meters started to become restless. An enormous pressure also suddenly appeared at this moment. It came without any warning, giving people a feeling of abruptness. However, in the face of this pressure and the violent changes in the surrounding spiritual energy, even Yun Yin, Liao Bufan, and the others, who were God Emperors, had no ability to interfere. They could only watch the changes in the surroundings and wait helplessly in place. A loud bang was heard. Looking over, Zhou Tongzi, who had been very close to Lin Rei, was now vomiting blood. His aura was weak as he fell 100 meters away. As he flew backwards, the houses that blocked his way were all shattered and turned to dust after coming into contact with him. Only when he was 100 meters away did Zhou Tongzi's body come to a stop with great difficulty. However, at this moment, he could no longer move. This was because an enormous pressure, so enormous that it exceeded the range of his posture, was suppressing him. Hiss. At this moment, the entire process was silent. Other than the fool who was sucking in a breath, everyone's eyes were filled with deep emotion and their body movements were very similar at this moment. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, their mouths were also wide open. It was obvious that they did not expect the scene just now. In fact, they still felt that this matter was unreal. Of course, the most shocked people were Liao Bufan and Yun Yin, who were at the same level as Zhou Tongzi. At this moment, the two of them were so shocked that they could not speak. All right, if you have the time, why don't you hurry up and help me seal this secret realm? Just as everyone was stunned and the entire place was silent, Lin Rei's impolite voice rang out. Everyone was shocked once again. Damn, this is such an awesome person. Yet this person speaks so impolitely. Who is this person? Yeah, this person is simply awesome. I really don't understand why such a person is not famous in the God Realm. Looks like the God Realm is going to be in chaos. First it was the 9th continent, then it's his appearance. Looks like there won't be good days in the future. At this moment, when everyone heard what Lin Rei said to the mysterious woman who had suddenly appeared and saw his attitude towards her, they immediately began to discuss. They were not the only ones discussing this. Liao Bufan was also discussing it. When he heard Lin Rei say such words to the mysterious expert that had suddenly appeared, his heart was filled with doubt. In shock, he sent a message to his children behind him. Xiao Jun Yuning, have you seen this person before? And no. They were very puzzled by their father's question. When they had been by Lin Li's side, they had never seen such a person. Liao Bufan fell silent when he heard this. He never expected that even his own children were unaware of this, and he started to size up the relationship between his children and Lin Li once more. At this moment, the person standing beside Lin Rei was none other than Xie Feng, who had rushed over from the restaurant. It turned out that the moment Lin Rei had left the secret realm, he had sent a voice transmission to Ying, as well as Xie Feng and the others in the restaurant, telling them to hurry over. That was why the current scene had occurred. At this moment, Xie Feng, who was standing behind Lin Rei, heard his words and her face was filled with helplessness. She reluctantly said, "TSK, you only know how to make me work. I don't care, you have to compensate me." Hearing Xie Feng's words, Lin Rei was dumbfounded, because at this moment, Xie Feng's words were somewhat different from her usual style. It seemed as if her personality had changed a little. Do you agree or not? Of course, you can choose not to agree. However, this is a holy level array. Although your venerable level array has the effect of sealing, this effect will not last for long. This secret realm will appear again, so you can only choose to agree. Hearing this, Lin Rei was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this a clear threat? Moreover, what did she mean by agree or not? Since she had put it this way, he had no choice but to agree. Thinking of this, Lin Rei used his divine sense to look at Xie Feng. Then, he nodded helplessly and agreed. Okay, I agree, okay? As long as you want it, I will definitely get it for you. As long as you want it, even if it is a star, I will refine it into a magic treasure for you to play with every day. How about that? Oh, At least you know what's good for you. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Xiefeng's face revealed a trace of a smile. Then, she came to Lin Rei's side and spoke. Suddenly, the spiritual chi of fire was activated in an instant. Mysterious runes appeared at this moment. Finally, the mysterious runes were engraved on the door. Lin Rei could naturally sense Xiefeng's actions at this moment. Regarding this, Lin Rei laughed in his heart. As for the request, Lin Rei felt that Xiefeng would not make things difficult for him. All of you, stay by our side and protect us. If anyone dares to step forward, no matter who it is, kill without mercy. Right at this moment, Lin Li suddenly turned his head and spoke into the air, causing everyone to scratch their heads in confusion. However, at the moment when Lin Rei finished speaking and everyone was puzzled, 5 men and 1 woman appeared in an instant. They appeared without any warning. Their appearance caught everyone somewhat off guard. The moment the 6 people appeared, they turned around and bowed to Lin Rei. Yes, we will obey your orders. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it set off another wave. It was a wave that everyone would never be able to stop. It was a wave that would be deeply engraved in their minds for the rest of their lives. How is this possible? These people's cultivation. I'm unable to guess, except for that young man who is a monarch god. The others' cultivation is, at this moment, Liao Bufan, who had been paying attention to Lin Rei, saw the appearance of these people. Then, he began to sense their cultivation. But what shocked him was that among the 6 people, there was only 1 person. Other than the young man's cultivation that he could sense, the other's cultivation was like a cloud of fog that blocked his senses. He was extremely shocked. Although he had seen such a thing before, those people were all ultimate gods in the divine realm. He would never have thought that these people were actually ultimate gods. Moreover, they appeared in a group. Seeing them respectfully guarding Lin Rei and the woman in red, not allowing anyone to get close to them, Liao Bufan began to suspect and speculate. Interesting. The world is so big, and there's always someone better than you. The Emperor is indeed a frog at the bottom of the well. I did not expect such an existence to appear in the divine realm. The Emperor's sect actually did not receive any news about this. Sigh. At this moment, Yun Yin, who had been paying close attention to Lin Li, saw the appearance of these mysterious people. A look of disappointment and desolation appeared on his face. But at the same time, he began to worry. He was worried that these people might threaten his sect. However, Lin Rei did not want to know their thoughts. At the same time, he did not care to know. At this moment, he only wanted to seal the secret realm. Phew! After discovering this pocket, Lin Li let out a long sigh of relief. In his heart, he grew even more nervous. The more nervous he was, the more nervous he became. After all, in all of history, this was the most difficult formation to set up, the octagon formation. The octagon lock formation, as the name suggested, was a formation that was deduced from the principles of the 8 trigrams. As for its level, it was at the peak of the honorable realm. Of course, its effect was also top-notch. The octagon lock formation represented the 8 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, and ice. Lin Rei was very confident about this. With the octagon lock formation and Xiefeng's secret formation, sealing the secret realm would be a piece of cake. Octagon lock, seal the 4 directions. With Yuan as the medium and Su as the foundation, seal the 8 directions. As Lin Rei muttered, the seals on his hands began to change rapidly. One by one, the seals became faster and more bitter. On the other hand, Xiefeng was like Lin Rei. Her speed was even faster than Lin Rei's. Octagon lock formation? Although I don't know what it is, since you asked for my help, how can I fool you? Xiefeng opened her eyes and glanced at Lin Rei. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an excited expression. Then, the seals began to change at this moment. Following the appearance of the seals, balls of red flames were engraved on the door together with the seals. Z. The moment Xiefeng's seals were on the door, there was a strange sound. However, as the strange sound disappeared, a lifelike phoenix appeared on the door. Its body was burning with red flames, giving people a sense of sacredness and awe. The immortal seal. Although it's at the sage level, it's not a formation. It's just a forbidden technique. Alas, if you didn't mention it, I'm afraid I wouldn't be willing to leave such a thing here. With a sigh, Siafong looked at Lin Ray unwillingly. Then, she cast the last seal and withdrew her cultivation. She left the seal and came to the side of the 6 people. It's really fast. You're indeed a sage expert. Linley was naturally able to sense the departure of the evil phoenix. However, he was even more able to sense the pressure and shock emanating from the evil phoenix above the door. Linley smiled in response. However, he could tell that it wasn't a formation, but a special type of restriction. Linley smiled and worked even harder. He was very clear about his own formation. This formation still needed some time before it could be completed. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, with him around, no one would be able to get close to him. At this moment, a pale middle-aged man was lying on the ground 100 meters away. His face was extremely hideous. Together with the blood on his face, he gave off a horrifying feeling. Chapter 656. Amen? Hey, you're still alive? Hearing Zhou Tongzi's roar of pain, everyone immediately turned their gazes over. They were not the only ones. Even Hong Lian was doing the same. However, upon seeing that person's current condition, she immediately became interested. TSK, you can't. Senior Siafong, that person had already attempted to kill young master. It's just not good for you to do this. At that moment, Ghostly, who was standing beside Siafong, saw Zhou Tongzi's current condition and felt a bit awkward. At the same time, he spoke mockingly. Although they had all eaten pills and obeyed Linley's orders, they still remembered what had happened. They knew even better about the humiliation the evil phoenix had inflicted upon them. Thus, at that moment, although they would not be able to take revenge, they would still be able to vent their frustrations with words. As someone who had missed out on Ghostly for so many years, how could she not know what he was thinking? She took a glance at him and then ignored him. She turned around and quietly looked at Zhou Tongzi, who was crawling back up. A trace of interest appeared on her face. As for Lin Ray, who was setting up a spirit formation, she knew that it would take some time for him to set up such a spirit formation. Thus, he had to find something to do. Otherwise, he would be bored to death. At that moment, the malevolent-looking Zhou Tongzi's internal organs were rolling around non-stop. His chest was bleeding profusely. However, for the sake of not letting the crowd see through it, he could only endure it. He was doing all of this for the sake of his worthless face. To people like him who were sitting in high positions, face was everything. Without face, everything would be gone. Cough, cough. Zhou Tongzi, who had crawled back up with great difficulty, was swaying weakly due to his injuries. It was as if a gust of wind would cause him to collapse. This woman is actually so powerful. Likely, only the Supreme Elders would be able to fight her, no? At this moment, Zhou Tongzi began to make plans for himself. He had lost face here today, and if he didn't get it back, it wouldn't be long before the entire God Realm knew that he, Zhou Tongzi, the palace master of the Enigma Palace, had been sent flying by a woman. Furthermore, it was a nameless woman who wouldn't even have a good reputation in the God Realm. He could not endure this humiliation. He wanted revenge. He wanted revenge. At this moment, Zhou Tongzi's eyes were already blinded by hatred. He simply could not see clearly what was happening behind Lin Ray. However, it was no longer just a woman. Moreover, what he didn't know was that even without CF Feng, the others could still send him flying. Of course, other than the boys, everyone else could do it. Even Ing could. Sigh. It seems like this matter is not going to end well. At that moment, Liao Bufan, who was Zhou Tongzi's good friend, was standing not too far away. Based on Liao Bufan's personality, as well as the hatred in Zhou Tongzi's eyes, Liao Bufan knew that if he rested for a while, he would most likely suffer a calamity. However, as his good friend, even though he was a member of the Devil Sect, he had no choice but to help. Thinking about this, Liao Bufan prepared to move towards Zhou Tongzi. However, right at this moment, Liao Jun's voice sounded from behind him. Father, you can't do this. How am I supposed to conduct myself in front of Lin Rei if you do this? That's right, Father. You can't do this. Furthermore, with such a great disparity in strength, could it be that you didn't see it clearly? That woman's strength is obviously not simple. Even if the Supreme Elders are here this time, what do you think the odds of success are? Liao Yuning also spoke. That was because she knew that with her younger brother's personality, it was simply impossible for him to persuade her father. However, even she didn't dare to guarantee that she would be able to persuade him. However, with regards to Lin Rei's strength and thinking about their sect, Liao Yuning couldn't help but worry. Sigh. Hearing his children's words, Liao Bufan sighed deeply and said via voice transmission, I know about this matter as well. But Zhou Tongzi and I have been good friends for many years. Although the two of us usually fight and kill each other, he will come to help us when we're in real danger. Thus, I've already decided on this matter. There's no need to say anything more. As he spoke, Liao Bufan's eyes were filled with determination. He turned around and looked at his children. Liao Bufan spoke again. The two of you stay here, or push far away. I'm afraid this place won't be safe in a while. Father, seeing their father's appearance for a moment, Liao Jun couldn't help but speak up to stop him. Right at this moment, just as he was about to speak, Liao Yuning stopped him and said, Forget it, little brother. We can't change father's decision. What should we do then? It's not like you don't know brother Lin Rei's strength. What if? Thinking about Lin Rei's strength, Liao Jun's face instantly turned deathly pale. He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. So, let's think about how to plead with Lin Rei to let our father go. Although we don't have a 100% chance, we still have a 40% chance. As she spoke, Liao Yuning looked worriedly at her father's back. At this moment, tears flowed down from her eyes. Looking at this scene, Liao Jun sighed. That's the only way. Since you're going, our central sect naturally can't fall behind. Although the Emperor doesn't have a good relationship with you guys, after all, it's not easy to earn your favor. Looking at Liao Bufan's actions, Yun Yan's mind spun rapidly. Suddenly, an excellent idea appeared in her mind. Immediately, she used her cultivation and instantly arrived beside Liao Bufan. When she caught up with Liao Bufan, Yun Yan withdrew her cultivation and walked side by side with Liao Bufan. I didn't expect you to come too. I don't understand. You don't have a good relationship with that idiot. Why? The idiot. At this moment, when Yun Yan heard how Liao Bufan addressed Zhou Tongzi, she was stunned for a moment. All right, you don't have to say anymore. If there's anything, you should leave it for him. Looking at Yun Yan for a moment, Liao Bufan shook his head helplessly. After saying that, he shut his mouth and quickly walked toward Zhou Tongzi. 100 meters wasn't very far away. Therefore, the two of them arrived very quickly. When Zhou Tongzi saw the two of them, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect the current situation. People say that when disaster strikes, everyone flies away. Seeing the two's actions at this moment, Zhou Tongzi was puzzled. Don't worry, I won't help you for nothing. After this, I'll give you 100 divine crystals. If you don't give it to me, I'll kill you. Do you believe me? Hearing Liao Bufan's words, Zhou Tongzi instantly understood. Although he said that he wanted 100 divine crystals, he knew that this was just an excuse. Zhou Tongzi's eyes were filled with gratitude. When Yun Yan heard Liao Bufan's words, she smiled helplessly and said, I'm not as generous as Sect Master Liao. My request is very simple. I only want Sect Master Zhou to owe me a favor. Okay, then it's settled. Hearing their request, Zhou Tongzi was so happy that he went crazy. Although he didn't expect anyone to help him and was already prepared to fight to the death, now that such a thing had happened, he naturally couldn't ask for more. TSK, not bad. I didn't expect them to not be afraid of danger at this moment. Although there are benefits involved, I really underestimated the relationship between the sects and the God Realm. At this moment, CF Feng, Ghost Lee, and the others who had been watching from below revealed a strange look on their faces. TCH, when disaster strikes, everyone flies away. This is a philosophy that hasn't changed since ancient times. At this moment, he still doesn't know your strength. If he knew, I'm afraid he wouldn't think so. At this moment, the male disciple at the side looked at the scene at this moment. For a moment, his face was filled with disdain and contempt as he spoke to the crowd. When the male disciple's voice reached CF Feng and the others' ears, they were instantly stunned. They didn't expect the male disciple to have such thoughts. Okay, no matter what, they're not a concern. What's more important is the ones hidden in the cage. Those are all in the ultimate God realm. Looking at the crowd's expressions, Ing couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately spoke to the crowd. He raised his head and looked at the cage with a solemn expression. That's right. Little Ing is right. There are so many hidden auras in the air. But don't worry, their auras are far from the 3 Ghost Kings. Moreover, even if you can't do it, don't you still have me? CF Feng did not deny Ying's words. As for those few auras, she had already sensed them when she arrived. Therefore, she wasn't surprised by this. A young lady, don't worry. You stay by the young master's side. I'll go and meet them. Seeing Ying's worry, Ghostly comforted him and instantly left the group and disappeared from the crowd's sight. Boy, you're quite anxious. After sensing Ghost Lee's aura, Xie Feng's face showed a hint of interest. She then smiled and said nothing. She looked up at the sky. At this moment, other than Xie Feng, no one else could see what was happening in the sky. At that moment, 5 white-haired old men were watching from the sky. They were leisurely watching what was happening below. However, when they saw a person suddenly disappear from the range of their divine senses, their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? This person is so strong that even my divine sense can't sense his existence? At this moment, one of the 5 old men said to himself with a shocked expression, "Of course you won't be able to see it. That's because your strength is still a far cry from this king's. So get down." What? The sudden sentence caught all the old men off guard. The old man who spoke just now was looking for the person who disappeared and naturally did not react in time. At this moment, before anyone could react, Ghostly, who was behind one of the old men, kicked the old man's back. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Following that, the old man who was caught off guard was knocked down by Ghostly. "You sneak attack. You're not a gentleman." At this moment, a voice rang in Ghostly's ears. Instead of being angry, Ghostly smiled. "Haha, I'm willing. You're not convinced? Bite me if you're not convinced. Idiot." Chapter 657. Ghost Lee's words instantly stunned the remaining 4 old men. Their eyes were filled with a strange look. Puffed. This guy, I didn't expect him to joke like this. What a joke. At that moment, Xie Feng, who had been protecting Lin Rei, had been observing everything in the sky with her divine consciousness. At that moment, all of Ghost Lee's actions and words could not escape her divine consciousness. After hearing Ghost Lee's words, Xie Feng instantly burst out laughing. "What's wrong?" When Ing saw Evil Phoenix's reaction, he asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Ying's words piqued the curiosity of the young man and the other 2 Ghost Kings. Instantly, everyone looked over curiously. However, they were ignored by Xie Feng in the end. Xie Feng ignored Ying's question and continued to observe the situation in the sky with her divine consciousness. At that moment, the remaining 4 old men in the sky looked at the shameless person in front of them and felt a sense of helplessness. Take what happened just now as an example. With such strength, even if it was a sneak attack, they did not notice it at all. This showed how terrifying this person's strength was. All right, stop thinking about it. You guys are enjoying the show here, but my young master doesn't like it. So I'll give you 2 choices. Your young master? After Ghostly said that, one of them asked curiously. Yes, my young master. Ghostly looked at the person who spoke and did not hide anything. My young master is the one who is sealing the secret realm. Although my young master did not say anything, you guys can't do it here. Ghostly did not intend to stop talking. So, the first choice is for you guys to go down and wait for my young master to wake up. As for what you guys will do, you'll have to wait for my young master to wake up. What? That's impossible. We are godly venerable experts. We can't be humiliated like this. At that moment, after hearing Ghost Lee's first choice, the four old men's expressions changed instantly. They were determined to disagree. It's fine if you don't agree. Then the second choice. As he spoke, the smile on Ghost Lee's face disappeared, replaced by a gloomy and bloodthirsty expression. The second option is for me to defeat all of you here. Of course, if any of you are unlucky enough to be killed during the fight, tisk, that's something that can't be helped. After all, no one can guarantee their own strength during a fight. Therefore, it's better to be safe than sorry. Make your choice, first or second. The moment he said those words, the entire sky fell silent. The four old men fell silent. They didn't think that the person in front of them would be so decisive and merciless. Good, well done. That's how it is. Before Lin Ray finishes setting up the formation, no one is allowed to leave. Even if they're the grand elders of the various sects, they're not allowed to leave. There's no need for that. Just kill them. At that moment, Ghostly looked at the silent individuals and sat down. However, the moment he sat down, Xie Feng's voice was heard. Immediately, he and Smarty stood up like obedient children. They were no longer as arrogant as before. I know. Don't worry. These people are people who cherish their lives. They won't choose a choice that is different from death. That's why I think they won't choose to fight. Ghost Lee's eyes flashed with disdain. He continued, that's why the latter's principle is their best principle. Don't worry. As soon as he said that, Xie Feng, who was standing beside Lin Ray, smiled happily. At this moment, in front of her eyes, a figure fell rapidly from the sky. It was as fast as a shooting star, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn, that's the supreme god who was kicked down by Ghostly. She looked at the figure. Suddenly, Xie Feng guessed in her heart. Then, her divine sense caught up with the white figure. It was the supreme god who was kicked down by Ghostly. This kid, he's quite strong. I didn't expect him to be like this with just one kick. At that moment, the old man's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His aura was weak, and his white hair was disheveled. There was a footprint on his back. In short, he was very pleasing to the eye at that moment. Bang! A loud sound was heard. At that moment, the falling figure had successfully landed on the ground. Instantly, the ground shook and a huge pit of more than 10 meters appeared. Damn, what's going on? Damn. Don't tell me it's a meteorite. TSK, ignorant. That's obviously a person. However, this person fell from above. TSK sigh, I wonder what happened to him. At this moment, the loud sound appeared, the surrounding people began to discuss. Everyone had their own opinions. If the old man could hear their discussion at this moment, he would probably jump out of the pit in anger and give each of them a big slap on the face. However, he no longer had the energy to do so. After all, he only cultivated his aura and did not cultivate his physical body. Therefore, the injury this time would not be easily healed. What's going on? Why do I feel that the aura of that figure is so familiar? It's like my Sect's supreme elder. At that moment, Zhou Tongzi and the other two, who were 100 meters away, could naturally feel it and even see the falling figure. However, they could only see that it was a person and could not see anything else clearly. The moment Zhou Tongzi sensed that figure, a familiar feeling surged in his heart, and he could not help but mutter. What? You guys, you said he's your Sect Supreme Elder. That old man? Zhou Tongzi's mutter had already caused Liao Bufan to be shocked. If this matter was true, then today's matter would be really troublesome. That's right. I seem to feel a familiar figure. As for whether it's him or not, I don't know. Seeing Liao Bufan's reaction, Zhou Tongzi felt very helpless. The moment he finished speaking, his divine sense instantly rushed out. In an instant, his divine sense covered the huge pit that was smashed. Hiss! When he saw the person in the huge pit, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. His face instantly turned pale, and his entire body instantly became weak and limp on the ground. Damn, it can't be true. At that moment, Liao Buffon, who had been standing at the side, saw Zhou Tongzi's reaction and immediately knew that this matter was serious. Hey, it's true. That's my Sect Supreme Elder, but he's already seriously injured and can't move. Once those words were said, regardless of whether it was Zhou Tongzi himself, Liao Buffon, or even Yun Yin, who had remained silent the entire time, they were all filled with astonishment and disbelief. They knew very well how powerful those old farts were. And now, they saw a Supreme Elder directly falling from the sky and being seriously injured. To them, this was undoubtedly the most shocking blow. At that moment, Ghostly, who was in the sky, looked around. As he looked at the pitch-black scenery and the cold wind blowing, a smile appeared on his face. Hey, are you done discussing? My time is limited. Stand there and give me the answer I want immediately. Otherwise, this Exalted will attack. As he said those words, a burst of vigorous cultivation instantly rushed out. The current Ghost Li was like an ancient ferocious beast that had completely awakened from its slumber. He gave off a bloodthirsty feeling. Hiss, seeing Ghost Li's current appearance and the aura emitted from his body, the expressions of the remaining 4 old men immediately changed. The thought of fighting to the end in their minds was completely destroyed at that moment. I choose the second option. I'll go down. At that moment, after one of the old men agreed, he immediately used his cultivation and instantly descended. Damn, this old fart. At that moment, one of the old men saw the person who had already made his decision and left. Instantly, he had complaints in his heart. Clearly, you were the one who decided to fight. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Even though he really wanted to, after the first one, there would be a second and a third. In the end, one by one, they all left. Only he was still hesitating. Do you want me to help you? I don't mind. Of course, if I help, there might be unexpected results. Do you need my help? In the previous instant, the old man was still hesitating. In the next instant, he saw that he had given up. With a face full of smiles, he instantly descended. TCH, a bunch of trash. Trying to act cool in front of me? Don't you know who I am? Seeing them leave one by one, a trace of smile appeared on Ghost Li's face. Immediately, he flew down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, in the sky, streaks of white light instantly descended. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the white light in the sky. Their faces were filled with confusion. All right, you guys go ahead. I'm one of my sect. Let's part ways here. At that moment, among the watchers who flew down from the sky, one of the old men saw Yun Yin standing below. Immediately, he smiled at the crowd and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside Yun Yin. TCH, this old fart. Seeing him like this, the rest of the watchers also made their choice. Returning to their own sects, they hid their cultivation and turned into ordinary old men. He's back. At that moment, at Lin Rei's side, a black figure suddenly appeared. However, the moment he appeared, Xiefeng looked at him with a smile. In an instant, a bad premonition filled his heart. Chapter 658. Yes. Looking at Xiefeng's smile, Ghostly had a bad premonition. He remembered clearly that the last time he saw her smile like this was when she suppressed them at the Ghost World's Sacred Mountain. This time, he didn't know what kind of trouble they would face. Not only Ghostly, but the other 2 Ghost Kings also trembled when they saw Xiefeng's smile. They almost fell to the ground. Actually, it's nothing much. I just feel that you've worked hard. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Ghostly wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He couldn't help but think, just give me a quick death. Don't treat me like this. Seeing everyone's reaction, the evil phoenix shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to tease Lin Fan a little, but it seemed that he couldn't do that anymore. Then, the evil phoenix returned to its usual coldness. In this regard, the evil phoenix's change gave the 3 Ghost Kings a sign of relief. However, At this moment, Yin Yin was already looking at her. With a smile, he suddenly said, "Little Yin Yin, long time no see. How's your cultivation?" "Hmm? Grand Elder?" The sudden words made Yun Yin quiver. She quickly turned around. When she saw the old man standing beside her, Yun Yin immediately opened her mouth and bowed respectfully. "Haha, you may rise." Seeing Yun Yin bow, a smile appeared on his face. He then said to her, "I didn't want to come this time, but your master wanted me to ensure your safety." "So, oh, my master?" Hearing this, Yun Yan's nervous expression relaxed. However, when she heard the next sentence, Yin Yin was shocked. "Yes, he is indeed your master. However, I'm still shocked by what I've gained this time." Earlier, when the five of us were watching anxiously from above, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. With absolute strength, he forced all of us down. Moreover, he even knocked down that old bastard from the Enigma Palace with a single kick. What? This? Impossible, my Sect's Grand Elder can't. Of course, Zhou Tongzi and Liao Bufan, who stood to the side, were also able to hear them. Facing that, the Enigma Palace's Sect master's expression became ugly. He wanted to explain himself, but when he recalled what he had seen earlier, he immediately shut his mouth and did not say anything. At this moment, Liao Bufan and Yun Yan were equally shocked. They never thought that there would be such a powerful existence here. To be able to make a hierarch expert call him fellow Taoist, their strength must be at the same level. Therefore, they did not want to believe this result. 5 ultimate gods were forced into such a state by one person. How embarrassing would it be if news of this got out? For a moment, Liao Bufan looked at the sky, at Lin Rei's direction. Immediately, he frowned and fell into deep thought. The old man seemed to have a plan for the trio's shock. He said, "All right, let's not talk about this and that. Little Yin Yin, you can't stay here any longer. Although you want to get a favor from the Enigma Palace, have you thought about this? If you lose your life, do you think this opportunity will still be useful?" At this moment, Yun Yan's eyes were filled with hesitation. After all, she had promised before, but now she had to go back on her words. "All right, this matter is decided. That person is very powerful. I am sure that unless the old ancestor comes, with just the 5 of us, The old man did not care about Yun Yan's hesitation. He immediately made the decision for her with a firm attitude. His tone was unquestionable. To Zhou Tongzi, this sentence was like a bolt from the blue. In an instant, his original hope was completely extinguished. All of them, sigh. The heavens want me dead. The heavens want me dead. In an instant, Zhou Tongzi roared towards the sky with a shrill voice. At this moment, his face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a demon from hell, extremely terrifying. Even the old man beside Yin Yin could not help but be shocked when he felt this aura. A corner dog will jump over a wall. It seems that the previous lesson was too little. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed him directly. At this moment, Xie Feng, who was standing proudly in the sky, looked at Zhou Tongzi's current appearance 100 meters away and was filled with regret. TCH, isn't he just an emperor god ant? Even if he uses blood ignition or other secret techniques, he can only reach the ultimate god realm at most. What do you think such a person can do? If he really dares to cause trouble, I will slap him. At the side, Ghostly looked at Xie Feng's appearance and said in a firm tone. At this moment, he was like a bootlicker trying to curry favor with Xie Feng. "Oh, you little brat. I really didn't expect that your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. You can even say these words." Looking at Ghostly, Xie Feng smiled and said to him. However, immediately after, a murderous aura burst out of her body. A moment ago, she was smiling, but in the next moment, she became a gloomy, ruthless, and bloodthirsty demon. "You haven't said enough. If he really dares to attack, aren't you the Ghost King of the Ghost World? Then use the Ghost World spells to restrain his liveliness and let him suffer the burning of the undying flame every day. I want to let him know the consequences of attacking me." When she said this, whether it was Ghostly, the other 2 Ghost Kings, or even Ing and the young man, they could not help but take 2 steps back and leave Xiafeng's side. Yeah, 8-direction lock array, 8 directions, 8 directions, 8 directions lock. At this moment, just when everyone was frightened by Xiafeng's words, Lin Rei's voice suddenly pierced through the air. Instantly, the fear from before disappeared, and everyone turned to look at him. At this moment, Lin Rei's hands were quickly forming seals. Each seal was very mysterious and powerful. Ah, it's done. Looking at Lin Rei, Xiafeng smiled and said, she had heard of Lin Rei's array before. This was an array that had existed since ancient times. Therefore, when she saw Lin Rei's actions at this moment, she knew that this array was successfully cast. Sure enough, after Xiafeng finished speaking, the seals in Lin Rei's hands instantly became obvious. A huge array suddenly appeared and imprinted on the door. Then, it disappeared together with the door, completely disappearing in the air. Phew! The moment he felt the door disappear, Lin Rei's face revealed a relaxed smile. However, because he did not know the array, he might have consumed a lot of his heart and spiritual energy. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Rei's face was very pale. Because he was inscribing previously, he was constantly overdrawing himself. Now that the array was finished, his body relaxed, and his whole body instantly fell from the sky. Damn, this kid! At this moment, Xiafeng, who had been observing Lin Rei, saw Lin Rei falling and instantly disappeared from the spot. When Xiafeng saw him again, she had already caught the falling Lin Rei in her arms. Thank you. At this moment, Lin Li, who was being held by someone, raised his head in confusion. He sent out his divine sense, and when he saw that it was Evil Phoenix, Lin Li forced out a smile and thanked her. Little rascal, don't you know how much power you have? That array is at least at the peak of the honorable realm. Let me tell you, there won't be a next time. You said that you would help me defeat the Sky Emperor. So, if this happens again in the future, be careful that I will use the undying flame to refine you. Seeing that Xiafeng was so worried, Lin Rei felt warm in his heart and promised, Be careful. It won't happen again. Okay, don't talk first. Let me transfer some spiritual energy to you first. Looking at him, Xiafeng smiled. Then, a trace of pure spiritual energy instantly flowed from his back into his body. Phew! Feeling that pure spiritual energy, a comfortable feeling welled up in his heart. At this moment, Lin Rei's dantian was like a lake that had been dried up for a long time. At this moment, it was moistened by the lake water, and he felt very comfortable. 10 minutes later, okay, you can recover by yourself later. It won't do you any good if I transfer too much of my spiritual energy to you. Okay, I know. Hearing this, he felt the spiritual energy in his body again. Then, he smiled and left Xiafeng's arms. Then he stood in the air. Phew! Finally, the secret realm is sealed. TSK, I wanted to enter it and get some treasures. I didn't expect that I would lose money in the end. It's not worth it. His body recovered and Lin Rei returned to his previous state. However, when he thought of the secret realm, Lin Rei looked at the place where the door had disappeared with pity and couldn't help but nag. Looking at Lin Rei, Xiafeng smiled in relief. Ing, who had been worried about him, and the others also relaxed. Greetings, young master. Okay, don't be so polite. Looking at everyone, Lin Rei chuckled and then waved his hand to return to his original state. However, at this moment, Lin Rei's gaze fell on Xinguang. Suddenly, his eyes were full of splendor. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. In such a short time, you have already returned to the supreme God realm. It seems that it won't be long before you recover your previous strength. This is all thanks to young master. If it wasn't for young master, I wouldn't have been able to survive. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I would still be in the monarch God realm. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that after tens of thousands of years, my cultivation would have fallen even more severely. Finally, I would return to the long river of time and become a pile of soil, disappearing from the world. Chapter 659. Haha. Lin Rei smiled and nodded when he saw Xian Guang's reaction. Then he said in a flat tone, "All right, since you've recovered, you should cultivate more. It's not impossible for you to break through to the Sage Realm in this way. I still want you to go to the Holy World with me." As he spoke, Lin Li glanced at the evil phoenix and the 3 ghost kings beside him. He said, "In the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask them. Although your daos are different paths lead to the same destination. In the end, the truth should be similar. I trust that you will have unexpected gains." These words were meant for Xian Guang. However, they were more for Xie Feng to hear. After all, she was an expert who had broken through to the Sage Realm. She should have a lot of experience. If she could give a little guidance to Xian Guang and the others, they should have unexpected benefits. They might even be able to break through to the Sage Realm. Bah, bastard, you're really good at scheming. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. At this moment, a voice full of complaints resounded from his side. Xie Feng looked at Lin Rei with hidden bitterness. Then, she said snappily, "Let me tell you, although my method of breaking through to the Sage Realm is beneficial to them, it's still mine. Have you thought about the consequences if they do that? Of course, if you're not afraid of destroying them, I can tell them now." Lin Rei was stunned when he heard Xie Feng's words. He was sweating in his heart. He hadn't thought that this matter would be so serious. Then forget it. However, you can give them some guidance. After all, your vision is much higher than theirs. It should be helpful to them. Lin Rei was afraid that Xie Feng would refuse. So, he didn't give her a chance to speak. He quickly changed the topic. Xie Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was helpless. By the way, when I was arranging the formation, I heard a loud explosion. What happened? Young master, it's like this. At this moment, when Ghostly heard Lin Rei's question, he immediately replied. When you were setting up the formation, Xie Feng noticed a few exalted realm experts spying on us from above, so she asked me to go up and drag them down. However, I seem to have used too much force and directly kicked one of them to the ground. He hasn't woken up yet. As he spoke, Ghostly pointed at the watcher who was still sleeping in the huge pit. As he spoke, Lin Rei revealed a trace of shock on his face. A few exalted realm experts were spying on them. Only they would dare to say such words. However, Lin Rei didn't find anything wrong with Ghostly's method, so he didn't blame him. Instead, he smiled. You handled this matter well. However, next time, don't be as merciful as this time. As an honorable realm expert, you don't need to ask for permission in the future. Just kill him directly. At this moment, Lin Rei's voice wasn't loud, but it was guaranteed that everyone present, including Yun Yin and Liao Bufan, who were 100 miles away, heard it. As soon as he spoke, everyone had a new understanding of this young man. Previously, they were still wondering why his subordinates were so ferocious. From their point of view, they were far inferior to this young man. This young man wasn't someone who could be described as ferocious. Even using words like decisive and ruthless to describe him would be belittling his existence. At this moment, a voice appeared in everyone's heart. That voice was telling them not to provoke this young man. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe and everyone would regret it. Yes, young master, I will remember. At this moment, when Ghostly heard Lin Rei's words, he immediately lowered his head and replied. Haha. Looking at their expressions, Lin Rei smiled. Then, he looked at Long Tian, who was beside him, and said, Young man, you helped me this time. Take this bottle of elixir as your reward for helping me. As he spoke, a jade bottle with a dragon and phoenix carved on it was thrown in front of Long Tian. However, the moment the bottle arrived in front of Long Tian, it floated in the cage. Haha, thanks. Looking at this scene, everyone's eyes widened and were filled with shock. However, when some people saw the bottle, their eyes turned red with greed. However, most of them were afraid of the experts beside Lin Rei, so they forcefully suppressed the greed in their eyes. As for Long Tian, when he saw the jade bottle floating in front of him, he didn't reject it because it was his hard work. Moreover, he could feel the powerful energy coming from the jade bottle. Therefore, he didn't reject it. He reached out and took the jade bottle. Then, he threw it into his storage ring. If you have such a job in the future, feel free to look for me. The reward isn't much, just the one just now will do. Air. Haha. All right, if there's another chance, I will definitely work with you. When he heard Long Tion's words, Lin Rei was first stunned, then he laughed heartily. Young master. At this moment, Chu Xiai, Yin Kai, and Hong Lian came in front of Lin Rei and bowed respectfully. Looking at the three of them, Lin Rei didn't say anything. He only nodded and had them stand behind him. Now that the matter here was settled, he planned to leave immediately and head to the east to find Sect. However, when he saw the people below, Lin Rei smiled and said to them, "All of you can leave now." At this moment, Lin Li's words were like an ancient imperial edict giving amnesty to the world. Everyone relaxed, and smiles appeared on their faces. "Thank you, Senior. We will take our leave now." The people below bowed deeply to Lin Rei. Then, they quickly left in all directions. They were so fast that Lin Rei was stunned. However, what he didn't know was that while he was setting up the formation, they were waiting here. It was really torturous. They were all afraid that they would be wiped out. But now that they knew that they were fine, they couldn't wait to teleport away and disappear. Furthermore, at this moment, they all swore in their hearts that they would never see him again. They would never see Lin Li again. A few minutes later, the originally densely packed western city gate became sparsely populated. There weren't many people left, but those who were left were all experts above the Emperor God realm. Among them were Liao Bufan, Zhou Tongzi, Yun Yin, and a few others who hadn't appeared before. Looks like there are still people who want to cause trouble. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Rei. Lin Rei also noticed them. Looking at the cultivation level that they were exuding, Lin Rei frowned. If his cultivation was at its peak, he might still be able to put up a fight. But now, his cultivation had been exhausted and his mental energy was weak. In such a state, he might not even be able to defeat a peak divine emperor, let alone kill someone. Sect leader Liao, what do you mean? Do you want to kill him while he's weak? Or do you want to leave now and ruin the sect's reputation? At this moment, Yun Yin, who had been silent all this while, spoke. However, her words had already left Liao Bufan in a dead end. This matter is no longer important. Moreover, don't think of using me to test his strength. You've seen it too. There's someone beside him who is at least stronger than our sect's Supreme Elder. And there's more than one person beside him. The others have all changed their minds. So, I don't want to get involved in this mess anymore. You can go now. Liao Bufan glanced at Yin Yin and said something to her. Then, he went back to his children and led them to the side. Seeing Liao Bufan's actions, Yin Yan's face turned ugly. Now that Liao Bufan had left, she had no one to fight with the person in front of her. She glanced at Zhou Tongzi and retreated to the side with the old man, separating herself from Zhou Tongzi. At this moment, Zhou Tongzi looked at everyone leaving one by one, and a miserable smile appeared on his face. They've all left. Looks like I can't leave here today. After saying that, Zhou Tongzi fell to the ground with a plop, and tears flowed out of his eyes. Sigh, if you knew this day would come, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. On the side, Yun Yin looked at Zhou Tongzi's current state and said to herself with a look of pity. Then, she did not say anything else. As for the main character of this matter, Lin Li, when he saw their actions, a mysterious smile appeared on his face for a moment. Then, his body suddenly moved without any warning. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhou Tongzi. Come, give me a quick death. To be able to die in your hands is not a loss. Although Zhou Tongzi was injured, he could still sense Lin Rei's aura. When he felt this unfamiliar aura, he knew that he did not have much time left. At this moment, looking at Zhou Tongzi, who was sitting on the ground, Lin Rei smiled and took out a healing pill from his ring. Using his spiritual qi as a hand, he held the pill in front of Zhou Tongzi and said, "Eat this, and your injuries will be healed. As for the old man in the hole, no one has paid attention to him yet. I'm sure he's from your sect. So, when your injuries are healed, quickly take him away. What, you want to save me? At this moment, Lin Rei's actions shocked everyone. Not only Liao Bufan and the others, but even Xie Feng and the others were the same. They did not understand Lin Rei's actions. Yes, although saving you make me very unhappy. As a price, I hope that you can spread the news about me. Just say that I, Lin Rei, am going to the north. That's it. Looking at Lin Rei, a trace of confusion appeared in Zhou Tongzi's eyes. He could not believe that someone who had injured him before would save him for such a small matter. Chapter 660. That's right. It's just a small matter that's insignificant to you. Lin Rei continued to speak as he looked at Zhou Tongzi. However, this time around, Lin Rei directly sent a voice transmission to him. Of course, if you're unwilling, I won't make things difficult for you. However, I cannot give you this medicinal pellet. I believe that unless a miracle occurs, who in the divine realm would dare to treat an injury caused by a saint-level expert? What? This? Hearing those words, Zhou Tongzi's expression turned into one of shock. No, that's not right. It was no longer shock, it was shock. Saint-level expert. In his world, he had never imagined that he would one day be able to see a saint-level expert in the divine realm. Although he had once thought that he would one day be able to break through his current shackles and successfully become a saint-level expert, to speak frankly, that was nothing more than a daydream. However, at this moment, after hearing Lin Rei's words, the shocked Zhou Tongzi couldn't help but glance in the direction of Xie Feng. His eyes were filled with shock, envy, and admiration that he had never felt before. At this moment, when the surrounding crowd saw Zhou Tongzi's deep emotions, they were immediately stunned. They did not understand why he was acting this way. Humph! At this moment, Xie Feng felt Zhou Tongzi's gaze from afar. Immediately, she was startled by his deep emotions. She coldly snorted and turned her head away. Zhou Tongzi awkwardly scratched his head. He had an appearance as if he had done something wrong. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to be even more shocked. One must know that the person they were looking at right now was not someone else. Instead, it was Zhou Tongzi, a person who had climbed his way up in the divine realm and was now the master of Sect. They had never imagined that Zhou Tongzi would one day reveal such deep emotions. Most likely, his current expression would be remembered by everyone for the rest of their lives. How is it? Do you agree or not? If you agree, you'll be fine after eating this medicinal pellet. If you don't agree, this exalted will leave. As for you all, you'll have to fend for yourselves or be killed by others. I believe that such a person will appear. Looking at Zhou Tongzi, Lin Li's patience was running out. Then he asked in a cold voice, "What do you mean?" Yes. Your business is my business." At this moment, Zhou Tongzi had the appearance of a lackey. Rest assured, I guarantee that I will immediately spread this news. In less than a month, this news will spread throughout the entire divine realm. And if this matter is done well, then the previous matter will be written off. In the future, I will also not make things difficult for you. Seeing him agree, Lin Rei smiled and walked towards Xie Feng and the others. However, right at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared and stopped him. "Hey, Lin Rei, you didn't forget that you promised to come to my Falling Star Pavilion as a guest, right?" Hearing these words, Lin Li sent out his divine sense, only to see that Liao Jun and Liao Yuning were currently walking towards him. Seeing them, Lin Rei's smile widened. He naturally remembered Liao Jun, the person who often made him laugh. As for what they said, he naturally did not refute. After all, it was true. He had said so before. However, the moment Liao Jun said that, everyone around, including Zhou Tongzi, Yun Yin, and all the ultimate god experts present, were all killed at this moment. Even his father, Liao Bufan, felt a chill down his spine when he heard his son say such words to the ruthless person in front of him. Cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes at this moment. At this moment, Liao Bufan was silently praying that Lin Rei would not be angry. However, in the next moment after Lin Rei spoke, Liao Bufan's heart was raised. At this moment, he landed on the ground. Yes, I did promise you. However, as you can see, I just came back from the Death Canyon. If it wasn't for the appearance of the secret realm here, I'm afraid I would have appeared in the north by now. So, can you postpone this matter for a while? Looking at the Liao siblings, Lin Rei said in a calm tone, how about this, when I'm done, when I return from a nine-continent, I'll definitely go to your Falling Star Pavilion to take a look. I also want to see what kind of place the leader of the demonic sects in the divine realm is like. You're pushing it again. At this moment, hearing Lin Rei's words, Liao Yuning said with a displeased expression. Her father, Liao Bufan, was dumbfounded. He did not expect his daughter to be so close to the person in front of him, to speak in such a tone. However, he was very happy because having such a friend. Then, thinking of this, Liao Bufan suppressed the excitement in his heart and suppressed the affection that was about to be revealed. Then, he fell silent and quietly watched the scene unfold before him. Listening to Liao Yuning's words, Lin Rei really did not know what to say. He could only stammer and try to dodge it. Pfft. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I know you're a busy person. Looking at Lin Rei's current appearance, Liao Yuning burst out laughing. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, and her smile was even more mischievous and cute. She looked like a little girl. However, this was what people who did not know her would think when they saw her smile. Lin Rei, on the other hand, knew how ruthless her face was. Back then, at the 5th level of the Death Canyon, that was the lightning region. There were lightning everywhere. He had personally seen how she did not stop after being corroded by the lightning. Instead, she became even more excited and walked deeper down with even more determination. Just based on this determination, she missed the chance to be cute on the label. All right, I promise you that when I return from the 9th continent, I'll make a trip to the Falling Star Pavilion. Don't worry, this time I'll keep my word. Amen, remember what you said. Hearing Lin Rei's promise, Liao Yuning did not continue pestering him. She chuckled and pointed to Liao Bufan beside her. Oh right, Lin Rei, this is my father, Liao Bufan. He is I know, Liao Bufan, Pavilion Master of the Falling Star Pavilion. He is a peak middle stage God Emperor expert who is just a step away from becoming a late stage God Emperor. Amen, you know him? Liao Yuning originally wanted to introduce her father to Lin Rei. Who would have thought that Lin Rei would casually tell her all the information about him? Liao Yuning asked doubtfully. I don't know him. That time when I came to the Divine Realm, I bought a jade letter about the superpowers in the Divine Realm. Hence, I remembered him at that time. When he spoke up to here, Lin Li couldn't help but take another glance at Liao Bufan. Moreover, the Devil Sect can be said to be one of the top sects in the God Realm. So, how could I possibly not remember such an existence's mission? Don't you think so, Pavilion Master Liao? Yeah. Hearing this, Liao Bufan and Liao families, 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 Liao family. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. This time, we have only gathered for a short period of time. Hence, we shall not stay any longer. Let's part ways here. Looking at Liao Bufan, Lin Rei smiled and bade farewell to them. After that, his body silently disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already returned to his team. Cultivation, let's part ways here. I hope that we will have a chance to meet again in the future. I hope that by then, you won't be this body's enemy. Otherwise, arriving in front of his team, Lin Rei looked at everyone present and snorted coldly. Then, he led his team and disappeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, after Lin Rei had disappeared, everyone present could not catch their breaths, because Lin Rei's strength had exceeded their imagination. At this moment, they all thought that they would never want to see him again, and even more so, they did not want to be his enemy, because being his enemy was just a sign of seeking death. They did not want to die like this. After so many years of cultivation, they did not want to become a pile of yellow soil in the ground. After a long time, after Lin Rei had left, Zhou Tongzi finally recovered. He opened his eyes and looked around for Lin Rei's figure. After failing to find him, Zhou Tongzi knew that Lin Rei and his team had left. He heaved a sigh of relief and stood up from the ground. Liao Bufan, you and that old fart, I did not expect your son and daughter to be acquainted with such an expert. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for this? Hearing Zhou Tongzi's words, Liao Bufan woke up from his daze. Then, his expression turned awkward. Damn, you still have the nerve to say that. If you were not greedy for other people's treasures, do you think this would have happened? Furthermore, you were injured. Why should I help you clean up the aftermath? Stop dreaming. Ha! At this moment, on the other side. Seeing this, Yun Yin smiled. Her 2 canine teeth were exposed, and she was extremely mischievous. The two of you are always like this. Can't you stop for a while? Furthermore, Zhou Tongzi, don't forget that you promised that person something. Now that you have taken the pill and your injuries have healed, if you only eat and don't work, I'm afraid. Damn, how could I forget about this? At this moment, hearing Yun Yan's reminder, Zhou Tongzi was instantly shocked. He reached out his hand and slapped his forehead. Then, he turned around and thanked Yun Yan. Thank you for your reminder, Fairy Yin. Then, this emperor will leave first. With that, Zhou Tongzi did not wait for the others to react. The moment he finished speaking, he quickly used his cultivation and disappeared from the spot. This old fart. Feeling Zhou Tongzi's aura disappear into the distance, Liao Bufan smiled helplessly and did not say anything. Liao Bufan, you have to save me. At this moment, just when the scene was silent, a voice suddenly appeared and attracted everyone's attention. They saw a person walking over from afar. This person's hair was white, but he was full of energy. He did not look like an old man at all. Seeing this person walking towards him, Liao Bufan's face was filled with astonishment. Damn, Wu Yinzi, why are you still here? I thought you had left long ago. Chapter 661. How is that possible? However, now is not the time to talk about this. Wu Yinzi, who had walked over, looked at Liao Bufan and said impatiently, the person who left just now was a genuine venerable grade array master. However, I didn't expect that you guys would know each other. Speaking of this, Wu Yinzi became more and more agitated. So, this time you must help me. You must help me find him. I have a lot of things to ask him about the array back then. I also have, wait. Hearing Wu Yinzi talking nonstop, he couldn't refute him even if he wanted to. However, hearing him say this, Liao Bufan directly roared to calm him down. Sure enough, this method was very effective. As soon as Liao Bufan spoke, Wu Yinzi immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking. His eyes stared at him with a puzzled expression. That. Wu Yinzi, I can't help you just because I want to. You saw it too. That person is only familiar with my June, and Yuning. So, forgive me for not being able to help you. At this moment, Liao Bufan said this, but he had other intentions in his heart. Damn, I haven't been able to get in touch with such an expert yet. Would I be stupid to help you? Of course, these words could only be said in his heart. Although the two of them were friends, Wu Yinzi was a supreme level array master after all. It wouldn't be good to offend him. You. Hearing Liao Bufan's words, Wu Yinzi looked at Liao Jun with a troubled expression. His eyes were filled with pity, and he begged Liao Jun and Yu Ning to help him. At this moment, Liao Jun and Yu Ning felt Wu Yinzi's gaze. Immediately, they were startled and stopped him with a troubled expression. Senior Wu Yinzi, I really can't help you with this matter. After all, Lin Rei and I are only familiar with each other, and we don't have a deep relationship. So, I'm sorry. You should find someone else. Hearing that they had already made things clear, Wu Yinzi naturally knew that it was impossible for them to talk about this matter. So, he could only give up in the end. Sigh. Forget it. Since it's like this, then forget it. As he spoke, Wu Yinzi seemed to have aged 10 years. His entire person seemed to have become much more dispirited. Liao Bufan couldn't bear to see Wu Yinzi's current appearance. After all, the two of them had been good friends for many years. Liao Bufan thought of the words Lin Rei had said to Zhou Tongzi before he left. Well, old man, I can't introduce you to Lin Rei. After all, I'm not familiar with him. However, he's already headed to the north. Why don't you go take a look? Maybe you'll meet him there. Oh, after hearing Liao Bufan's words, the originally dispirited Wu Yinzi's expression suddenly brightened. He became much more spirited, and the dispirited aura from before disappeared at this moment. Well, you should go. Maybe you'll meet him. Although I don't know if he's a venerable level array master, if you go, you might meet him. That would be great. If you don't meet him, then you can only blame your bad luck. Speaking up to this point, Liao Bufan had already spoken up to here. As for anything else, he didn't know. All right, let's leave this matter at that for now. I still have to return to the sect. I won't be in the sect for a while. I'm afraid that group of brats will be in a mess. After saying that, Liao Bufan didn't wait for Wu Yinzi's reply. He waved his hand and called out to the disciples behind him. Then, he activated his cultivation and soared into the sky, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. As the saying goes, they came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Just like that, the people of the Falling Star Pavilion disappeared from everyone's sight. On the other side, Yin looked at Liao Bufan's actions and frowned. She remembered Wu Yinzi's question and instantly became anxious. Little girl, you're very much like Lin Rei. Sure enough, just as Yin was about to retreat, Wu Yinzi's questioning voice entered her ears. What the F***CK? What I'm afraid of is happening. Hearing Wu Yinzi's question, Yin didn't reply for a moment. She looked at the disciples behind her and quickly retreated into the distance, disappearing from everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, Wu Yinzi was stunned and his heart was filled with helplessness. Sigh, forget it. Since I already know where Lin Rei went, I'll go directly to the north. I originally wanted to go somewhere else, but I didn't expect to encounter this situation. Since that's the case, that matter isn't important anymore. Thinking of this, Wu Yinzi looked towards the north, and his gaze became determined. Then, he activated his cultivation, and his body instantly disappeared. After this battle, Lin Rei's name could be said to have shaken the realm of the gods. Because of Lin Rei's last words to Zhou Tongzi, the entire realm of the gods knew where this mysterious expert went. As for Tianwei City, because of the existence of the secret territory, there was a sea of people. However, when the secret territory disappeared and everyone left, the entire Tianwei City fell into a deathly silence. After all, this was the intersection of the two realms. Here, killing people for treasures and engaging in prostitution were very common. Furthermore, this place wasn't under the jurisdiction of any sect or empire. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to come here. Time flew by like a white steed passing through a crack. After the incident at Tianwei City, a month had passed. In this month, Zhou Tongzi's efficiency greatly impressed Lin Rei. On the 5th day after Lin Rei left, the news that he was going to the north spread throughout the realm of the gods. Regarding this, Lin Rei was very satisfied. However, regarding this, Lin Rei wasn't the most manly person. Instead, it was the person that Lin Rei wanted people to know where he was going the most. At this moment, he was sitting in the main hall with a solemn expression on his face. At this moment, the tears in his eyes couldn't help but flow down at this moment. At this moment, in the main hall of the Xuanzong sect in the heavenly dragon mountain of Wuzhou in the north, the current sect master Lin Yun was looking at the people below with a smile on his face. He was very excited and seemed to be curious about the great thing that had happened. Uncle Bai, my father is finally here. They are finally here. Ha ha. Ha. Yes, the young master is finally here. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood next to Lin Yun with a murderous look on his face. His expression was as excited as Lin Rei's. and his eyes were full of memories. Look at you. It's a good thing that the young master is back. Look at all of you. Why are you standing here? Why are you crying when a young master is back? On the other side, Dianwei looked at everyone's appearance and roared at them angrily. However, as soon as Dianwei said that, everyone stood there speechlessly and looked at him strangely. Why are you looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Dianwei felt a little uncomfortable with everyone's strange expressions, so he immediately responded. Humph, blockhead, can't you mind your behavior? This is a meeting, not your kennel. If you don't behave yourself, don't blame my spear for being merciless. Looking at Dianwei, Bai Qi looked helpless. In the end, he could only wave the spear in his hand to threaten him and make him behave. However, although this method seemed very rude, it was very effective. The moment Bai Qi finished speaking, Dianwei shut his mouth and fell silent. Lin Yun, who was sitting in the middle, was very helpless about all the changes. Alas, after hundreds of years of fighting, it's still like this. Looking at the two people next to him, although he was helpless, he was very grateful to them. After all, they were the first batch of old officials who followed his father to conquer the world. They were also his teachers and elders. Okay, stop fooling around. This meeting is called to say that I want to send someone to welcome my father. I wonder if any of you are willing to. With a plop, the moment Lin Yin finished his words, all the people present knelt on the ground and said sincerely, "We're willing to go and welcome the young master back. Please grant us our wish, Sect Master." Looking at this scene, Lin Yun was stunned for a moment. It was the first time that he had seen such a scene since he took over the sect. Haha, good. It's good that you have such intentions. However, not all of you can go this time. After all, this is the divinity, and many sects around us are coveting this place. So, not all of you can go. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with disappointment. However, this emotion quickly disappeared. After all, they had already expected this situation. Looking at everyone, Lin Yun said in a low voice with guilt, "This time, Uncle Bai and Uncle Dianwei will welcome my father. You can bring the people of the dark group. They must miss my father very much. Take this opportunity to reunite." "Yes, we know. Please rest assured, Sect Master. After all, we will welcome the young master back." The moment Dianwei and Bai Qi heard that, they were very excited. Thinking that they hadn't seen Lin Rei for a long time, they couldn't help but feel excited. One was Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, and the other was Dianwei. Their killing intent was very strong. Looking at the two of them, Lin Yun smiled inwardly. It seems that my father can keep them in check. TSK, but this is also good. If I can find a chance to pass on the position of Sect Master to the next generation, I can cultivate with my father. In that case, at this moment, he looked at Dianwei and Lin Yun as if they were two children. For a moment, Lin Yun thought of so many things that he didn't even know what he was thinking. Chapter 662. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Just because he thought so, it did not mean that Lin Rei thought so too. "All right, you can go now. I'll wait for you here." Seeing that there was nothing to do, Lin Yun waved at Dianwei and Bai Li to let them leave. As for the people below, not long after Dianwei and Bai Li left, they also left. After all, there was nothing to report here. So I forget it. Let's not think about it. I'll wait for father to come back and discuss his abdication with him. At this moment, there was no one in the entire palace. Lin Yun sighed inwardly, then stood up and looked at the door. It's time to tell grandmother that father is back. I wonder what her expression will be like. With that, Lin Yun moved and disappeared from the palace in an instant. At this moment, Lin Rei, Lin Yun's father, naturally came to Tianliang City in Wuzhou. At this moment, not far from Tianliang City, Lin Rei was sitting on the back of the flaming tiger, looking at the city in front of him with anticipation with a smile on his face. "Young master, Tianliang City of Wuzhou is right in front of us. Should we go in or to the side?" Ghostly sent out his divine sense. Upon seeing the name of the distant city, he asked Linley. At this moment, Ghostly's question seemed to have resonated with everyone. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ray, as if they were anticipating his next words. Feeling everyone's nervous emotions, he knew what they were thinking. After all, in the past month, they had been moving forward nonstop without stopping for a moment. In the past, they would only sit down to eat when they were hungry. The rest of the time, they would be flying. Therefore, they cherished this city very much. They wanted to go in and take a look, eat something, rest, and do many, many things. All right, let's go in and take a look. After all, this is the first time we've entered a city after coming to Wuzhou. Let's just wait here. I'm sure Yun will send someone to pick us up soon. Great. I can finally take a break. If it was as boring as before, I'm afraid that I would only be able to collect my corpse after a while. At this moment, everyone was like wild horses that had been freed from their stiff bodies. They felt completely different from before. It was as if they were sick just a moment ago, as if they were terminally ill, but the next moment they were alive and kicking as if they had never been sick. They were full of energy and vitality. Lin Ray could not help but laugh at their current state. He did not expect this group of people to still have such a temperament. Cultivators were tranquil, pure of heart, and few desires. But they were the complete opposite of tranquility. They were completely negative examples. Sigh. Lin Ray sighed. He didn't say anything else and squeezed the scarlet flame tiger between his legs. In an instant, he walked towards Tianliang City in front of him. Along the way, there were many cultivators. However, after feeling the aura coming from the scarlet flame tiger, everyone could not help but retreat to the side. Their eyes were filled with fear. Naturally, Linley could sense everyone's reaction, but he didn't show any expression. After all, the scarlet flaming tiger was extraordinary now. An Emperor God Realm demonic beast would attract a lot of attention no matter where it was. Moreover, especially after the scarlet flame tiger had absorbed the undying flame, its body carried a kind of pressure. This kind of pressure, even if it did not take the initiative to use its cultivation, the surrounding people who were weaker than it, whether they were demonic beasts or humans, would feel it and retreat. Little tiger, standing next to you is impressive. Standing next to cultivators or demonic beasts with lower cultivation, then you will make them retreat. Tell me, how does it feel? Oh, the scarlet flame tiger, who was walking, heard Lin Ray's question. For a moment, the scarlet flame tiger's eyes revealed a pitiful expression and said, "Young master, you can't say that." "Oh, what do you mean? TSK, they're obviously the weak ones. Moreover, I don't feel that they are very strong now. At least, they're not as strong as young master and cannot protect you. Therefore, you can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for being too weak." Hearing Little Tiger's words, Lin Ray laughed happily. To him, the little dragon was no longer a mount. It was his comrade, friend, and brother. After all, it had been following him since he was in the profound heaven continent. It had used its own strength and talent to reach its current level. All right, let's go. This time, you are not weak anymore. Moreover, you don't need to be put away by me anymore. You are already strong enough to withstand one side and become a complete powerhouse. Yes, I understand. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Little Tiger laughed for a moment. His eyes were full of joy because what Lin Ray had just said was what he had always wanted to hear. Now that he had finally obtained Lin Ray's person, how could he not be happy? Bang! The sudden sound of weapons clashing immediately pulled Lin Ray out of his conversation with the Scarlet Flame Tiger. Using his divine sense, he found that he had already arrived at the city gate. At this moment, the city gate of Tianliang City appeared in his divine sense. Compared to Tianwei City, this city was more than 3 to 4 times larger. Moreover, the guards at the gate were all cultivators of the divine guard realm. Just by looking at them, one could tell the size of the city. Not only that, just the towering city wall that appeared in front of him was enough to show the grandeur and prosperity of this city. Looking at such a grand city, Lin Ray was momentarily stunned. Of course, it was only for a moment. Then, he regained his senses. Do the two of you need something? If not, quickly let us through. We still have important matters to attend to. This senior, we're trying to be busy. They're ordinary citizens in the city. If you enter with this person, I'm afraid it will cause a commotion. So, senior, please. At this moment, the two of them looked at the giant beast that was almost as tall as the city gate. Coupled with the aura it emitted, they immediately knew that these people in front of them were not to be trifled with. However, when they thought of the citizens behind them, they had no choice but to stop them. However, from their words, one could tell that they were frightened to a certain extent. Otherwise, their voices would not tremble so violently. Moreover, Lin Ray's divine sense saw that the area between their pants was already wet. Seeing this, Lin Ray smiled embarrassedly and said, "All right, since you're like this, I'll agree." "Ah, thank you so much." At this moment, hearing Lin Ray's words, the two guards revealed excited expressions. However, at this moment, they did not dare to move. After all, being scared to the point of peeing was not something to be proud of. No need to thank me. You should hurry back and change your pants." Looking at the two of them, Lin Ray smiled and reached out to pat the Scarlet Tiger's forehead. He said calmly, "Little tiger, shrink a little. Just become the size of a normal tiger." "Awoo, awoo." At this moment, hearing Lin Ray's words, the Scarlet Tiger roared unwillingly. However, it could not disobey Lin Ray's orders. Although it was happy with its words, in the end, its body shrunk to the size of a normal tiger. However, even so, the Scarlet Tiger's body was still 2 meters long. It had no problem dragging Lin Ray. After that, Lin Ray turned to Xiefeng and the others behind him and said, "Let's go in." Okay. The people behind him didn't even wait for Lin Li's words to finish before they overtook him and entered the city. Sensing their actions, for a moment, Lin Ray smiled and did not say anything. After all, he had restrained them for a month. So, he did not stop them. Watching the crowd disappear, however, there was one person who did not leave from the beginning to the end. This person was Hong Lian, who had been following them from Tianwei City. In the past month, Lin Ray had told her many times to leave and search for her own opportunities, but she refused to leave. Using his divine sense, he looked at her. For a moment, Lin Ray shook his head helplessly and said, "Let's go. Come with me." "Yes, yes." At this moment, Red Lotus, who had been standing behind Lin Li, had been silent this entire time. Upon hearing Lin Li's words, she hurriedly took a step forward with an excited look on her face. After responding, she followed Lin Li forward. "Hey, look, that person is so strange. He's actually riding such a beautiful tiger, and there's even a woman as beautiful as a flower beside him. TSK, this person's luck is too deep. Tisk, who says so? If I were that person, I would definitely not let such a beauty walk on foot. Instead, I would let her sit on the tiger and move forward by herself." Awoo, awoo. Regarding the surrounding discussions, Lin Ray could naturally hear it clearly. Even the Scarlet Flame Tiger and Hong Lian could clearly hear the hatred. Lin Ray and Hong Lian were fine, but the Scarlet Flame Tiger could not bear it and roared at the surrounding people a few times. Its voice was filled with anger. Moreover, if Lin Ray had not suppressed the murderous aura that the Scarlet Flame Tiger had just revealed, he was afraid that it would have caused unnecessary misunderstandings. Be quiet. Let them say what they want to say. It doesn't hurt or itch anyway. They're all ordinary people. What do you think you can do to them? Hearing Lin Ray's reprimand, the Scarlet Flame Tiger sent a message to Lin Ray, feeling wronged. After saying the word, it went completely silent. He looked, seeing how cute the Scarlet Flame Tiger was, for a moment. Lin Ray smiled and said, "So, in the future, don't be impulsive. You must be calm. This is the most important thing in cultivation. Calmly look at everything that happens, understand?" Chapter 663. Awoo. Yes, young master. In response, the Scarlet Flaming Tiger closed its mouth. Linley's persuasion had dissipated the anger it had felt earlier. Haha, you can leave in a few days. With that, Lin Ray patted Red Flaming Tiger's head and continued to walk forward. As for Red Lotus, she did not make a sound from the beginning to the end. She just stood at the side. She looked forward. Feeling Red Lotus's aura, Lin Ray smiled and asked, "When did you ascend from the immortal realm? Which sect are you in now? Looking at your cultivation, the sect you are in should not be a low-level sect." Hong Lian froze on the spot when she heard the sudden question. However, she quickly recovered from her daze and immediately strode forward to reply. 600 years ago. 600 years ago, I ascended from the immortal world. When I ascended, I met the sect master of the sect I'm currently in. Because I didn't know anything back then, and the location of my ascension was also a little wrong, I ended up in a place where demonic beasts gathered. The sect master of that sect was there at that time, so he saved me. Since then, I've stayed in that sect and become a disciple. Oh, hearing Red Lotus's explanation, Lin Ray frowned. According to what Red Lotus said, there was only one place to ascend in the entire realm of the gods. However, according to what Red Lotus said, there was only one place to ascend in the realm of the gods. It was possible that there was another place to ascend in the realm of the gods. It was just that some people did not know about it. Thinking of this, Lin Ray felt relieved. As for the place to ascend, he did not care about it. After all, he had already come to the realm of the gods. The place to ascend was no longer important to him. What about the sect? Which sect is it? Forgotten Word's sect, a second-grade sect in the realm of the gods. I think young master should not know about such a small sect. Hearing Red Lotus say the name of the sect, he was stunned. Forgotten Word's sect was just as Red Lotus said. He really did not know there was such a sect in the realm of the gods. However, it was rare for a true god realm cultivator who had just entered the divine world to become a divine emperor in just 600 years. Moreover, it was a second-grade sect. In this regard, Lin Ray was curious about this Forgotten Words sect. If he had time in the future, he might really go and take a look to see what kind of place this Forgotten Words sect was. All right, since that's the case, that's good, Lin Ray said with a relieved expression on his face. By the way, when are you leaving? Since you already have a sect, you naturally don't need to follow me. After all, when we were in Tianxian, we already made it clear that you and I have nothing to do with each other. Thud! A strange sound rang out. Instantly, Linley frowned. He hurriedly sent out his divine sense, only to see Red Lotus kneeling on the ground. Linley was instantly stupefied. However, at this moment, she was kneeling on the street. Everyone around looked at them strangely. Lin Ray felt even more embarrassed. You get up first. If you have something to say, we can talk about it. This sovereign doesn't remember teaching you how to kneel at the slightest provocation. After saying that, Linley stretched out his hand. Immediately, a surge of lightning-infused spiritual energy rushed out and formed a hand that pulled Hong Lian up from the ground. Young master, please don't chase Hong Lian away. Due to some matters back then, I somehow managed to regain the memories of my previous life. However, my memories of my resurrection in the future have all disappeared. However, when I parted ways with young master in the profound sky continent, this subordinate's memories were completely restored because of the distortion of space. Hearing Red Lotus's words, Lin Ray's divine sense trembled for a moment. Now he knew why Red Lotus was like that when they met in the immortal realm. When I recover my memories, I wanted to commit suicide to apologize. However, when I remembered that I hadn't apologized to young master, I didn't use that strength. Later, after cultivating, I finally entered the immortal realm. Later, I met you and wanted to apologize. However, you didn't give me an explanation at that time. So it dragged on until now. After listening to Red Lotus's explanation, he didn't know what to do. If it was before, he would have had the nerve to chase her away. However, at this moment, he had already told her what happened back then. Looking at Red Lotus, whose face was covered in tears, Lin Ray's heart softened. Lin Ray felt a headache coming on. All right, let's deal with this matter first. I won't chase you away. However, if you've thought it through, you can leave at any time. I won't stop you." He couldn't think of any other solution for Red Lotus. Perhaps this was the only way. After saying that, Lin Ray ignored her. Instead, he sat on the Scarlet Flame Tiger's back and walked forward. As for Red Lotus, when she heard that Lin Ray wasn't chasing her away, she was so moved that she couldn't speak. When she saw Lin Ray walk forward, she hurriedly followed him. The two of them didn't speak along the way. However, he had already become the focus of the entire Tianliang city. After all, the Scarlet Flame Tiger was riding a celestial archdemonic beast. Although its cultivation base had been suppressed, its might wasn't just for show. Furthermore, because it had absorbed the undying flame, every path that the Scarlet Flame Tiger took would be burned by a footprint. Linley had wanted to stop this, but he wasn't able to stop something like this. Lin Ray didn't have a chance when he saw the passers-by looking at his face. He just smiled and walked past. A talisman shop. Suddenly, right at this moment, just as Linley's divine sense flashed, a shop that piqued Linley's interest appeared within his divine sense. This shop was the talisman Dao that Lin Ray had missed in the information he had read. Previously, the little dragon had also said that it would help him find a cultivation technique related to the talisman Dao. Interesting. Since I'm here, I might as well go in and take a look. Ing and the others are still shopping anyway. As he thought about this, Lin Ray sent a voice transmission to the Scarlet Flame Tiger. "Little Tiger, let's go in and take a look. Let's see how strong their talisman Dao is." "Oh, yes." Upon hearing Lin Ray's order, the Scarlet Flame Tiger didn't object. After roaring, it carried Lin Ray towards the talisman shop. "Hey, young master, your demonic beast. He can't enter the shop. Do you think we should?" At that moment, two middle-aged men who looked like thugs rushed out of the talisman shop and pleaded with Lin Ray. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Linley was stupefied for a moment, especially when he saw the two muscular men in front of him. Clearly, they were muscular men, but their personalities truly were like that of a sissy. Instantly, Linley began to tremble in disgust. You guys are really funny. If you had put up a sign at the door and said that demonic beasts weren't allowed to enter, then wouldn't it have been fine? Now, you guys don't have a sign and are obstructing me like this. Tell me, are you sincere in going against me? At that moment, the two middle-aged men who were listening to Lin Ray were speechless for a moment. The word "I" hung on the tip of their tongue for a long time, but they couldn't say anything. For a moment, the two of them were anxious. "Oh, you want to fight? What? You can't out-talk me, so you're using your fists instead." At that moment, the two of them really wanted to cry. They didn't think that the young man before them would be so difficult to deal with. What's going on? Just at that moment, just when the two middle-aged men were about to cry, a voice that carried the vicissitudes of life sounded from inside. Not long after, an old man with white hair and a youthful face walked out of the store. His face carried a solemn expression, as if he was the boss of the world, and he was the second in command. In that moment, Lin Ray's face became gloomy. He thought that the person who came out at that moment would be the same as before, but what he didn't expect was that the old man's words exceeded his imagination. "Manager, it's like this. It was he who insisted on bringing demonic beasts into our talisman store. The two of us wanted to stop him, but he continued to pester us, so the two of you prepared to fight him and use this to drive him out, right?" At that moment, when they heard the old man's words, the two middle-aged men's faces were filled with shame. The cold sweat on their foreheads dripped onto the ground as if it didn't cost any money. "Go back. Receive your punishment. If this matter happens again, then the two of you don't have to come back. Unfortunately, you left directly." Looking at the two of them, the old man didn't pay any attention to them after he finished speaking and waved his hand to dismiss them. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Ray. However, at that moment, when the old man's gaze landed on the Scarlet Flame Tiger, he frowned and his eyes widened, as if he had seen something inconceivable. This one is the manager of the talisman store, Zhu Yuchang. I didn't know that Senior had arrived. Please forgive me for not taking care of you properly. Don't worry, this matter will never happen again. Those two people, Seeing the manager's reaction and thinking of the changes he made after seeing the Scarlet Flame Tiger, he immediately understood the ins and outs of this matter. It turned out that the old man in front of him had seen through the Scarlet Flame Tiger's true cultivation. Instantly, Lin Ray revealed a trace of a smile. Haha, it's fine. Those who don't know are not guilty. As he spoke, Lin Ray pointed to the store and said, I wonder if I can enter the store to take a look? Ah, that's a pity. Of course you can. Please come in. At that moment, when he heard Lin Ray's words, he was instantly shocked. He immediately stepped aside and made an inviting gesture, inviting Lin Ray into the store. As for the manager's current actions, the passers-by and the people in the store were all shocked. One had to know that the manager was someone with a lot of authority in the entire Tianliang city. Now that he was treating a young man like this, they couldn't help but be suspicious. Among this group of people, there was no lack of disciples from the aristocratic families of Tianliang City. They were even more concerned about this matter, not for anything else, but for the manager of the talisman store to be so fearful they couldn't let this go. This was because this could very likely affect the future development of their families. As he walked into the inner hall of the talisman shop, he saw a group of people. Behind this group of people, there were many talisman papers on the shelves. At this moment, Linley could clearly sense a pure yet destructive aura emanating from those talisman papers. Feeling this, Lin Ray couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then, he stretched out his hand and a suction force appeared. In an instant, a talisman paper with some indecipherable inscriptions appeared in Lin Ray's hand. Hey, you! At that moment, when the shop assistant standing at the side saw this scene, he instinctively stepped forward to stop it. However, the moment he stepped forward and spoke, the manager scolded him. Go back. This has nothing to do with you. Once these words were spoken, the shop assistant's face was filled with fear. He shrunk his neck and instantly retreated without saying another word. Feeling the current atmosphere in the store, Lin Ray laughed for a moment. Then he asked the manager, Is this a talisman? Once Lin Ray asked this question, the manager was instantly stunned. He looked at Lin Ray with a puzzled expression. His eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why this mysterious person in front of him would ask such a question. It was as if he had never seen a talisman paper before. However, even so, the manager still replied, Yes, this is a talisman. However, this is the lowest grade of talismans, a first-grade talisman. Oh, first grade? Tell me about the grade of this talisman and how it came out. Hearing the words of the person in front of him, for a moment, the steward explained somewhat half-heartedly. It's like this. Talismans are on the same level as formations, pills, and weapon refinement. However, talismans are the most mysterious of the 4 auxiliary arts. I continue. Hearing that the manager had stopped speaking, Lin Ray instantly smiled and allowed him to continue. He really wanted to know more about talismans. After all, he would be cultivating in the future. As for the grade of this talisman, it's even easier to explain. The talisman paper in your hand is a golden sword talisman. It was inscribed with metal-attributed spiritual energy and is a first-grade talisman. The first-grade talisman is the lowest grade of all talismans. At this point, the manager glanced sideways at Lin Ray. Although he was full of doubts, in front of such a powerful existence, he didn't dare to ask too much. Above the first-grade talisman, there are second-grade talismans, third-grade talismans, all the way up to ninth-grade talismans. Above the ninth-grade talisman, there is another grade, which is the super divine grade. However, a talisman master of this grade has never appeared in the entire divine realm. Therefore, let's not talk about this for now. TSK. I didn't expect talismans to be so powerful. Super divine grade, TSK. I really want to see what it has. At this moment, listening to the manager's explanation of the talisman, Lin Ray instantly began to look forward to the grade he would reach after cultivating the talisman. At this moment, He even began to fantasize about breaking through to the super divine grade and becoming the #1 person in the entire world. TSK super divine grade? TSK, how ignorant. At this moment, the little dragon's disdainful words entered Lin Ray's ears and instantly aroused Lin Ray's curiosity. Tell me, what do you know? I know that you know more than this. Chapter 664. Yeah, that's right. Godly transcendence is in the highest. However, godly transcendence is the highest in the realm of the gods. Oh, Lin Ray perked up when he heard the little dragon's words. Then, he listened attentively to the little dragon's explanation of Talisman Tao. Yes, Talisman Tao is a great Tao. It's no different from formations. If a person knows formations, it'll be more beneficial for his Talisman Tao. After all, a long time ago, these two Taos were inseparable. Oh, Lin Ray sighed when he heard the little dragon's words. Then, he said, all right, let's wait until you tell me the Talisman Tao cultivation method. It's a little inconvenient now. At this moment, Lin Ray felt the attention from the outside world. Moreover, he also felt some hidden auras approaching. Although their concealment methods were brilliant, they were useless against Lin Ray. All right, go ahead. I'll try my best to find the Talisman Tao cultivation method for you. I'll definitely give it to you when you return to the sect. Knowing Lin Ray's current situation, the little dragon didn't keep Lin Ray. He waved his hand and cut off the connection between the two of them. Phew. Returning to the real world, returning to his original body, he saw that everyone was staring at him, stupefied. Instantly, Linley's face was expressionless. He didn't care about the gazes at all. All right, do you have any high-grade talismans here? For example, the 9th grade talismans you mentioned. If you do, I'll definitely buy them at a high price. I wonder, haha, senior, you're asking for it. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on the manager's forehead when he heard Linley's words. He blushed with shame as he said, although our talisman shop does business in the God realm, it's not that easy to obtain a 9th grade talisman. Moreover, there are very few 9th grade talisman masters in the entire God realm. Therefore, the purchase you mentioned, haha, I'm afraid it's impossible. At this moment, after hearing the manager's words, Linley regained his calm and deep emotions after a brief moment of disappointment. He then said, all right, since you don't have any, then forget it. However, give me some of the highest grade runes in your talisman shop. Of course, if it's all attributes, that's even better. Yeah, hearing these words, the manager's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He was utterly speechless. Fuck, all attributes? Do you think a symbol master would have so many attributes? Of course, the manager couldn't say what he was thinking. He said fawningly, Senior, there's only one 6th grade rune in stock in the talisman shop. It's called the 6th Scenery Sword rune. It's a rapid offensive rune. Its offensive power is comparable to that of a monarch god expert. Moreover, it's a verbal attack. Of course, this rune is only a one-time attack. After using it, the rune will completely disappear. Only one. Hearing that there was only one talisman in the store, and it was a 6th grade one at that, Lin Ray was very disappointed with this talisman store. He had said so much before, but it turned out that there was nothing here that he wanted. However, a 6th grade talisman was still a 6th grade talisman. Having a 6th grade talisman for research was better than having none. Thinking of this, Lin Ray said to the steward, all right, take out the grade 6 rune. I'm done for. As soon as Lin Ray's words left his mouth, he attracted strange gazes and gasps from the crowd. Lin Ray was a little confused about this. However, Lin Ray was confused. Although he was confused, he didn't take it to heart. Senior, this 6th grade talisman is very expensive. One 6th grade talisman costs 10 million black gold coins. Moreover, according to our store's rules, we don't accept credit. Therefore, Senior, walala. Just as the steward was hesitantly trying to persuade Linley, a strange sound rang out. The steward turned to look in front of him, and his eyes widened in shock. As for himself, he no longer knew where he was. At this moment, in front of the manager, a pile of small, shiny black, golden mountains appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, not only the manager, but everyone else was also stunned. No one expected Lin Rei to pay in such a way. As for the manager, he was undoubtedly slapped in the face. A moment ago, he was still trying to persuade Qinyan. However, before he could say anything, a pile of black gold coins appeared in front of him. This was truly a slap to the face of the manager. As for Linley, when he heard the manager's words, he didn't hesitate at all. Ever since he had come to the deity realm, he had been looked down upon by others at every moment. Lin Rei was not courteous. Although there were several 10 million black gold coins in his ring, he didn't use them. After using them, he threw out all the black gold coins in his ring. A total of 10 million black gold coins, no more, no less. This was what he had obtained from the auction house in the past. However, when he thought of giving Lin Tian so much money to set up the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, he felt his heart ache. However, when he thought of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's use in the future, his heart, that felt like it was bleeding, felt a little better. Now, can you give me that 6th grade talisman? There are 10 million black gold coins in front of you. Can... At this moment, Lin Rei's words were like an imperial edict. After the manager heard it, he immediately stammered in response. Perhaps it was because of the gold coins before him, but the manager's face turned red and he appeared to be very excited. Hey, go ahead. Looking at the manager, Lin Rei waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. As for himself, he didn't have the opportunity to face the strange gazes of the surrounding people. He walked to the side of the shelf and began to touch the runes one by one. At this moment, when he touched the runes with different attributes and different attack power, Lin Rei was immediately shocked. If the people he fought with in the past were to take out runes of 6th grade and above, he would have died countless times already. However, when he recalled the price of a 6th grade rune, he couldn't help but click his tongue, because even he didn't have the wealth to use a 6th grade rune or above in battle. There was only one reason, and that was because he didn't have the money. However, because of this, he was even more eager to learn the Tao of Talismans. Compared to medicinal pills, talismans were easier to sell. Furthermore, talismans were more expensive than medicinal pills. Furthermore, in his opinion, the cost of talismans wasn't high. Therefore, he was very eager to learn the Tao of Talismans. Although he didn't have the concept of money, if he didn't have the money, then it would be really awkward. TSK. The person who created the Tao of Talismans is truly a genius. He was actually able to hang an extremely powerful talisman on it. Moreover, he can reserve it for others to use. Alas, if I knew this would happen, I would have learned the Tao of Talismans first. That way, I wouldn't have to live a bitter life every day. At this moment, the more Lin Rei thought about it, the more he felt wronged. However, if his words were to be heard by the people outside, they would definitely cry for their parents. Those brooms would chase after him and beat him up. He had mastered the Tao of alchemy, array, and blacksmithing. Now, he regretted it. Moreover, he was about to master the Tao of Talismans. If such a person casually used a Tao of Talismans on someone else, that person would probably be so surprised that he wouldn't be able to sleep every day. Moreover, he had already cultivated all 3 Tao to the honorable realm. Even if those old farts in the divine world heard about it, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Senior, this is the 6th grade rune that you wanted. Please keep it well. At this moment, just when Lin Rei was in a daze, the manager who went to retrieve the 6th grade rune came to Lin Rei's side and spoke softly and respectfully. Hearing this, Lin Rei immediately recovered from his daze. After all, the 6th grade rune was extremely important to him. Turning around, his divine sense landed on the manager's hand. He saw a box made of purple trembling wood with a grand level protective array on it. Purple trembling wood. TSK. The talisman shop is really generous. This purple trembling wood is a good material for refining divine artifacts. It can be said that it's hard to find even with 1,000 gold coins. I didn't expect to see such a big piece here. It seems that I have underestimated your talisman shop. The moment he saw the box, Lin Ray was stunned. However, he quickly recovered and said to the manager. As he spoke, he reached out and took the box. You want to trap me with a grand-level protective array? Humph, in your dreams. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't seem to be doing anything. In fact, the moment he took the wooden box, Lin Ray's divine sense instantly entered the array on the wooden box. Gotcha! At this moment, the array and the outside world were two different worlds. At this moment, the outside world was very clear, but inside the array, lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was a spectacular sight. Boy, you're still too inexperienced to open the array that I set up. I saw this thing first. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll activate the array and you'll die without a complete corpse. The sudden appearance of this person and his words stunned Linley for a moment. However, Linley could sense that this middle-aged man's cultivation was not weak, and this formation was left behind by him. This was because only the person who set up the formation would be able to send a strand of spiritual energy into the formation. Others couldn't do it, nor did they have the ability to do so. Not even godly exalts or saints could do it. You're asking me to leave? Yes, I'm asking you to leave. Moreover, what right do you have to address me in the same way? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? At this moment, the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared looked at Lin Ray with a murderous look and said in a threatening tone, I think your brain is stuck in the door. I spent 10 million black gold to buy this thing. You want me to give it to you just because you said so? Don't you think you're an idiot? For such a person, Lin Ray didn't. Not only did he suddenly appear before, he even dared to threaten him. Lin Ray couldn't stand it anymore. You. At this moment, the middle-aged man who heard Lin Ray's words had a red face. The murderous aura on his body had condensed to the extreme. It was obvious that the middle-aged man was furious, completely furious. However, looking at Lin Ray at this moment, the two of them were in completely different states. One of them was furious to the extreme. The other was relaxed as if there was no danger in front of him. Chapter 665. I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, not to mention a strand of your soul. Even if it's your main body that's 500 kilometers away, this exalted will still kill you. At this moment, Linley's tone was extremely calm. If someone familiar with him or an enemy of his were here and saw his current appearance, no matter how big of a problem they had, they would all stop. This was because they all knew that as long as Linley wanted to kill someone, he would be calm. He would be calm to the point that it was terrifying. Of course, if that's not the case, you can try. Also, if the person who set up the array suffers from the backlash of the array, it won't feel good. Do you want to try? At this moment, Linley's words pierced straight into the middle-aged man's heart. This was because Linley's words gave him an indescribable feeling. This feeling caused him to feel terror and fear. How is this possible? Who is this person? Why is he giving me this feeling? Looking at Lin Ray, the middle-aged man suddenly understood. He muttered to himself, How many years has it been? How many years has it been since I had this feeling? Is it an illusion or, at this moment, the middle-aged man was in a daze. In the depths of a luxurious mansion in Tianliang City, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance in shock. The murderous aura around him rushed out and filled the entire space. If Lin Ray was here, he would be able to recognize that this person was the thread of consciousness that protected the array. He was the one who set up the array. How about it? If you retreat obediently, I will spare your life. However, if you continue to be stubborn, then don't blame me. Looking at him, Linley's patience was wearing thin. Then he asked in a cold tone, I. The middle-aged man's words were stuck in his mouth. He could not speak. He wanted to retreat, but because of his face, he forced himself to stay. After all, his status in Tianliang City was not simple. Okay, stop talking. I understand. Since that's the case, then go. Boom! As Lin Ray spoke, a rumbling sound could be heard. The originally calm and tranquil formation was shaken by Lin Ray's words. This scene caused the middle-aged man's expression to be filled with disbelief. However, what made him even more incredulous was yet to come. How is this possible? Killing formation, At this moment, a murderous aura soared into the sky. The entire formation was filled with murderous aura. Even in the outside world, the murderous aura continued to spread out. F***CK, why this murderous aura? How is this possible? No, this killing intent is not pure. It shouldn't be emitted by a human. It seems to be emitted by a talismanic medium. A formation. Yes, it must be a formation. Only a killing formation can do such a thing to a formation. At this moment, the outside world was in chaos. Everyone began to suspect. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ray and the box in his hand. Even Hong Lian, who was at the side, could not help but reveal a trace of worry when she sensed the killing intent. Oh, whoa. At this moment, Lil, who roared and sent a message into Hong Lian's mind. Don't worry. If I'm not wrong, this formation should be set up by the young master. Furthermore, with the young master's strength, there shouldn't be many people in the deity world who are a match for the young master. So, just wait patiently. Got it. Hong Lian could not help but look at Lil, who when she heard his words. Then, a trace of relief appeared on her face, and she regained her composure. However, at this moment, Lin Ray, who was in the formation, looked at the frightened and shocked middle-aged man with a trace of murderous intent. You're asking for your own death. I originally planned to let you leave so that I wouldn't have to do anything. However, you forced me to do it. Tell me, aren't you despicable? As he spoke, the power of the formation increased. As a result, the strand of spiritual consciousness almost could not hold on and collapsed. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was filled with fear and regret. Others might not know about the backlash from the formation, but as a formation master himself, he was well aware of it. Although the backlash did not last forever, the pain was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Therefore, at this moment, he regretted it. He deeply understood his arrogance. However, there was no such thing as an after-effect medicine in this world. Therefore, everyone had to pay the price for what they had done. No one could run away from it. That's enough. I don't have time to play with you here. I have important matters to attend to. So, the next time you don't know about the formation, you must consider the consequences. Otherwise, you will suffer from the formation's backlash like today. With that, Lin Ray did not understand the middle-aged man's pleas for mercy. Then, he stretched out his hand and used his spiritual consciousness. The previous formation was indeed rotating clockwise. At this moment, under the urging of Lin Ray's spiritual consciousness, the formation began to rotate counterclockwise. At this moment, in the depths of a luxurious courtyard, the original body of the spiritual consciousness that had been destroyed by Lin Ray was sitting on the ground. There was a pool of blood in front of him. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was deathly pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Bastard! Bastard! Who is it? Who caused me to suffer from the formation's backlash? Damn! Damn it! A furious roar resounded through the room. The roar was filled with boundless killing intent. It was as if he wanted to rush out and kill Lin Ray immediately. However, even though that was what he thought, he also knew that there was a huge gap between his strength and his opponent's. Even though he had only been a strand of thread back then, just from how his opponent had absorbed and controlled his formation and caused it to backfire, as well as the appearance of another killing formation, he knew that this person was definitely not simple. Not only that, but also his cultivation. Although Lin Ray had suppressed his cultivation, the strength that he had displayed had completely exposed his combat strength. This won't do. I must take revenge for this matter. As he thought about it, the middle-aged man spoke into the air. Go to the talisman shop and find out who bought the 6th grade talisman. After you find out, don't act rashly. Just follow the other party until my injuries recover. Yes, your subordinate will go right away. Before the person appeared, an extremely cold voice could be heard. Then, he disappeared into the darkness once again. Sensing that the person who spoke had left, the middle-aged man immediately sneered and looked at the talisman shop. A sinister and affectionate look flashed across his eyes. If I don't take revenge, how can I continue to live in Tianliang City? How can I continue to live in the entire God realm? At this point, the middle-aged man's lips curled up slightly, revealing an extremely uncomfortable smile. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate to recover. At this moment, in the talisman shop, Lin Rei, who had entered the formation world, had destroyed the strand of spiritual consciousness that was above it. Naturally, the formation disappeared as well. Seeing that there was no obstruction, his spiritual consciousness returned to his body. Phew! It's finally done. Lin Rei, who had returned to his body, let out a long sigh. After a smile appeared on his face, he stretched out his hand and slowly opened the box made of amethyst. Boom! A loud sound suddenly rang out without any warning. Accompanying the loud sound was a terrifying sword intent. Feeling the sword essence, Lin Rei's interest was piqued. Then, he looked over and saw a talisman lying quietly in the box. However, on the talisman, a small sword was shuttling back and forth as if it did not know exhaustion. Then, a vigorous sword essence was being nurtured on it. Regarding this, Lin Rei's face was full of smiles. As expected, there are more 6th-grade talismans than 1st-grade talismans. Just the sudden sword essence just now was enough to make a Divine Guard cultivator unable to withstand it. TSK, I just don't know what it will be like if I use all of it. At this moment, Lin Rei could not wait to try the power of this sword talisman. However, when he thought of exploring the principles of carving from it, he calmed down and obediently closed the box. How? How is it? I wonder if Senior is satisfied? At this moment, the supervisor suddenly asked. It's okay. However, it would be great if there is a better talisman. I hope you can keep an eye on it. If there is really a higher grade talisman, I will come and get it. As for the remuneration, you can rest assured that it will be the highest market price as long as you have it. Hearing this, the supervisor's eyes lit up, and he revealed an excited smile. Then, he agreed without hesitation. Okay, as long as you want it, I will find it for you. Don't worry. As long as someone comes to sell it, I will keep it for you. You're worth teaching. Looking at the supervisor, Lin Rei smiled. Then, he went to the flaming tiger and sat on it. Then, he said to Red Lotus, Let's go. We've been out for so long. They must be worried. Hearing this, the scarlet flame tiger nodded. It had an obedient and cute look on its face as it walked out of the door. As for Red Lotus, she followed closely behind, looking as calm as ever. Phew! TSK, such an expert has come to Wuzhou. It seems that something is going to happen here soon. Standing at the door and watching Lin Rei leave, the supervisor sighed worriedly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly turned and walked inside. Hurry up. You're usually so fast. Why are you so slow today? What if the young master has already arrived? At this moment, not far from the east gate of Tianliang City, Dian Wei, who had come out of the Xuanzong Sect, urged by Qi, who was behind him, anxiously. What's the use of panicking? As you said, the young master has already arrived. You see, it will take time for him to stand up in such a big city. Moreover, before he arrived, I have already sent out the dark group. I'm afraid that they have already begun to search the city. Chapter 666. Damn it. When did that happen? Why didn't I know about it? Hearing Bai Qi's words, Dianwei stopped and turned around to look at Bai Qi, who was walking slowly in the air behind him, in surprise. Humph. If you knew about it, wouldn't it prove that I'm as stupid as you? Seriously. You. Hearing that, Dianwei was at a loss for words. He wanted to attack, but he gave up in the end when he recalled that he had always been defeated by Bai Qi. Forget it. I don't want to waste my time on you. However, even if the secret department is searching, we'd better hurry up. After all, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, and we don't even know what our young master has become. Looking at Bai Qi, Wei rolled his eyes and moved in the next moment, disappearing in front of Bai Qi like a ghost. However, even though he was gone, his voice seemed to be right next to Bai Qi's ears. Seriously, you're always as excited as a fatty who weighs more than 200 kilograms. TSK. But you do have a point. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. I wonder how our young master is doing. Looking at Wei, who had disappeared, Bai Qi realized that Wei's words did make sense. Then, he fixed his makeup and disappeared in the next moment. At this moment, in Tianliang City, Lin Rei, who had just come out of the talisman shop, walked on the hazy street again and looked at the pedestrians of all shapes and sizes. However, unlike before, he was no longer wandering aimlessly. The moment he came out of the talisman shop, he released his divine senses and began to search for Xie Feng's whereabouts. After all, they had been separated for a while, and it was reasonable to say that he was not worried. Although he knew that nobody could bully them with Xie Feng by their side, it was still possible that somebody would play dirty tricks in this unfamiliar place. Where have they gone? It's only been a short time, and they didn't leave any trace. Are we really going to try our luck and go on like this? Looking at the road in front of him, Lin Rei was somewhat reluctant to go on any further. Oh, young master, where are we going now? He didn't detect the auras of Xie Feng and a young lady at all, let alone the others. Moreover, it's not a good idea to continue searching like this. You saw it when you came in. This city is very big. It's really like looking for a needle in a haystack if you want to find one person. These sudden words caused Lin Rei to ponder. That's right, it's not a good idea to continue like this. Since they left on their own, then let them find their way back. In any case, Xie Feng's strength is so strong, and her divine sense is naturally stronger than mine. If she wants to find me, she can find me in minutes. Thinking of this, Lin Rei revealed a trace of a smile as he looked at the scarlet flame tiger under his butt. He happily said, "Little thing, I didn't expect you to be so crafty." Since it's like this, then use your sharp nose to find a place with good food and wine. We'll sit and wait for them to arrive. Moreover, I have a premonition that those brats will be here soon. Those brats. Hearing Lin Rei's words, the scarlet flame tiger's consciousness asked doubtfully, Have you forgotten about the few people who had followed me since the beginning, as well as the people from the sect that I had established? If Yinner finds out about me this time, he will definitely send someone to welcome me. Even if he doesn't come personally, at the very least, he can be trusted. Speaking of this, Lin Rei became more and more excited, as if he had said something good. Moreover, there are only a few people I trust, and Bai Qi and Wei are among them. Among them, Wei is the easiest to provoke. Therefore, I'm sure that it will be either Bai Qi or Wei who will come this time. Otherwise, they will come together. Therefore, I'm very confident about this. Hearing this, the scarlet flame tiger nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll go first. At this moment, Hong Lian, who had been following beside him, heard Lin Rei's words and was looking forward to it. Alas, I haven't seen them for a long time. I don't know if they remember me. Lin Rei didn't know what Hong Lian was thinking at this moment. He didn't pay too much attention to Hong Lian. At this moment, he was only concerned about the surrounding restaurants. After receiving Lin Rei's order, the scarlet flame tiger immediately wanted to vomit. It sniffed all the way with its keen sense of smell, but it still couldn't find a place that it was satisfied with. Lin Rei was very disappointed about this. Just as the scarlet flame tiger was about to give up, the aroma of meat came from afar. The moment the scarlet flame tiger smelled the aroma of meat, it immediately knew what kind of meat it was. Young master, I found it. I found a restaurant that is very similar to this one. I believe you will like it. The scarlet flame tiger said excitedly. Without waiting for Lin Rei to agree or disagree, it strode directly into a very deep alley. Walking on this road, a cold wind suddenly blew towards them. For the blind Lin Rei, his sense of smell was very sharp. The moment the cold wind blew, the smell of blood mixed with the cold wind blew over. At this moment, Lin Rei frowned and became worried. Then, without waiting for the scarlet flame tiger to stop, Lin Rei forcefully used his cultivation to stop it. Young master, what's wrong? Although the Scarlet Flame Tiger was a little unhappy about Lin Rei suddenly using his cultivation, it knew that Lin Rei wouldn't do it unless it was absolutely necessary. Yes, young master, you just now. At this moment, Hong Lian, who was at the side, was also worried and asked. There was a smell of blood. Although it was very faint, it was indeed the smell of blood. It wasn't the smell of demonic beasts or anything else. It was the smell of human blood. Although there was no need to explain, seeing how worried they were, Lin Rei hurriedly explained. Oh, I see. After hearing the explanation, the Scarlet Flame Tiger's unhappiness disappeared at this moment. However, the tense atmosphere made the two of them nervous as well. What's going on? Since it's the smell that Little Tiger smelled, it shouldn't be wrong, right? Recalling Little Tiger's previous appearance, he felt that he shouldn't have made a mistake. Then, he looked around and saw that there was more or less some moss on the walls and on the ground. Moreover, it looked quite old. Regarding this, he was even more puzzled. How could there be a restaurant in such a strange alley that even Little Tiger would be surprised by? However, although he was a little worried, his worry was not as strong as his curiosity. Looking deeper into the alley and looking at the path that they had already walked, Lin Rei suddenly made up his mind. Then, he came to the Scarlet Flame Tiger's side and sat on it. The tension on his face eased, and he said indifferently, Let's go. Let's go deeper and see if there's anything strange here. A restaurant that can make you smell something shouldn't be bad. Lin Rei's action stunned the Scarlet Flame Tiger and Red Lotus, but they soon came to their senses. Although they were puzzled and wondered what Lin Rei was up to, they didn't dare to believe Lin Rei's decision. After coming to its senses, the Scarlet Flame Tiger quickly replied, Okay, I got it. Having said that, the Scarlet Flame Tiger dragged Lin Rei and walked deeper into the alley with Red Lotus by his side. However, the moment they moved, Lin Rei wasn't as relaxed as he looked. At this moment, he instantly released his divine sense. Although the range of his divine sense was only 1 kilometer, it was enough. It should be noted that those who could hide from his divine sense either had special footwork or were from a special race or existence. At this moment, Dian Wei and Bai Qi had already walked into the city gate tower. The two of them were at a loss as they looked at the busy street. Bai Qi, ask a few people in the dark section if they've found the young master's trace. Or, if they can't find the young master, they can ask someone else. Well, hearing that, Bai Qi was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, Okay, got it. Look at how anxious you are. Then, he glanced at Dian Wei. Then, a complicated gesture was quickly made in Bai Qi's hand. It was as fast as lightning and as dazzling as it could be. The gesture wasn't long. It took only 30 seconds for it to be completed. Soon, another 30 seconds passed, and 3 young men in black clothes suddenly appeared not far away and rushed at the two of them. Dian Wei, who was standing next to Bai Qi, was rather curious about the gesture that Bai Qi just made. Well, you're really something. You secretly made such a gesture. Hurry up and tell me about it, so that we don't have to talk telepathically in the future. It's so troublesome. Get lost. Hearing what Dian Wei said, Bai Qi rolled his eyes angrily and ignored him. At this moment, the 3 members of the dark section arrived. We, the 3 members of the dark section, pay our respects to the chief. That's enough. You don't have to wear masks in the future. I called you here to ask if you found the young master's trace or anyone else's trace. That's right. Have you found the young master? Well, seeing Dian Wei's reaction, one of the 3 members of the dark section immediately said, Elder, here's the thing. We haven't been in this city for long. Also, as you can see, this is the main city of Wuzhou. It's extremely spacious, so what? You mean that you haven't found the young master yet? Hearing that, Dian Wei's face turned gloomy. At this moment, an undetectable killing intent was instantly released. Of course, the people around him couldn't sense the killing intent, but the 3 members of the dark section did. Elder, please calm down. It's not that we don't want to try our best, but we've just arrived, and it's inconvenient for us to explore certain places with our divine senses. That's why. That's why our progress is so slow. There's nothing we can do about it. Chapter 667. That's enough, Dianwei. Don't push them too close. After all, what he said makes sense. After all, this is not our Xuanzong sect, and you know how powerful they are. In such a large city, there are countless masters. It will be bad if they are alarmed. This was Bai Qi, who was beside him. Seeing the three members of the dark group trembling with fear on their faces, he immediately stood up and tried to persuade them. While persuading them, Bai Qi said to the three members of the dark group, "That's enough. Go ahead. Even if you can't find young master, you can find ice or young man. Even if you can't, you should be able to find a young lady, as long as you can find one of them. It will be easy to find young master." Yes. Yes. Leader, we will inform all the members of the dark group in Tianliang City and ask them to find young master as soon as possible. Hearing Bai Qi's words, the three members of the dark group hurriedly nodded and responded to him. The next moment, the three of them disappeared in front of Bai Qi and Bai Qi. "Hey, you are good. Now you know how to protect your own people. You know, if you can't find young master, you can kill them." At this moment, watching the three members of the dark group leave, Dianwei, who couldn't hold back his anger, said. Bai Qi clearly sensed the killing intent from Dianwei and knew that Dianwei was serious. Looking at him, Bai Qi smiled and said flatly, "Is it necessary? Even if you kill them, so what? Can young master find them? Besides, they're the strength of the sect. If you kill them, the sect will lose 3 disciples with great potential. Moreover, these were all decided by the young master himself. What do you think will happen to you when a young master returns after you kill them?" Hearing Bai Qi's words, Dianwei wanted to refute, but the moment he said the word he choked on his words. Humph. Even if they can't find young master, it's true that they can't find him. I should have punished them. Dianwei looked awful as he spoke. However, you do have a point. They are the future of our sect, and they were chosen by our young master. Killing them can ease my anger, but if our young master learns of it, he will probably skin me alive. Hiss! As he spoke, Dianwei couldn't help but shiver. With fear on his face, he didn't dare to think further. All right, let's not be idle. Although they can't investigate those places, it shouldn't be a problem for us. I believe that even if an early ultimate god cultivator came, he would have to kneel down. Looking at Dianwei, Bai Qi smiled. Then he said something to Dianwei and disappeared in the next moment. That's right. With the cultivation of Peak God Emperor, I don't believe that there's a place in this city that I can't reach. Hearing Bai Qi's words, Dianwei smiled. Then his eyes became resolute, and he operated his cultivation method. He instantly unleashed his cultivation base. In the next moment, he disappeared from the city gate tower, just like Bai Qi. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was being searched for by everyone, could be said to be extremely careful with every step he took. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger. It seems like a lot of people have died here. At this moment, Lin Rei, who had already gone deep into the city, said with a more solemn face as he smelled the smell of blood in the air. Yes, young master was right. The smell of blood here is all human without exception. None of it is from demonic beasts. Looking deep into the city, Scarlet Flame Tiger also became nervous. As for Red Lotus, she also had a solemn expression like Lin Rei, as if she was facing a great enemy. Let's go. The restaurant you mentioned should be right in front of us. Let's go and see who opened a restaurant in this place, and what's with the smell of blood. At this moment, Lin Rei was walking while smelling the smell of blood. Similarly, he informed his divine sense within a kilometer. There was a restaurant a kilometer away called Cloud Guest. Instantly, he was interested in this restaurant. Lin Rei's interest was piqued, not for anything else, but because he felt an extremely powerful aura among the Cloud Guest. Moreover, these days, some of them were of the Yin attribute, just like the aura of Ghostly and the other two. Some of them were also like Gu's sea of the divine sect, full of righteous chi. Lin Rei's curiosity about such a place increased. At this moment, even if there was no smell of blood in front of him, he still wanted to go and check it out. To be able to let such different cultivators exist at the same time, this restaurant must not be an ordinary existence. However, Lin Rei, who originally only had these. While moving forward, some even more powerful existences appeared. The red flame tiger carried Lin Rei forward for a period of time, and a very large formation appeared in Lin Rei's divine sense. What made Lin Rei even more surprised? No, perhaps it could be said that he was pleasantly surprised. In this formation, he found that there were extremely powerful runes. Lin Rei could perceive that the power of this rune was much more powerful than the 6th grade runes he had bought in the rune shop before. As for what level it was, he did not know. After all, he did not cultivate talisman Taoism. Boy, this formation is not simple. Moreover, the runes covered on it are even more powerful. It's close to the existence of the supergrade. Just when Lin Rei was feeling puzzled and curious, a familiar voice appeared. What he said solved the doubts in Lin Rei's heart. This person was not someone else. It was the little dragon who helped him find the rune cultivation method. Supergrade? How is this possible? Didn't the manager of the rune shop say that there hasn't been a super-grade talisman master in the divine realm for a long time? Moreover, who would build such a powerful formation in such a place? Why wasn't this place mentioned in the divine realm summary record? Sigh, you're still too naive. Summary record? Heh, do you really think this thing can be used? Moreover, you have to know that the divine realm is vast and boundless. Even the strongest ultimate god in the divine realm can't guarantee the vastness of the divine realm. In such a big place, it's impossible to find every place. Therefore, don't be too naive. In the end, the only one who will suffer losses is yourself. After listening to the little dragon's words, Lin Rei nodded and smiled. Forget it. Who cares what he is? As long as he doesn't go against me, I don't care what he is. After saying that, Lin Rei revealed a relaxed smile and didn't say anything else. The little dragon understood Lin Rei's meaning and fell silent. Lin Rei, who was on the Scarlet Flame Tiger, came back to his senses. He smiled and said to the Scarlet Flame Tiger, "Let's go, Yin Lai Ku is right in front. The fragrance you smelled probably came from inside. Let's hurry over." Although Lin Rei was filled with curiosity and various questions about the formation, he also knew that to be able to build Yin Lai Ku, the other party's opening must be very shocking. Regarding this, Lin Rei felt that there was no need to alarm the other party. As for this formation, he was confident that he would be able to do it in the near future. He was even confident that he would be able to surpass the formation that was stronger than this formation. When the Scarlet Flame Tiger heard Lin Rei's words, it immediately increased its speed. Almost instantaneously, the few of them arrived at the entrance of Yin Lai Ku. "It's here, young master. It's the fragrance coming from here. I can smell it." Just as the Scarlet Flame Tiger arrived at the entrance of Yin Lai Ku, it spoke excitedly, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. I can smell it too. You don't have to say anything." Lin Rei could naturally smell what Little Tiger said. However, he had to retract it. Little Tiger's nose was really not for show. Because, from the fragrance coming from inside, Lin Rei dared to say that no matter if it was in the profound sky continent, planet Aqua Blue, the immortal realm, or the realm of the gods, this was the first time he had smelled such a fragrance. Gotcha! Just as Lin Rei was immersed in the fragrance coming from Yin Lai Ku, the tightly shut door of Yin Lai Ku opened. An old woman with a face full of wrinkles and a naked body staggered out from inside. This person. However, the moment the old woman appeared, an aura that shocked Lin Rei appeared. Following the source of the aura, Lin Rei looked at the old woman who had just walked out. Regarding this, Lin Rei was extremely shocked. However, although he was shocked, Lin Rei's expression was extremely ordinary from the beginning to the end. There was not a trace of hope. As for his shocked heart, It only took a moment for him to regain his composure. After all, the old lady's aura paled in comparison to the evil phoenixes. Even when compared to Xiaolong's aura, they weren't much. Little brother, Yin Lai Ke welcomes you. Are you here for a meal or for a rest? After knowing the old woman's strength, Lin Rei was on guard. However, who would have thought that the old woman's first sentence would be the same as the outside world? Regarding this, Lin Rei's brain was somewhat unable to process. What? Little brother, are you not here for a meal or a place to stay? At the entrance of Yin Lai Ku, the old woman looked at Lin Rei and the others who were still hesitating. For a moment, the original expression on her face disappeared at this moment. The gentle tone from before also disappeared along with the smile on her face. A meal and a place to stay. Feeling the old woman's aura, Lin Rei quickly spoke. After all, they were in the other party's territory. Furthermore, he could clearly feel the murderous intent coming from the spell formation. System, scan all the information of this old woman for me. Ding dong, okay. Host, please wait a moment. The power will begin to scan and identify this old woman. Hearing the system's words, Lin Rei's face revealed a smile. He clearly remembered that from the profound sky continent until now, the number of people who used this function could be counted with 10 fingers. Time passed, second by second, minute by minute, and Linley followed the old lady into the inner section of the Cloud Guest House. Ding dong, scan and identification complete. Do you want to check? Of course I want to check. Otherwise, why would I ask you to scan? Hearing the system's question, Lin Rei was also speechless. However, he knew that this was part of the process and could not be changed. Ding dong, the host has accepted the scan. Please take note. Chapter 668. Name, Granny Cheong. Gender, female. Age, 88,688,643 years old. Spiritual roots, fire spiritual root, with spiritual root talent, supreme grade cultivation, middle stage, Tao fruit sage. Ding dong, Granny Cheong, the owner of Cloud Guest, is also the current owner of this formation, an expert who has attained the Tao fruit sage realm. Looking at the old woman's information, Lin Rei was shocked. If what the system said was true, then Granny Cheong was the second sage he had met in this realm. At this time, he was very puzzled. It was obvious that one could not break through to the sage realm in the divine realm, so why was there an existence like Granny Cheong here? All right, brat, don't think about it. Now is not the time to think about this. I just want to tell you that Granny Cheong is very powerful. Of course, she is still a little weaker than me and the system. However, even so, you're no match for her. If Xiaofeng was beside you, I believe she would say the same thing. However, Granny Cheong is just an aunt to Xiaofeng. Damn. Hearing Xiaolong's exaggerated praise for him in the system, Linley immediately rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered with Xiaolong anymore and exited the conversation. In the outside world, Granny Cheong brought him into the shop. At this moment, the shop did not have the cold and gloomy feeling it had outside. Instead, Linley felt a strange feeling in this place. As for what it was exactly, he couldn't put his finger on it. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people in Cloud Guest shop. A few of them were gathered in a group. They seemed to have come together, but in fact, they were just temporary friends who had gathered together to play and drink. At this moment, the moment Lin Rei entered Cloud Guest shop, everyone looked at Lin Rei and the others. However, it was very short. After a quick glance, the crowd returned to the lively scene from before. In this regard, Lin Rei felt the same, but he also smiled in his heart. This guest, what would you like to eat? In our Yinlai restaurant, there's nothing that we can't do. There's nothing that you can't think of. Oh, let's have some of your specialties. Of course, meat and wine are essential. Lin Rei looked at Granny Cheong and said, that's all for now. If we're playing, I'll call you. All right, got it. Xin and the others, this way, please. There are quite a lot of people today. Some of the good seats have already been taken by others. So please wash up and go sit there. Seeing that his wife was tired, Granny Cheung pointed to a quiet corner. Although it was a little gloomy, it was indeed a quiet place. Lin Ray didn't want to put up with a place to eat. All he wanted was to be able to eat his fill. It can't be considered a grievance. Besides, this kid likes peace and quiet. That place is good, since it was quiet. It also looked comfortable. Very good. After saying that, Lin Ray smiled at Granny Cheung, Red Lotus, and the others. Then, he walked towards his seat with the Scarlet Flame Tiger. Seeing Lin Ray leave, Red Lotus naturally followed. Along the way, Lin Ray passed by a few people. Lin Ray's enormous divine sense gently probed them. Among the people who passed by, none of them had weak cultivation, and the one with the highest cultivation was a young man. He was definitely a middle-stage God-Emperor cultivator. He had never seen the edge of a middle-stage God-Emperor's robe. Hence, he dared to conclude that Qing wasn't from the divine realm. No, at the very least, he wasn't someone from the 8 great prefectures. If that was the case, there was only one other explanation. Other than a batch of cultivators entering the 9th continent during this period, Linley could feel that the other party was extraordinary. As for these people who came to eat, he naturally did not care. He did not have the slightest bit of love for talent, and he did not care about what he did. After passing by the young man, Lin Ray finally arrived at his seat. He did not say anything and directly sat down. Looking at the Scarlet Flame Tiger, Lin Ray asked, "How is it? Have you played enough in the outside world this time?" Young master. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, you were the one who asked me to stay in the outside world. You can't go back on your word. Moreover, I have the ability to protect myself now. I know that I have the ability to stand side by side with you. So, young master, He was stunned and sat at the side with a puzzled expression. He did not understand. He had only called it once, but he did not expect it to say so much. However, after mentioning it for a long time, the Scarlet Flame Tiger was still afraid of being locked up. Regarding this, Lin Ray's expression revealed a trace of warmth. Be careful. Since I've already promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. So don't worry. At this moment, Lin Ray's words were like a reassurance. Like a calming pill, the restless flaming tiger instantly calmed down, and its tone returned to normal. Linley immediately suppressed the wave of undying flames that had been emanating from its body. Young master is in such a good mood to play with your mount here. However, there's a rule among the guests of the Cloud Realm. You're not allowed to fight here, no matter if the other party is your relative or brother. As long as they dare to fight here, no matter who they are, they will be killed mercilessly. Hearing the sudden voice, Lin Ray's face suddenly revealed a respectful smile. For him, Granny Cheung could not be offended. Moreover, at that moment, when Granny Cheung finished her last sentence, her whole body was emitting a murderous aura. At first glance, it was obvious that many people had died in her hands. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. This wine is for you. It's called Drunk. As for the dishes you ordered, this old woman will cook them for you now. Wait, it may be a little slow. If it's finished, you can go get it yourself. It's just behind the counter. You can drink whatever you want. At this moment, Granny Cheung's words caused the surrounding people to be surprised. Everyone was full of doubts about Granny Cheung's words. Moreover, this matter had happened before, but the nature was different. At that time, the person who went to get the wine was slapped to death by the old woman. After that, no one dared to enter the counter. Moreover, what shocked everyone even more was that Granny Cheung said that she would do it herself. This matter made everyone pay more attention to this mysterious young man who had just entered. Lin Ray naturally felt the surrounding gazes, but he ignored them. Instead, Lin Ray cupped his hands and said to Granny Cheung, "Thank you very much. I'm sorry for making you do it yourself. It's okay. You could drink now." Granny Cheung, who was standing to the side, heard Lin Ray's words and suddenly revealed a smile. She muttered in her heart, "Boy, this old woman's meal is so delicious. If you don't pay a price, do you think you have the strength to digest it?" Of course, Granny Cheong still could not say these words. Lin Rei did not know what Granny Cheong was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely not eat this meal. However, when he found out, it was already too late. Looking at the disappearing figure of the old woman, Lin Rei pondered for a moment. He did not feel that there was anything wrong. Then, he picked up the wine called drunk on the table and took a big gulp. Immediately, a spicy feeling entered his stomach from his throat, accompanied by a warm breath. What was different was that after the warmth, a pure energy appeared. At this moment, the chaos scripture began to operate on its own, refining the inexplicable energy. Huh. I didn't expect this wine to be so interesting. It seems that I have to ask for some when I leave later. With that, Lin Rei began to drink by himself. The smile on his face did not disappear after he drank the good wine. Red Lotus, who had been observing him from the side, was stunned at this moment. At this moment, Lin Rei, Red Lotus, and the Red Flame Tiger were quite comfortable. However, at this moment, whether it was Dian Wei by Qi, the Dark Group, or the Array Master who was injured by Lin Rei, they were all frantically searching for him. They were all frantically searching for Lin Li. In the city, they weren't the only ones. On a street in the western part of the city, Shadow, the three Ghost Kings, and Demonic Phoenix were all looking left and right anxiously. Where did this brat go? He is not in the east of the city, nor in the south of the city. Now, we have searched the west of the city, but we still can't find him. Tut, where could he have gone? Alas, I don't know. You know young master's character. No one can be trusted where he wants to go. At this moment, Ghostly, who was beside her, said. Hearing Xie Feng's words, he immediately responded. Haha, you're right. That's the most attractive thing about that brat. However, doesn't he know that we're worried about him? You're wrong. It seems that when we entered the city, we had been walking around together. We didn't think about young master at all. When we found out that young master was missing, we had already finished walking around and came back. At this moment, Gue Han, who had been unwilling to speak from the beginning, spoke. However, as soon as he spoke, everyone present was stunned and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Whoosh, huh! Just as everyone was feeling ashamed, a deafening sound echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone hesitated, as they could sense that the deafening sound was coming in their direction. Oh, get out of here. At this moment, Xie Feng, who had sensed the aura, immediately turned around and spoke to the air not far behind her. Huh! Hearing Xie Feng's words, everyone turned around and looked in the direction that Xie Feng was looking at. There was a trace of doubt in their eyes. However, at the same time, this scene also gave the young man a sense of familiarity. However, it was a pity that this feeling was fleeting and disappeared without a trace. I Wusu of the Xuanzong Sect's Dark Department, greet Elder Dong. Under everyone's gaze, a young man dressed in black appeared in the air and floated over quietly. After everyone had passed, he cupped his hands and greeted Dong Xiaonan. Oh, Dark Department? At this moment, hearing the young man in black's words, his eyes widened and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. You? Why are you here? Who else is here? The Dark Department can't act without the order of the Dark Department. Tell me what's going on. At this moment, hearing the conversation between the young man and the man in black, everyone who had ascended from the immortal realm knew what was going on. As for the evil phoenix and the three ghost kings, they looked on in bewilderment. Under everyone's gaze, the man in black replied fearlessly, Elder, this time we heard that the sect leader was about to come to the north. Therefore, after the sect leader received the news, he sent the Dark Department, leader by Qi, and leader Jinwei to search for the sect leader's whereabouts. At this time, Tianliang City is the core of Wuzhou in the north. Therefore, after arriving here, the sect leader sent the Dark Department to search for the young master's whereabouts. Hearing this, everyone understood what was going on. Everyone knew the whole story. Regarding this, the young man's face revealed a happy and gratified expression. Is the sect master doing well? Did you encounter any trouble after the sect ascended? Did anyone bully you? Oh, that's right, you guys. At this moment, The male disciple seemed to have thought of something and asked the dark department with a worried expression. Elder, let's not talk about this for now. We are here to welcome the young master back to the sect. Looking at the man in the dark department said. At the same time, he kept looking around. In the end, the figure he wanted to see was not here. Instantly, a trace of disappointment appeared on Wu Su's face. Alas, the young master was separated from us. We are now actively looking for the young master's whereabouts. Well, you are here. Informed by Qi and Dianwei that the young master is in this city with Red Lotus and the Red Flame Tiger. Tell them to hurry up and find him. Yes, I will inform the 2 sect leaders now. Elder, please keep in touch with us and keep in touch. Saying this, Wu Su did not wait for the young man to say anything. The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared in front of everyone. No one reacted to this, especially the young man. He knew that apart from the sect leader, only the sect leader could give orders to the dark department. Looking at Wu Su's departure, the young man quickly turned around and said to Ing and the others, "Just now, we didn't have enough manpower. Stand here. With the help of the 2 leaders of the dark group and by Qi, I believe that we will soon receive news of the young master." Hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. The evil phoenix said, "That's right. However, when we find that stinking brat again, we can't let him off so easily. It's like this every time, forcing us to find him. If I don't do something this time, he'll probably do it again next time." The evil phoenix's words caused everyone to be stunned on the spot. She was probably the only one who would dare to say something like that. Others might not dare to do so. Chapter 669. Achio. At this moment, Linley was having a meal in a mysterious alley with guests from the clouds. While he was drinking, he suddenly sneezed. A cold wind blew behind him, and Linley immediately stopped drinking. "Damn, who's scolding me?" The sudden words stunned the Scarlet Flame Tiger and Hong Lian, who were at the side. Their eyes revealed a strange expression that could not be detected. "Young master, who dares to scold you? Those who have a conflict with you can't wait to stay far away. They don't dare to provoke you." Why?" Hearing the Scarlet Flaming Tiger's words, Linley asked doubtfully. He hadn't expected Little Tiger to say something like this. Moreover, it wasn't just Little Tiger who had a strange expression. Even Red Lotus had the same expression. "Have you forgotten? Those who offended you were basically killed by you. I remember you said that if you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Moreover, even those who weren't killed by you, but offended you, didn't you use their own money to buy their lives back?" Hearing Little Tiger's words, Red Lotus, who was standing to the side, laughed. Her laughter caused the originally playful guests of the Cloud Tribe to completely quiet down. Everyone's gaze was focused on Red Lotus. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed, and there was even saliva dripping from their mouths. Linley's divine sense detected this scene. Little Tiger didn't seem to hear anything and continued to speak energetically. He had no intention of stopping. "Sigh, especially the last time. I remember that when we were still in the lower realm, you actually let their enemies buy their lives. Moreover, it was an auction. In the end, they suffered a loss, but you made a lot of money." After hearing Little Tiger's words, Linley wanted to refute, but the moment the word "I" left his mouth, he choked and couldn't say anything else. "How about it? Do you still want me to continue? I remember that you still have a lot of things to do. So, young master, there's no such thing as people scolding you, because they don't dare to, and they don't even want to see you in this lifetime." Okay. How can you say that about your young master? Besides, they deserved it. As the saying goes, everyone does it for me. If I don't go to hell, who will? They really did. At this moment, it wasn't just Xiaohu and Red Lotus who were stunned after hearing Lin Rei's words. Even the people who were forbidden from speaking due to Red Lotus beauty were stunned after hearing Lin Rei's words. Their eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. However, only a portion of them were filled with disdain. At the same time, There was also a portion of them who were filled with admiration. Sensing the surrounding gazes for a moment, Lin Rei awkwardly sat down and lowered his head to drink his beer. At this moment, he even had the urge to leave. However, when he thought of the fragrance he had smelled at the door, his legs refused to listen to him. Not bad, little brother. Your trick is not bad. When I run out of money in the future, I must use your trick. I can vent my anger and make money. Why didn't I think of this before? TSK, you're a complete bastard. But to be honest, this trick is not bad. Perhaps you can use it more often in the future. Yes, this trick is not bad. Not bad. Come, little brother, I've done such a great thing for you. Cheers. As he spoke, he didn't wait for Linley to react. He picked up the wine jug on the table, tilted his head back, and began to gulp it down. His entire body was like an ox as he gulped it down. He looked extremely wild and domineering. When he heard the voice, his divine sense followed. When he saw the middle-aged man like this, Lin Rei couldn't refuse. However, Lin Rei was a little dumbfounded after hearing what they had said earlier. However, Lin Rei naturally couldn't refuse the man's toast. After all, the moment he saw the middle-aged man drinking, he sensed that he was an emperor god. He could sense that this person was a god-emperor cultivator. Although his cultivation was not as high as his, he was still a god-emperor. In a place like this where crooks mixed in with the honest folk, it was best not to offend anyone if possible. Besides, he was very willing to drink. After all, he had drunk a lot of wine over the years. Even an experienced alcoholic couldn't compare to him. Of course, other than those old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years, Lin Rei wasn't afraid of anyone else. Looking at the middle-aged man drinking, Lin Rei didn't hesitate. Like the middle-aged man, he picked up the wine jar and began to drink. He looked very refreshed. Ha! Good. Since you're so happy, let's join in. At this moment, seeing Lin Rei and the middle-aged man like this, it immediately resonated with the crowd. Then, everyone picked up the wine jar and began to drink. The wine jar wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. However, the amount of wine in it wasn't small. With Lin Rei's current strength, it wasn't an ordinary amount of wine. It took him 2 minutes to finish the jar of wine. In this regard, Lin Rei looked at the wine jar in confusion. He didn't find anything special and put it down. It was a loud bang. Perhaps it was because he used too much strength, so when he put down the wine jar, there was a loud bang in the guest hall. Bang, bang, bang. However, not long after Lin Rei made the loud noise, there was a series of loud noises. After everyone finished drinking, they directly threw the wine jar to the ground. The difference between them and Lin Rei was that Lin Rei was completely fine. He didn't even feel dizzy or blushing. As for everyone, the moment they drank the wine from the medicinal wine jar, everyone fell directly on the table and quickly entered a state of hangover. Snoring, grinding teeth, and even sleep-talking. At this moment, there was everything in the guest hall of Yunlai. In this regard, Lin Rei, who used his divine sense to sense everyone, revealed a happy smile. Ah, a group of fun guys. Tut, but it's good. You don't have to worry about eating and sleeping or living like a pig. How great would it be if I could live like that? Looking at the sleeping people, Lin Rei sighed, stood up, and took a step out according to Granny Cheong's instructions. He walked towards the counter. The counter was very close and could be seen after a few steps. Then, Lin Rei came to the inside of the counter and saw that it was exactly the same as the wine jar that Granny Cheong had taken before. Then, Lin Rei didn't think much, took a jar, left the counter, and went to his seat. And at this moment, just as Lin Rei left the strange place, Granny Cheong's figure appeared in his field of vision. At this moment, Granny Cheong was holding 2 large plates in her hands, sitting cross-legged and emitting a fragrance. The meat near Lin Rei's mouth was on the table. In an instant, he used his cultivation, his body flashed, and then he came to his seat and sat down. "Ha, you brat." Sensing Lin Rei's actions, Granny Cheong smiled and rolled her eyes at Lin Rei. Then, she pointed at the 2 dishes on the table and said, "Come, try this old lady's cooking." As she spoke, the old woman picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and placed it on Linley's plate. She said, "Tamed meat is the meat of a divine ancestor-level demonic beast. Ordinary people who eat it can't handle the energy and explode to death. However, for a cultivator like you, eating it will at most increase your cultivation by a bit. As for other benefits, it won't do you any good. Oh, right, there's another advantage, which is that it's very delicious." Ha ha. Listening to Granny Cheong's words, looking at the meat on his plate, and smelling the fragrance coming from it, he couldn't help but pick up the meat on the plate with his chopsticks. He put it in his mouth. At this moment, a soft and fragrant aroma suddenly filled his mouth and body. Delicious, too delicious. After finishing the piece of meat, the moment it entered his stomach, it turned into strands of spiritual energy and entered Lin Ray's Dan Palace, becoming a part of him. Seeing Lin Ray's reaction, the old woman couldn't help but reveal a complacent and victorious smile. If Lin Ray could see it at this moment, the old woman would definitely be shocked. She would definitely be stunned. At this moment, when the Scarlet Flame Tiger and Hong Lian saw how much Lin Ray was enjoying himself, they couldn't help but step forward to eat. Gulp. The moment Lin Ray poured the wine into his mouth, he looked up at Granny Cheong and said, "Senior, your food is too delicious, but as you can see, just my brother's appetite is already. All right, I got it." Before Linley could finish speaking, the old lady opened her mouth to speak. Immediately, there were only 2 plates of food on the table, but in the blink of an eye, the entire table was filled with food. One had to know, this table was very big. Observing this scene, Lin Ray revealed a smile. "Thank you, Senior." With that, Lin Ray lowered his head and prepared to eat. But at this moment, the old woman's words came. For a moment, Lin Ray was dumbfounded, feeling that he had been tricked. "Little guy, I remember there's an old saying, those who take advantage of others are soft-mouthed. What about now? You've eaten and taken. How do you think you should deal with this matter?" As soon as she said this, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. Not only him, the Scarlet Flame Tiger and Hong Lian, who were eating like a whirlwind, were also dumbfounded. Their hands stopped eating, and their expressions were filled with doubt. Don't look at me like that. However, the old woman has already said, "You've eaten and drunk my food. Now that you've taken my food, you have to do something for me." Hearing this, Lin Ray finally understood. It turned out that the old woman had been treating them like this from the beginning. A trap for him had already unfolded. Moreover, that trap was very strong. Now that the old woman had already trapped him, it was too late to refuse. Chapter 670. Lin Ray wanted to refute Granny Cheong, but as soon as the word left his mouth, Granny Cheong stopped him. Granny Cheong spoke again. "Don't refuse yet. This is a deal. Although it's a little dangerous for you, the interest is also very high. Why don't you listen first?" If I don't listen, won't you tell me that you're about to cooperate with me?" As he gazed at her, Linley momentarily felt regret, and he even felt like slapping himself. However, it was impossible for him to refuse at this moment. After all, there was a terrifying formation outside, and Granny Cheong was a Dao fruit saint. Linley knew that he wasn't a match for her right now. Boy, you're smart. You're right. You have to listen even if you don't want to. Besides, do you think you can leave this place? In any case, I don't believe it. Although there are some things on you that I can't describe, I'm sure that you're the person I've been waiting for millions of years. Millions. At this moment, Linley was completely stunned by the number when he heard the old woman say the words 10 million years. But at the same time, he was filled with doubt when the old woman said that he was the person she had been waiting for 10 million years. He didn't understand what was going on. "Granny Cheong, although I don't know why you say that I'm the person you've been waiting for millions of years, you can't do this. How can a nobody like me help you? Besides, I'm just here for a meal. I have no other intentions." He didn't want to accept Granny Cheong's deal, so he didn't wait for her to speak. Lin Ray spoke again. "Besides, with your strength, there's nothing you can't do. Even if you can't do it, what do you think I can do if you can't do it? Ha ha. But as soon as Linley finished speaking, Granny Cheong suddenly began to laugh loudly, her eyes filled with amusement and amusement. At that moment, Lin Ray frowned. He couldn't guess what Granny Cheong wanted to do. As for the deal, Lin Ray really wasn't interested. As expected, you did. I've never told you my name before. I didn't expect you to know it. Besides, my name hasn't appeared in the divine world for a very long time. Even those old bastards in the divine world wouldn't know my name. Now that you know my name, you must be the one I've been waiting for. So, little guy, don't try to shirk away and listen to me first. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. When Linley heard the old woman's words, he didn't say anything and directly slapped her face. His face was filled with speechlessness. F***, that mouse. What should I do? She thought to herself, but her divine sense never left Granny Cheong. Looking at Granny Cheong's current appearance, Lin Ray knew that he couldn't avoid the deal today. With that thought, Lin Ray made up his mind. Since he wanted to say it, he would say it. However, saying it was one thing, doing it or not was another. Lin Ray's expression relaxed. Since you've said so, that boy won't be able to refute. Go ahead. Just listen to me. It's good to always be like this. You made me waste so much time talking. Seeing Lin Ray agree, Granny Cheong smiled. She was an existence that had lived for tens of millions of years, so when she smiled, her face wrinkled. Looking at her, Linley quietly took a sip of wine, ate his food, and waited to hear what was about to be said about the trade. Little fellow, you already know my name. This old woman's name is Granny Cheong, but I don't remember my exact age. However, I think you've already seen my strength. I'm a Dao fruit saint. Hearing Granny Cheong's words, Linley stopped eating. Raising his head, he said questioningly, "Yes, I know. However, what puzzles me is that at your level of cultivation, you should have ascended long ago. Why are you still in the deity realm? In addition, given your level of power, won't you be restricted or prohibited from entering the deity realm?" Alas, you're not wrong, but you're also wrong. Even though my current level of cultivation is a realm that everyone yearns to reach, I'd rather not have it. It's precisely because of this level of cultivation that I've been trapped for so many years. Oh, as he listened, Lin Ray became more and more puzzled. Why had she been trapped for so long after obtaining her cultivation? However, Lin Ray didn't ask, because even if he didn't ask, Granny Cheong would tell him. Sure enough, at this moment, Granny Cheong spoke again. "I think you're also puzzled. It's like this." With that, Granny Cheong pondered for a moment and entered her memories. However, she still spoke of her memories and experiences. Back then, this old woman was a cultivator at the peak of the Tao. Perhaps it was because I paid too much attention to cultivation that I yearned for the power of the Tao. Back then, this old woman naturally cultivated to the divine ancestor realm. However, when I first started cultivating, it was discovered that my foundation wasn't good and my spirit root wasn't very good. As for my talent, it was extremely low. However, this old woman refused to accept it. Others put in double the effort, but this old woman put in 10 or even 20 times the effort. This old woman didn't feel like crying at all. Hearing Granny Cheong's words, a trace of sympathy appeared on Lin Ray's face. Although he wasn't like this, he could understand the hardships involved. At this moment, there was no distress, melancholy, or pain on Granny Cheong's face. Instead, there was a trace of a relaxed smile. That's right, because I yearned for power too much, because as long as I had power, I would have the right to speak. Because I yearned for power too much, I went astray and my inner demons were rampant. At this point, Granny Cheong paused for a moment before continuing. That's how it is. After reaching the divine ancestor realm, my cultivation has been stagnant. The other sects, and even my own sect's senior and junior brothers, endlessly laughed at me. So, I hate them, and all of them look at me with contempt. Tisk, because of this, I was taken advantage of by an existence from nothingness. As soon as she said this, The smile on the old woman's face revealed a trace of pain. Cold sweat flowed freely from her forehead. In this regard, Lin Rei, who had been paying attention to Granny Cheong, also tensed up. At this moment, after hearing Granny Cheong's story, she put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and listened carefully, just like Lin Rei. You might not believe it even if I tell you, but the rune outside Yin Lake was left behind by the powerful warrior who came from the void back then. Millions of years have passed since then, but it still exists today. Furthermore, its power has not decreased in the slightest. Even though many of the runes on it have been wiped away, the power of those runes still fused into the rune after the passage of time. This, after hearing Granny Cheong's words, Lin Rei and Hong Lian gasped at the same time. Astonishment and astonishment appeared on their faces. Tens of millions of years. What kind of concept was that? Perhaps even he didn't dare to imagine it. Besides, in his understanding of arrays, it was impossible for an array to exist for tens of millions of years. This was because he knew that an array could exist for at most 1,000,000 years. Moreover, during these millions of years, there would be constant maintenance by array masters. But most importantly, there must be enough energy to support the array within 100 years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an array to survive for such a long time. Besides, when he came here earlier, he didn't see or sense any energy transmission from underground or in the air. In addition, Granny Cheong said that the runes had been erased due to the baptism of time, but their original effects hadn't been lost. Just based on this point alone, he didn't believe it. Therefore, when Granny Cheong said that the array had existed for tens of millions of years, he didn't believe it at all. Haha, don't be so surprised. I know you won't believe it because this matter is impossible even in the entire world, but has been verified here and verified so well. At this moment, Granny Cheong had returned to her senses. However, when she saw the disbelief and shock on Lin Rei's face, she said with a smile, "When I saw the expert from the nothingness, I was also stunned. When I heard his description of the array, I was just like you, but there was no other way. At that time, that person was on the stage, and I was too eager for quick success and wanted to show off and prove myself. Therefore, that expert from the nothingness made a suggestion to me, a deal that I didn't even think about." What kind of deal? After hearing her words, Lin Rei's interest was piqued, especially when he heard that it was just a suggestion. Lin Rei couldn't help but ask. The deal is very simple. Let me become the master of this formation, and at the same time, I will become the master of this cloud. As a result of this deal, I will get what I want, such as my 2 spiritual roots, my talent, and various other aspects. So that's how it is. Hearing Granny Cheong's words, Lin Rei felt a strange feeling in his heart. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. Then, he came back to his senses and looked at her, waiting for what would happen next. At that moment, his originally calm face became sinister. His eyes were filled with fear and bewilderment. As the saying goes, there are benefits and disadvantages. Although I got what I wanted very much at that time, I lost what I ultimately wanted, freedom. Now you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.